Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
When Kyan Shu woke up from her coma, she opened her eyes and felt pain all over her body. Looking around, she found herself in a classroom. Who covered me with a blanket? I struggled to sit up, only to find that my whole body ached. As he recovered from that momentary lapse, he recalled everything that had happened. His world was destroyed. It was a world where Ultraman only existed in tokusatsu dramas. He lived a simple and ordinary high school life like any other person. The only extraordinary thing was that an organization called Prometheus wanted to buy his genes at a high price, but he refused. But life didn't return to normal for long. A powerful energy reaction from deep space has reached Earth. The terrifying energy storm spread wildly in all directions, igniting stars and destroying planets wherever it went. Scientists judged that this energy might affect Earth, causing global panic. Sure enough, the energy storm reached Earth within 24 hours, and humanity was helpless against it, only able to wait for death with a sense of powerlessness. And Kishu was also one of those waiting to die. Amidst global prayers, no miracle occurred. Before the energy storm even reached Earth, the planet was already engulfed in the intense heat of the exploding star, and countless people perished in despair. Yet, amidst that cataclysmic destruction, Kyan Shu survived. He was transported to a mysterious space by the crystal necklace he had worn since childhood. Amidst a burst of light, a consciousness claiming to be the will of the great world floated silently. Where is this? This is the space I created. Who are you? I am the will of the great world, the god of time and space, but due to some unforeseen events I can only slumber now. I need you to repair the various worlds so that I can regain my power. Why choose me? I always have to choose one, and it just so happens to be you. Why should I go? Don't you miss your family? If my power is restored, perhaps I can change time and space and you can go back to your past. Then how should I fix it? I will teleport you to various worlds and then you can find them yourself. The ball of light then fell silent, a single beam of light entering the necklace before it drifted into a deep sleep. Just as Kyan Shu was about to ask more questions, in the blink of an eye, he appeared nowhere, his body plummeting from the sky, crashing into a tree trunk and falling to the ground unconscious. Hiss, it hurts. When she awoke from that amnesiac state, Kishu opened her eyes in a daze, feeling as if she had been injured in an accident. That damn will at least teleport me to the ground. You're awake. A gentle voice pulled Kishu back to reality. He turned his head and saw a girl dressed as a shrine maiden walking towards him from the doorway. Hello, may I ask where this is? Seeing her approach, Kyan Shu shifted her position, adjusting herself to a more comfortable sitting posture. This is the Galaxy Shrine on Mount Furuhoshi. The priest found you unconscious on the back mountain and brought you back. Mount Fubuki Jinga Shrine, the world of Ultraman Jinga. Just then, another person walked over, a kind old man dressed in white. Are you all right? We saw that you were fine, so we didn't take you to the hospital. It's all right, thank you for taking me in. Kishu nodded gratefully. Where did the guest come from and how did he end up fainting on the back hill? Li Tang Xiaojun looked at him and asked, I only remember that I was climbing a mountain and after I fell I ended up here. I don't remember anything before that. Kyan Shu shook his head and said helplessly, Can I stay here for a while? Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Upon hearing this, Hidaki Ryaido considered it for a moment. Having served the Galaxy Spark for many years, he was no ordinary person. Looking into the eyes of the boy in front of him, he saw nothing but clear spring water and there was no malice in them. Is that not allowed? Then forget it. My request was indeed a bit excessive. Kishu rubbed her injured spot, wincing in pain. Li Tang Xiaojun smiled kindly at him. Sure, the shrine does need someone to manage and look after it. If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay here. Anyway, there are plenty of empty classrooms in this school, and principal sure I won't mind. Thank you, then I'll take my leave. Kyan Shu was overjoyed upon hearing this, as the problem of finding a place to settle down had been solved. Without an ID card or passport, things are really getting complicated. Being able to stay here puts him at the heart of the story, which might help him find clues. Time flew by, and in the following weeks after he recovered from his injuries, he found an empty classroom, decorated it, and started serving the shrine with Ishidu Misuzu. After all, he didn't want to eat and live there for free. He knew a little about the world of the Milky Way. The important thing was that there were sparks and dolls. He didn't have any sparks himself, but it seemed like there were dolls everywhere in the back mountain. He could run to the back mountain whenever he wanted to look for the spark doll. After all, he was just an ordinary human now. The necklace hadn't given him anything, so he could only rely on his foresight to create favorable conditions for himself as much as possible. He didn't want to die here. Although no one had died in the Ultraman Jinga storyline, reality was different. 5 high school students fighting and turning into a monster could easily crush him with one stomp. Besides, since there was a repair mission, it wouldn't be that simple. Misuzu Ishido and Hidaki Ryaido didn't mind that he liked to run to the back mountain. Misuzu just thought he liked mountain climbing, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen from such a high place. Persistence pays off. His daily search yielded results and he found 2 dolls, Galza and Leo. Worried about getting lost in the mountains, Kishu didn't dare go too far. The back mountain was so vast, and unlike Hikari, she couldn't use the galaxy spark to guide her, so finding only 2 was satisfactory. She needed to find a way to get the spark, otherwise the dolls alone were useless. As for the necklace, there's been no news about it for the past few weeks, so it seems he'll have to rely on himself. He has no idea what he's here to do or how to do it. He can only take it one step at a time and figure it out. In the evening, Kishu was exercising at her residence when she suddenly heard strange noises coming from the classroom where the shrine was located. Huh? A thief. He decided to get up and take a look. Since he treated the shrine as a job, he had to take responsibility for it. In the empty classroom, a figure could be seen furtively groping around the shrine with a flashlight in hand. Hey, where did this little thief come from stealing things here? Chiki quietly approached and grabbed the man's hand. Suddenly, he shouted, startling the man who turned to look at him. It turned out to be Ishido Misuzu. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here so late? SHH, I only came because I heard some noise coming from the shrine. Seeing that it was Kyan Shu, she felt relieved and then shone her flashlight on the shrine and opened the shrine door. The divine sword lay quietly inside, and the tarot spark doll hidden inside turned around and looked at the 2 of them upon hearing the sound. Doll? Mailing was puzzled. After all, no one usually touched the shrine, so who would put a doll inside for no reason? Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at Kyan Shu beside her with suspicion. Hello, Mailing Chiki, I've been observing you for a long time. That sound, is there a sound device installed on this doll? Mischief? No, I am not a doll. I am Ultraman Taro. I was cursed by the dark spark during the Spark Doll War and turned into a doll. A curse, like the prince in fairy tales who turns into a frog or something. Mailing, why don't you try kissing him? I'm not joking with you. Taro cleared his throat and continued. Only the divine sword in this cabinet can break the curse of the dark spark. So how can we help you? Please bring the divine sword to the back mountain tomorrow. After saying that, Taro used his teleportation ability and disappeared. Mei-ling was startled by Taro's sudden disappearance and stared at Kaishu, whose eyes also showed a mixture of shock and excitement. It can't be a joke, right? Is it really not a prank? It's probably true, but Mei-ling, why are you staring at me like that? No, I thought it was a prank by Kishu. Am I that bored? If you really want to know, we can go and see for ourselves tomorrow. Okay. The next day, after finishing their work at the shrine, Chiki and Ishido Misuzu secretly took the divine sword and went to the back mountain. This is an age when people often fantasize about the existence of the supernatural, and it has to be said that Taro certainly piqued their curiosity. Hey, Taro, where are you? Kyan Shu shouted loudly and his voice echoed through the back mountain. Here. Under the roots of a large tree not far away, the Taro doll was facing the 2 of them. He had been following them all along. Kyan Shu stepped forward and picked him up. How can we help you? Let's find a flat, large place first. Oh. All right, there's plenty of space here. There is a 6-pointed star pattern on the sole of my right foot, with the front end of the Milky Way spark pressed on it. It's Taro, the doll perched on Chiki's shoulder, the doll said. The 2 stopped and Chiki handed Taro to Misuzu. Mailing, you go first. Taro is currently beyond recovery, not even Hikaru Rado, who was chosen by the Galactic Spark, let alone himself and Misuzu, who were not chosen by the Galactic Spark. Mailing didn't think much of it and agreed. She took out the Galaxy Spark and held the Taro doll in her other hand, finding the 6-pointed star mark on the sole of the right foot. Don't be too surprised later. Feeling his toes touching the tip of the spark, Taro's voice became excited. After so long, he could finally break free from the puppet's physical form. Under Taro's expectant gaze, Mailing quickly poked the tip of the Galaxy Spark at the mark on the sole of Taro's right foot, but nothing happened. What? How come? Taro's tone was full of surprise and disappointment. Why not? Is the information in the scriptures of the Land of Light wrong? The Dark Spark has the ability to stop time for all living things and turn them into sparks, while the Galactic Spark can lift the curse of the Spark Doll. If even the galaxy spark can't materialize Ultraman, then how can they restore their bodies? Don't be discouraged, Taro, let's try again. Seeing this, Mailing comforted and encouraged her, poked it a few more times, but there was still no response, so she had no choice but to hand it to Kishu to try. Kainshu, why don't you give it a try? Chiki received the galaxy spark and the doll, her heart pounding with excitement. This wasn't a toy, it was a genuine Ultraman transformation device. Although I knew Taro wouldn't materialize until the very end, I still had to pretend and try it out. I poked it seriously, and sure enough, there was no response. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the crystal on the necklace pendant shimmered slightly, and a six-pointed star pattern flashed across the back of the hand holding the galaxy spark. The pattern on the sole of Taro's foot also shimmered slightly. Kishu found it quite fun to poke Ultraman's feet, so she poked them again. Suddenly, the Milky Way sparked with intense light and a six-pointed star pattern appeared. Super Fusion Ultraman Taro, what's the situation? In the back mountain of Mount Jiangxing, a giant red figure stands tall. It is none other than Ultraman Taro, who has undergone a super fusion with the 1,000 trees. Don't be afraid, you and I are now one of one mind, Taro said, his voice tinged with excitement. Although Taro was conscious, Chiki still held the initiative in his body at this moment. He tried to wave his arms, stirring up gusts of wind in the mountains. Kishu felt his body brimming with power. Looking down, he saw Ishido Misuzu standing not far away. Afraid of accidentally hurting her, after all, she was a giant 40 or 50 meters tall with a weight of tens of thousands of tons, so he dared not make any large movements. Taro felt it was about time, so he said, "All right, Chiki, the super fusion only lasts for 3 minutes. Deactivate the transformation." Upon hearing this, Kainshu nodded in agreement. In a dimly lit dark room at Jiangxing Elementary School, rows of dolls are displayed on shelves. A strange arm extends out and angrily pushes all the dolls on the table in front of it to the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it, that guy's aura has already awakened. The hand grabbed another doll from the shelf, pressed the dark spark under its foot, and dark energy and lightning surged forth. Just as Chiki was about to deactivate her transformation, Taro exclaimed, "Watch out." A dark beam of light struck his back and he was injured and sent flying to the side. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Kainshu endured the pain and got up, seeing who had come. Dark Tiga, but why did he appear at this time? It's all in chaos, chaos, complete chaos. Because he caused an effect with his own butterfly effect, will the plot still follow the original course? How can this be fixed? He's the biggest flaw, isn't he? There was no time to think further. Dark Tiga was walking towards him, and having just been severely injured, he feared he would lose if he relied on his own abilities. At this moment, Taro was also in a state of great shock. Ultraman Tiga actually materialized into Dark Ultraman. Who is manipulating this? Just. Dark Tiga swung his arm, sending a beam of light straight at Taro. Seeing this, Chiki grabbed Ishido Miran from the ground and quickly rolled to dodge. The beam missed its target, striking the ground and sending rocks flying. Quickly, get to a safe place. Chiki carefully placed Ishido Misuzu on the ground, then stood up to face Dark Tiga. "Taro, it's all up to you." He then relinquished control of his body to Taro. "Do not worry." Taro told Chiki not to worry, then got into a fighting stance, his mind becoming serious. Seeing that there was some distance, Taro immediately sprinted forward 2 steps, then leaped into the air and unleashed a swallow kick. Dark Tiga dared not take it head-on and could only retreat to dodge. Taro landed safely, not discouraged by his missed kick. His purpose was to shift the battlefield away from Ishido Misuzu and Fusei Elementary School. It was just a feint. Chiki watched from a first-person perspective, and he also learned how Ultraman fought. Dark Tiga assumed a fighting stance and stepped forward to engage Taro in combat. The two bodies, each weighing tens of thousands of tons, collided with each other, producing a dull thud. Taro faced another punch head-on, and Dark Tiga raised his hand to block. Taking advantage of the opening in the block, Taro delivered another fierce whip kick, and Dark Tiga also delivered a straight kick. Both of them were hit and sent flying backward. The massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The two got up again, but Taro, having been severely injured by the light, found it more difficult to stand. Ding dong. The red light on his chest began to flash, and the time for him to materialize was almost up. Coupled with the injury he had just sustained, the situation was extremely critical. Dark Tiga places his hands on his waist, moving with dark energy. Taro, he's going to use his beam. Seeing that it was the starting stance of the Zeppelian ray, Chiki couldn't help but remind him. Taro agreed, not daring to be careless at all, and used the Strium ray to clash with the Zeppelian ray. Instantly, the two energies burst forth with a powerful impact. The red light on Taro's chest was blaring, and it seemed that if this stalemate continued, he would be the first to fall. It can only be this way. Taro made up his mind and decided to stop fighting with beams. He quickly rolled to the side to avoid the beam's attack range and crossed his arms in front of him. Fiery red energy surged wildly within his body, and Kaiyan Shu felt his body temperature soar, followed by flames burning on his skin. Taro didn't dare to linger either and quickly charged towards Dark Tiga, giving him a solid hug. Boom. With the use of the Ultra Bomb, terrifying energy surged wildly, and the high temperature burned away the surrounding vegetation, leaving the land scorched black. Dark Tiga was also transformed into a doll in the explosion. After detonating himself, Taro's entire body was transformed into light particles, and then he reformed into a cremated doll, his body burning hot and emitting black smoke, while Chiki fell to the side. Because he possesses the Ultra Heart, Taro has the ability to revive and reassemble his body. However, the Ultra Bomb is not without its side effects. Using it will shorten his lifespan and consume a huge amount of energy. In his current state, it is impossible for Taro to transform again in the short term. Chiki struggled to her feet, walked over and grabbed the Taro doll. Hiss! A burning sensation from the high temperature came over him and he quickly let go. At this time, her body was still burning with fever, her consciousness was hazy, and she staggered a few steps before collapsing again. Not far away, the Yumiya Sea people and Balgi aliens who had just been awakened by the Dark Ruler picked up the Dark Tiga Spark doll from the scorched earth. That's incredible. Taro, how are you feeling? Misuzu Ishidu asked with concern. A small bed was laid out on the table, and a Taro doll was hiding there with a small ice pack hanging from its head. I'm mostly fine now, but I won't be able to transform for a while. How's Kishu? He's been unconscious for quite some time. The two looked at Chiki, who was still unconscious on the bed beside them. A day had passed since the battle. The doctor said that there's nothing to worry about now that his temperature has returned to normal. Maybe he's just too tired. I've already asked the priest for leave, so let him get some rest. Meanwhile, the images flashed intermittently through Kaiyan Shu's hazy consciousness. He dreamed again of the scene when his home planet was destroyed, affected by that powerful energy. The surface was scorched by terrifying heat, then cracks appeared on the planet's surface, and finally it fell apart. That sense of powerlessness filled him with fear and resentment. Since coming into this world, he had never dared to recall it, and could only bury this memory deep in his heart. Now, in his coma, he was forced to confront this fear, and all kinds of emotions erupted instantly, with a trace of darkness growing in his heart. Finally, he realized that he had lost everything, a guy who didn't even belong to this world. In the dimly lit room, the alien Balgi alien was dancing and humming a mocking song in front of the many dolls on the shelf. You are puppets, your whole family are puppets. Look, I can move, HMPH, huh? Sensing the Dark Lord appear behind him, he immediately stood at attention. Reporting to the Lord of Darkness, Dark Tiga has been defeated by Ultraman Taro. The speed at which darkness is collected needs to be increased. Kaiyan Shu slowly opened her eyes, but at this moment she did not want to move. You're awake. Taro stood at the head of the bed looking at him. I'm sorry, Chiki, I hurt you by using that technique. It's nothing after all, you had no other choice at the time. Kishu said calmly, though he seemed a little distracted. He was preoccupied with some things and only realized he had been too cold when he saw Taro looking at him, so he changed the subject to get Taro's attention. Taylor, okay, there is also an Ultraman in Galaxy Spark. What? Listen to me first. While I was unconscious, I dreamt of an Ultraman covered in LED lights. He told me some things. Dark Lugil froze time for all living beings during the Spark Doll battle, then fought Jinga. Both were severely injured, and Jinga fell into a deep sleep within the Spark, while Dark Lugil disappeared somewhere. Lugil needs to collect the darkness in people's hearts to revive, and correspondingly, only those chosen by the Spark can awaken Ultraman Jinga. Although I can use the Jinga Spark, I am not one of the chosen ones. Taro pondered upon hearing this, and Chiki remained silent, watching him quietly. To avoid alerting the enemy, he did not reveal who Dark Lugil was currently possessing, otherwise the plot would deviate too much and get out of control. He revealed these things hoping that everyone would be prepared and that things would develop in a positive direction. In any case, the final outcome would be happy and perfect. He only needed to ensure that a few key points went smoothly. In Jiangxing Town, on a path in the park, a boy dragged his suitcase, looked around, and sighed, "It's been 7 years since I last saw this place." It was Hikaru Hajime, 17 years old, a sophomore in high school. Having left his rock singer parents, he dreamed of becoming an adventurer, and now he had returned to his birthplace, Furuichi Town, for summer vacation. What? A stroller glided down the mountain road with Misuzu Ishido shouting from inside. Who stopped it? No way. Upon seeing this, Hikaru dropped his luggage, ran to the stroller, leaped up, grabbed the girl in the stroller, and rolled onto the grass beside him. What a critical moment. I thought I was going to die, thank you. It's nothing, are you all right? Zayagwang. The two exchanged a smile, surprised to meet here. Mailing then explained the situation. Apparently she had seen a woman shouting that her stroller had slipped from her grasp and that her child was inside. She stopped the car, only to find that it was a cute teddy bear inside. However, the dog's bark startled her and she jumped into the stroller behind her, which slid down the slope. What an outstanding young man could he be? In the distance, a doll-like figure appeared and Taro couldn't help but sigh. Kaian-shu stood beside him, but his expression was indifferent. The story has begun. In the classroom where the Galaxy Shrine is located. Grandfather. Hearing this, Lidang Ziojin turned around and saw that it was her grandson returning. She said happily, "Oh, Zayagwang, you're back. Long time no see. By the way, the Galaxy Shrine has moved here. Yes, thanks to our Shirai-sensei, she lent me this place." A dignified and kind middle-aged woman wearing glasses walked towards him with a smile. "Headmaster, student from the auditorium, you've grown so tall." Not bad. When Principal Shirai saw his former students, he couldn't help but think of the past and sighed. It is regrettable, but this primary school has been closed since this spring. Then he looked at Ryaido Hidaki beside him and smiled. "But now that we have your family's shrine, I can come and visit like this now." "I see, that's what happened." "I can see it," said the auditorium director. "Don't worry, there are plenty of places to sleep. Besides, this divine sword is perfectly intact." As Hidaki Lido spoke, the three of them turned to look at the shrine, and a sense of holiness arose spontaneously. Kaian-shu, sitting in the corner, felt a sudden tightness in his chest. The divine sword was still tucked in his pocket. Hikaru hadn't noticed him yet. The three were still discussing. "A divine sword? That's all thanks to the blessings of the gods." "May I take a look at this? Why are you suddenly watching this?" Well, how should I put it? Upon hearing that the auditorium was eager to see the divine sword, Kaian-shu couldn't sit still any longer. "Hello, auditorium student." Hearing the sound behind him, Guang turned around and saw a boy of similar age getting up from the corner and walking towards him. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The auditorium light asked, shaking the outstretched hand. "I'm a tourist from out of town, and I'm currently working at your family's Galaxy Shrine. So this is Suddenly, a figure stepped into the classroom. It was Ishido Mayuri, dressed in a kimono, who interrupted their conversation. "Good morning. Thank you for your hard work all this time. Please take care of me." "Yes." Seeing Grandpa chatting with Mayuri, Hikaru couldn't help but look over, his gaze fixed on Mayuri Ishido, who was dressed in a kimono. Seeing this, Mayuri explained to Hikaru, "I'm working as a shrine maiden here during summer vacation." "That's right." Mailing fiddled with it for a while, then noticed that the auditorium was still staring at her, and she couldn't help but feel shy. "Is it really polite to stare at someone like that?" Sure enough, seeing that he was still staring at her, Misuzu Ishido said, "Stop staring at me like that." Upon hearing this, Hikaru turned his head away and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. The other three, sensing the tension, remained silent. Mailing also turned her head away, unsure what to say. Then Hikaru continued to stare wide-eyed at Misuzu Ishido. Hey, what are you staring at so intently?" Two people were peering into the classroom doorway. It was Chigusa and Kenta. Their reunion broke the silence. "Zio Guang, it's been a long time. It's been such a long time no see. I'm so touched. You really are Kenta." "Yes, has it changed a lot?" "Nothing has changed." "What?" As the four of them laughed and joked around, Principal Shirai and the host watched with smiles. "I'm so happy. It's been so long since this place has been this lively." Principal Shirai couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing this, Kaian-shu looked at her warily and smiled, knowing that things would get even more lively soon. "I'm so happy too. It's been so long since I've seen such a beautiful smile on your face." That's what Hidaki said. People from Shimin are usually very reserved in their speech, so the meaning behind this sentence was quite profound, which surprised Principal Shirai. "What? It's nothing, it doesn't mean anything in particular," Li Tang Ziojin quickly explained. Chiki looked around at the people, Hikaru and Misuzu Isto, Chigusa and Kenta. "They were one thing, but it turns out you two were having an affair too. Am I standing here too conspicuously? After all, I'm just a single dog." Suddenly, Taro poked his head out of his pocket and saw Chiki smiling mysteriously at him. "It seems there's more than one." As night fell, the students on the playground returned to their classrooms with their soccer balls. Inside a classroom tent, Chiki and Taro were plotting something. Alright, then I'll go guide that young man named Hikaru tonight and see if he can achieve super fusion with me. Taro said after listening to Kishu's advice. That's good. At the same time, we need to find a way to get him to unleash Ultraman Jinga, so that we'll have more confidence. Seeing that everything was planned out, Kishu finally felt at ease and went to sleep, while Taro teleported to the Galaxy Shrine to wait for the arrival of the auditorium light. The next day, guided by Taro, Hikari Rado arrived at the back mountain. After explaining the cause and effect of the Spark Doll battle, she tried to super fusion with Taro on the lawn. However, just as she was about to start, she was spotted by Misuzu Isarugi, who happened to be looking for dessert ingredients in the back mountain. Hikari hurriedly hid the Spark Jinga and Taro fell to the ground. Zio Guang, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Taking a walk, huh? But mailing, what are you doing here? Really? Then I'll help you collect the raw materials. Really? Great, let's go. So the two of them happily ran off hand in hand, completely forgetting about Taro lying on the ground. Hey Hikaru. Down another hill, two men, one in blue-green work clothes and the other with a white headscarf, were diligently throwing old electrical appliances off a vehicle, crushing the surrounding flowers and plants. It was so hard to find the ingredients for making desserts. Upon seeing this, Misuzu Ishidu looked over and asked, "Excuse me, could you please tidy up this trash?" Hikaru Ryodo's expression darkened and he stepped forward saying, "Excuse me, could you please tidy up this trash?" When the two men saw that someone was coming to cause trouble, they stopped what they were doing and looked at him with fierce expressions. "What are you saying, brat? We're working here. You are committing a crime, don't pollute our mountain. What did you say, you bastard?" As he spoke, the man in the blue-green work clothes was about to make a move. Hey, Kyan Shu, who was not far away, came out. He had originally wanted to try his luck in the back mountain to find the Spark Doll, but he did not expect to run into them. Naturally, he could not let the auditorium be the only one to be beaten, so he stopped the two of them. "Where did this brat come from? Mind your own business." A man wearing a white towel on his head stepped forward and threatened him. Island nations are already lacking in local resources. Selling these wastes to recyclers should make you a lot of money. Why do you waste money on fuel to haul them deep into the mountains and risk committing crimes and polluting the environment? What's it to you? I'll do whatever I want. Brother, what he said seems to make sense. There's money to be made. I already called the police when you two were throwing away discarded appliances. If you don't want to go to jail, get out of here. Kyan Shu spoke slowly and sure enough, a moment later a sharp whistle sounded and a policeman on a bicycle shouted from a distance, "Hey, what are you doing there?" It was Zio Pei who had arrived by bicycle and the two of them panicked upon seeing the situation. "Let's go." He hurriedly opened the car door, started the car and drove off. "Zioshi, aren't you Zio Guang? Long time no see. The suspect who illegally abandoned the item has just escaped. I knew it, no wonder I found them suspicious." So he ignored the crowd, rode his bike over and shouted at the two men, "Hey, wait a minute, you'll get your comeuppance for doing this." Kishu was impressed by the dedicated and honest policeman, but at the same time she wanted to shake off the two and continue searching for the doll in the mountains. Hikari mailing, "I'll go after them and see." Hey, Kishu. When Zio Guang saw him chasing after the departing group, he immediately wanted to follow, but accidentally the galaxy spark in his pocket fell out, so he had to stop and pick it up. Zio Guang, isn't this the divine sword? The two scoundrels were driving their truck on the road when suddenly the male driver, wearing a white headscarf, slammed on the brakes, causing them to stumble forward and collide head-on. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." In the middle of the road ahead, a strange humanoid creature was writhing, with a head similar to Leo's, red eyes, a black and gold body, and a deep blue prismatic crystal on its chest. It was the Balgi alien, a sea creature from outer space. After the exercise was over, a Balgi alien rushed up to the two of them and looked at them through the car window. The two of them had never seen such a thing before and were so frightened that they couldn't speak. "You filthy humans, let me take advantage of your dark hearts." He then took out the Spark Doll of Lightning Darmble, its eyes flashing red light. Fear filled their faces, the darkness within them amplified and their eyes flashed red. A purplish-black power was drawn forth, coalescing into a dark flash before them. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room at Jiangxing Elementary School, the dark sparks in the hand of that eerie arm flickered continuously after absorbing dark power. Hearing a deep yet loud roar from not far away, along with the sound of the earth shaking, Kyan Shu stopped in his tracks. It should be Lightning Darmble, but it's unclear whether Zio Guang has materialized into King Black. If no one stops him, Lightning Darmble's attack on the town from the back mountain will be a disaster. There's nothing he can do except hope that it doesn't deviate too much from the plot. The feeling of helplessness came back to him, and a surge of resentment welled up in his heart. He immediately ran towards the direction of Lightning Darmble. He first saw little Pei, who had fainted after witnessing the monster, so he stopped and was about to wake him when he noticed movement around him. He then looked around warily. Not far away, the Balgi aliens were standing there watching him. Kyan Shu immediately calmed down. What was this guy doing here? He must have run into him on the way after he had bewitched those two. He wasn't worried. After all, this guy was easily caught by a few high school students with mop handles in the show. Even if he couldn't catch him, he was confident he could drag Xiao Pei away, since this guy was practically useless in combat before he grew to giant size. Kishu pondered whether to seize the opportunity to capture or kill him, which would have prevented him from later manipulating Kenti and Chika into turning into monsters. Perhaps this would have slowed down the Dark Ruler's collection of darkness, but it also meant he might have been able to send out other, more troublesome dark agents. Chiki-kun, I can smell the darkness in your heart. Would you like to become a companion of darkness and serve the Lord of Darkness with me? That won't do. I still have to work at the shrine. It's a bit unchaste to serve two at the same time. Besides, you might not even provide room and board. What nonsense! Let me amplify the darkness in your heart. Balji's eyes flashed red, looking very eerie. Chiki quickly avoided looking into his eyes, but a strong negative emotion still rose in her heart. An even larger purplish-black energy was drawn out and condensed into a dark flash. Sensing a repulsive, dark force approaching him from somewhere, he immediately calmed his mind and severed ties with it. Seeing that he had grasped the dark flash, the Balgi alien laughed. You've managed to stay conscious. It seems you and Ikijauji are the same kind of people. Well then, this is for you. From now on, you'll have to cooperate with me to complete the Dark Ruler's mission. Kyan Shu remained silent and accepted the doll. With its golden chest armor and a body adorned with purple, red, and silver hues, it was none other than Ultraman Tiga from before. In another part of the back mountain, the Queen Black, who had superfused with the Hall of Light, was defeated by Lightning Darmble while trying to protect Mailing. In the nick of time, she summoned the galaxy herself and successfully knocked Mailing back into a doll. In the classroom where the shrine is located, the two are kneeling on the ground in front of the shrine, while Xiojin of the Ritual Hall performs an exorcism ritual. Since ancient times, people have regarded language as a seed, and through the power of words, they have been able to understand the universe. A few people standing at the back of the classroom whispered among themselves, "What kind of ceremony is this?" It seems to be an exorcism. Were those two people possessed by something? Probably, but they've already been driven away. Hikaru looked at Misuzu Ishidu, and the two recalled yesterday's promise and Taro's warning. Don't tell anyone about the galaxy spark. The forces of darkness have already begun to move, and the enemy could appear at any time. Then, this is a secret between me and Hikaru. Kishu was perched on the window of the corridor, lost in thought, staring at the necklace in her hand. What are these? Are you Kyan Shu? Upon hearing this, Kishu turned his head and saw a brown-haired boy with a mushroom-shaped haircut walking towards him. The boy was none other than Ikijauji Yuya. Yes, what's wrong? Kyan Shu looked at him and replied. He still had a deep impression of this boy who hated dreams. Nice to meet you, I am Tomoya Ikijauji. I just came to see what you who also possess the dark spark are like. Chiki stared into his eyes. Was he testing him? He couldn't figure out what this guy's purpose was. Was he just stirring up trouble because he was indignant that Hikaru and the others casually talked about their dreams? Oh, now that you've seen me, what do you think I look like? It seems you are different from those who lose themselves in the dark spark, so I'd like to ask what your views are on dreams. A monk from the temple also said. Kyan Shu pondered for a moment. For a genius like him who had lived a privileged life since childhood and lacked nothing, his confusion was simply due to a lack of harsh realities from society. He didn't think that words could sway him. Someone once said, although I have no dreams, I can protect the dreams of others. When you feel lost, don't stop moving forward. Perhaps if you keep walking down this path of life, everything will become clear. Kyan Shu said. Ikijauji Yu remained silent upon hearing this, pondering Chiki's words carefully. After a long while, he gave Chiki a deep look. That's it. Then he turned and left. Watching his departing figure, Kishu curled her lip. These high school students, with just a little bit of teenage trouble, want to defeat Ultraman and turn into monsters. She hoped her words had some effect. After all, Ultraman Jinga ultimately defeated Dark Lugil thanks to the light of everyone's hearts, and correspondingly, the more negative emotions Lugil absorbed, the stronger he became. She also hoped Ikijauji would resolve his inner turmoil soon and stop causing trouble. As for dreams, he was somewhat lost. Deep down, he wanted to go home, to return to his world and continue living, but that place was no longer there. The power of resentment coalesced into a dark flash, but because the essence of this resentment was a desire to protect everything, he did not lose his mind. That said, if we're talking about dreams, saving that world is one of them. But can such a distant dream really be realized? Remember in Ultraman Geed during the Impel Down crisis, Belial activated the bomb that destroyed the Temple of the Universe, and King Ultra sacrificed himself to restore it. Can I reach King Ultra's level? He stared at the necklace in his hand, its crystal pendant sparkling in the sunlight. Well, as I just said to my friend, let's live in the moment and focus on doing what's at hand first. After figuring things out, Kyan Shu felt much more at peace. She put on the necklace and went outside. The weather is nice today, so I'm going for a walk. However, as soon as they arrived at the playground, Chiki heard the roar of a motorcycle. Not far away, a street thug wearing camouflage clothes, a black leather jacket, and silver rings on his lips was riding a motorcycle around the soccer goal. Kenta and the others were trapped inside and dared not go out. Where did such an annoying guy come from? Disturbed from her walk, Kishu felt annoyed. Seeing a soccer ball at her feet, she picked it up and threw it at the head of the perverted stalker. Who? Hit on the head, the stalker was annoyed and saw Chiki standing not far away. You brat, I'll crush you to death. He accelerated, the motorcycle made an even louder noise and sped towards Kyan Shu. Kyan Shu didn't dodge, she just stood there quietly watching him drive towards her. Is this kid scared out of his wits? The stalker slightly tightened the handbrake. He just liked chasing and scaring people, but he didn't want to cause any deaths or compensation. He had just hit and injured someone yesterday and the police were still looking for him. Seeing that he slowed down, Kyan Shu still did not dodge. Just before the collision, Kyan Shu quickly stepped back to the side, seized the opportunity and kicked the motorcycle hard. The motorcycle tilted violently and fell to the ground, sliding several meters on the ground. The stalker also fell off. Damn it, you brat, you're asking for it. The fall was quite hard on him. He gritted his teeth and yelled, struggling to get up, but a foot stomped down hard, sending him sprawling to the ground again. After being stepped on, he lay on his stomach and turned his head. After the foot retracted, another foot kicked out, this time directly at his head. Instantly, he saw stars and his vision blurred. Kyan Shu didn't let him off the hook. She pulled him up from the ground, grabbed his arm and kicked him hard in the waist, knocking him to the ground again. After finally managing to get up, the stalker staggered toward the fallen motorcycle, uttered a harsh threat and sped away. You wait for me. Seeing that he had run away, Kyan Shu finally calmed down her agitation. Relieved to be rescued, Ishido Misuzu said to Chiki, Thank you, Kishu-kun. It's all right, but be careful these days and it's best not to go out alone. So he turned and left, ignoring the stares of the remaining members of the auditorium. SHH. In a corner unseen by the crowd next to the soccer goal, Taro, arriving late after hearing the shouts, watched Chiki's departing figure. Something seems off about Kyan Shu. Oh well, maybe I'm just overthinking it. At night, Guang couldn't sleep. He kept replaying the scene of being stalked by the stalker during the day in his mind. Mailing's frightened voice and appearance lingered in his mind. So he simply got dressed, opened the tent, and went to the playground to clear his mind. By the window where no moonlight shone, a patch of darkness stared intently at him. The sky was pitch black and there was no one on the playground. The auditorium staff walked until they reached the place where they had been besieged during the day. A sliver of darkness crept up on him under the cover of night, creeping along the ground like a maggot clinging to his body. Thank you, Kishu-kun. Misuzu Ishido's words lingered in his ears, like a demonic chant that wouldn't go away, while the image of Chiki defeating the stalker appeared in his mind. Why didn't I stand up for her back then? Compared to Chiki, why did I act so cowardly? Why didn't I protect Mailing? Mailing's frightened expression reappeared, along with her words to Chiki. Thank you, Chiki-kun. A hint of jealousy surfaced. No, it's all Chiki's fault. If it weren't for him, I would have intervened and I would have protected Mailing too. As the flames of jealousy grew stronger, the darkness within grew ever stronger, and the ominous aura became increasingly apparent. Suddenly, a galaxy-like spark appeared on the back of his hand, and a six-pointed star pattern flashed with a faint light. The darkness retreated rapidly as if startled, and its aura instantly weakened. The auditorium light also came to its senses. What was I thinking just now? On the back hill, Kyan Shu was bending over, rummaging through the grass, occasionally pulling out a dark flashlight to check if there was any reaction. When a doll is detected nearby, the crystal-like part at the center of the dark flash will flicker. With the help of the dark flash, it is much easier for him to find dolls. He just found an ancient doll. My dear friend, what are you looking for? An unpleasant voice rang out, and the Balgi aliens, sea creatures from outer space, appeared before them. Find out a female Balgi alien nearby and give her to you so you can be paired up. 1,000 trees spoke in a strange, unemotional tone. Haha, thank you so much. Balgi became excited and was about to bend down to search in the grass with Kyan Shu when he suddenly remembered something and stopped. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I'm here to deliver the Dark Ruler's orders. If you know who Ultraman Jinga is, please try to destroy him, or if you know the whereabouts of the Jinga spark, steal it. What benefit would I get from doing this? Kyan Shu looked at him and asked. As a dark agent who excels at completing missions, the Dark Ruler will grant you even greater dark power. Okay, I'll try my best. Kishu nodded, gave him a perfunctory reply, and then ignored him, continuing to walk around with her head down, searching for the nearby spark doll. Once the Balgi alien saw that he had agreed and the mission had been conveyed, he ignored him and ran off, dancing with joy. He had already chosen his next target to draw upon the darkness yesterday. Watching his departing figure, Kishu secretly pondered that perhaps he could find an opportunity to kill this guy and then superfuse with his doll. That way, he could use his identity to infiltrate Dark Lugil's inner circle. He remembered that there were quite a few dolls in that small dark room, and he could secretly take out a few. After searching again without success, Kishu could only purse her lips and leave. Why am I so unlucky? Oh well, ordinary puppets aren't very useful anyway. Quantity doesn't matter as much as quality. I should just figure out how to take down the Balgi aliens later. Composing himself, Kyan Shu got up, dusted himself off, and headed towards Jiangxing Elementary School. Chigusa and Kenta entered the classroom where Hikaru lived and woke him up. They were intrigued by the things he had collected from his travels. When the auditorium saw that it was the two of them, it stood up, took a sip of water, and then asked, "Where's Mailing?" When he asked the question, the two stopped. "She didn't come. That's strange. She left home earlier than us," Chigusa replied. Kenta suddenly paused. "Could it be that I've been stalked by that stalker again?" I'll go take a look right away." Hikaru was startled by his words and immediately went to find Misuzu with concern. It took Chiki about half an hour to get back to school. As she turned the corner at the top of the stairs, she saw a figure hurrying forward. Just as they were about to collide, Chiki quickly stopped and helped him up. Then she recognized him as Hikaru. Zio Guang slowed down. "Oh, I'm sorry." Seeing that he had almost bumped into someone, Hikaru quickly apologized, but when he saw that the person who came was Chiki, his expression immediately became a little unnatural. Although it was only for a moment, it was still caught by Kyan Shu's eyes. "What's wrong? Where are you going?" "No, it's nothing." The auditorium light avoided his gaze, his eyes darting away, and he turned to walk past him. "Kyan Shu Mailing has disappeared. Perhaps she's been harassed by that perverted stalker from yesterday." Chigusa and Kenta, upon seeing that it was Chiki, immediately spoke. Upon hearing this, Kyan Shu nodded and said, "It shouldn't be, don't worry." Turning his head, he saw that Hikaru had bumped into someone again. This time he wasn't so lucky. The two of them fell to the ground at the same time and the galaxy spark in Hikaru's pocket fell out. "Ouch, that hurts, my head is throbbing," Hikaru cried out. "It's Yuya Ikajoji, that quiet transfer student. Well, I excel at academics and am good at all-around sports, but I hate people." Chigusa and Kenta were whispering to each other at the classroom door. Ikaju rubbed his head, turned around and saw the Milky Way spark on the ground. Hikaru was startled and quickly grabbed it and put it in his pocket. "Excuse me, I have something urgent to attend to." So he got up and hurried downstairs. "You must be Hikaru from the auditorium." Yes, that's right. "I am Tomoya Ikajoji, nice to meet you." "Is this the Jinga shrine?" "Yes, in the music room upstairs." "Do you know that there's a very strange divine sword enshrined here?" "I don't have time to argue with you about this." "If you're worried about her, I don't think it's necessary." "What? Ishidu Misuzu, I just ran into her." "Hey, wait a minute, what's going on? Explain yourself." Upon hearing this, Hikaru stopped walking and asked Ikijauji Yuya. "Maybe you can go to the playground and take a look. Mailing might be there to relax. She used to like swinging on the swings there. You can try looking for her there." Kishu interjected, then turned to Ikajuyu. "Right. Ikijauji said calmly. Upon hearing this, Hikaru no longer lingered, quickly went down the stairs and ran towards the playground. Seeing that Ikajoji was about to go upstairs, Chiki followed him. Ikajoji's friend also saw this but didn't say anything. When they reached a quiet, secluded spot, Chiki stopped. "What is your purpose in seeking out the Galaxy Shrine?" When Ikijo saw him stop, he also stopped walking forward, but he did not face him. "Take the Jinga Spark. Besides, you just saw it yourself, so you should know who Ultraman Jinga is, right?" "So what's your next plan? It's none of your business, you seem to have no right to interfere." "You're right, but what I'm saying is whatever you're planning, I advise you to give up." Reason. "You don't know the truth and you don't know the purpose of the Dark Ruler. You are just a tool being used. In short, if you try to sow discord among the four of them and help Balgi collect darkness, you will regret it in the future." Ikijauji Yuya frowned slightly, paused, and asked, "Why should I listen to you? Because your current behavior is simply boring and ridiculous, revealing the emptiness in your heart." Having his sore spot touched, Ikaju's calm expression changed drastically and anger flared up in his heart. "Whether you're being used or what you say, I'm a person without dreams. I'm just doing what I find interesting. You told me before about protecting other people's dreams, so this must be your dream. Since you say my behavior is boring and ridiculous, then tearing up your dreams should be quite fun. Since you want to protect them, then let me see what you're capable of." After saying that, Ikiju Yuya turned and left. Sure enough, Ikijauji Yu wouldn't have realized his mistake without experiencing a setback. In the show, he only realized his mistake after being defeated by Ultraman Jinga. Thus, the Iron Killer became Iron 9 and fought alongside Ultraman Jinga from then on. Kishu shook her head, no longer thinking about it. She turned to look at the sky outside the window. At this time, Balgi should have absorbed the dark energy of that perverted stalker, giving him the dark spark and the Kimmer puppet. In order to seek revenge, that stalker should be lurking near the school. It's a good opportunity to test the power of the dark spark with him. Having made up his mind, he packed up the dark spark and the doll, went downstairs, and wandered around the school area looking for the stalker. Sure enough, on a road that was the only way out of the school gate, a man was sitting on a motorcycle, watching him walk towards him step by step. "You little brat who's asking for death, I've finally waited for you. Come on, let your brother turn you into bubbles." He took out the Kimmer Spark doll and the dark spark and pressed the tip of the dark spark to the sole of the spark doll's foot. Instantly, purplish-black energy surged in all directions. Kimmer people. With that deep voice, the stalker from before, along with the motorcycle, transformed into the alien in front of him, a jet-black creature with a spray handle on its head, 3 eyes on its head, and its entire body covered in black. Its appearance is really ugly. Kishu sized up the ugly appearance of the Kimmer man in front of him and gave his assessment. The Kimmer people came forward to grab him, but Chiki wasn't afraid. Since he could be hit in the buttocks by Misuzu Ishidu's stick in the show, it means that physical attacks from ordinary people are still effective against him. He just needs to be careful of the slime he spews out, and then he can beat him up again. So he repeated the same beating he had given him last time, and the Kimmer was knocked to the ground again. He was furious and pounded the ground a few times before getting up and twisting his body. Kishu knew he was about to grow to gigantic size, so he ran away and when he was at a suitable distance, took out the dark spark and the Galza spark doll. Seeing that its body had grown enormous, the Kimmer man waved his arms wildly and raised his foot to stomp on the 1,000 trees. Dark fusion, Galza. A tremendous force erupted from beneath the Kimmer's feet, knocking him aside. Galza's massive body stood erect, its head resembling a turban, its stomach covered in armor and its entire body muscular. Seeing him fall to the ground, Kaian Shu did not hesitate and ran forward. His huge beast feet came down and stomped hard on the stomach of the Kimmer man several times. "You like to step on people, don't you? Here, take these kicks back." Ignoring the cries of the Kimmer, Galza grabbed one of his legs, dragged it around on the ground a few times, spun it around and swung it into the air. Kaian Shu spotted an open space and threw him out with all his might. The Kimmer man crashed to the ground, his back arching in pain. Seeing Kaian Shu walking towards him, he remembered that he had the skill of fast movement, so he endured the pain and quickly got up. Seeing this, Kishu was about to swing his tail to lash him out, but he couldn't keep up with the speed. Suddenly, the Kimmer appeared in front of him and quickly sprayed a mouthful of liquid from the spray nozzle on his head, hitting Galza right in the face. Kishu suddenly felt a strange sensation. Galza's body was slowly disappearing. Alas, although I can overpower my opponent in terms of strength, I simply can't keep up with their speed, and their strange liquid is also very difficult to deal with. The Kimmers, seeing Galza's enormous body slowly disappearing, danced with excitement. Without hesitation, Kishu pulled out the Ultraman Leo Spark doll. Dark Fusion, Dark Leo Ultraman. A giant with a body that was pitch black with a few red streaks and a wing-like head appeared, instantly releasing a lion-like aura and a powerful aura that covered the surroundings. That's Ultraman Leo. How did he become a Dark Ultraman too? Inside a house not far away, Taro, standing by the window, sensed something and looked over. He saw a jet-black warrior standing in the moonlight. The Kimmer stopped what they were doing. Seeing another giant appear, they decided to try the same trick again. Another stream of black liquid spewed from its head, but this time Kishu was prepared and dodged it. Ultraman Leo was not weak. He delivered a powerful punch to Kimmer's chest, sending him flying back dozens of meters. The Kimmer felt as if his chest was about to split open from the attack, but seeing that the opponent was launching another offensive, He dared not stop. He used his rapid movement to circle around the 1,000 trees. He couldn't defeat them head-on, so he had to look for opportunities to launch sneak attacks. Kishu saw through his thoughts, but Kimur was just an ordinary alien, while Leo was an elite Ultraman of the Ultra Brothers level, and such speed would hardly pose a problem. Calming down, Leo observed through his yellow light bulb that the rapidly moving Kimurian was gradually slowing down. Here, seizing the opportunity, Kaiyan Shu reacted swiftly, unleashing a lightning-fast kick that struck the Kimur man squarely, sending him flying backward. Kaiyan Shu didn't hesitate. Seeing that the distance was right, he took a few steps forward, and with a final push off the ground, he leaped into the air in a flying kick, heading straight for the spot where the Kayamur people were lying. Leo flying kick. A terrifying purplish-black flame enveloped his feet. The Kimur who had just fallen to the ground was unable to dodge in time, and the flying kick landed squarely on his body. Oh! After a burst of sparks, the Kimur people were transformed into spark dolls in the explosion. Chiki nodded in satisfaction and then deactivated the transformation. He walked over, picked up the smoking spark doll and gently patted it. Looking at the deranged stalker lying to the side, he slowly said, "Go and repent to the priest of the galaxy shrine." Sensing that someone was approaching, he quickly left the area. A short while later, Taro, who was late, stood on the ground and saw the deranged stalker lying on the ground. Who is it? Chiki, who was hiding in the shadows, saw Taro arrive and decided to leave quietly. Now is not the time to be honest. If Hikaru and Taro see that I possess the dark flash, it will be difficult to explain later. Back at her lodgings, Kishu lay down in her comfortable tent. Since the darkness within him was drawn out, he not only possessed the dark flash, but also seemed to be able to control this power. He could clearly feel his physical abilities improving, though not by much, but enough to deal with the few ordinary people here. At the same time, his perception had also increased significantly, especially his sensitivity to the aura of light. As expected, the power of darkness comes easily. No wonder so many aliens are willing to fall into darkness to gain power. But similarly, this power is easy to lose control of and cause people to lose their minds. Kaiyan Shu shook his head. Of course he was pursuing the light, but he had obtained this power inexplicably. Stopping his thoughts, Chiki reflected on the battle. He realized that as he used the spark doll, some of his abilities were gradually increasing. For example, in the story, when Misuzu's father used Dark Ultraman and Dark 7, his fighting awareness was strong and his moves were sophisticated. Could this be the ability of an ordinary person? It was like muscle memory. The user using the spark doll's body naturally possessed this awareness. Therefore, through using the Leo spark doll this time, he had also learned some fighting techniques. The night was far from peaceful. After hearing the sounds of Leo and the Kimur fighting outside the window, Taro used his telekinesis to teleport away in order to find out what was going on. Only Hikaru Ryaido remained asleep in the tent. Sensing the departure of the aura of light, a trace of darkness gradually appeared on Hikaru Ryaido's body. In the hazy, dreamlike state, a voice kept appearing in my mind. Do you crave power? In the pitch-black night, dark clouds obscured the moon and the auditorium in my dream was shrouded in darkness. What the hell is this place? Do you crave power? Who are you? Do you crave power? Obey me and I can grant you even more power so that you will be the one to protect Mailing instead of that Kaiyan Shu. Who are you? In the boundless darkness, he ran desperately, but it was as if he were going nowhere. In the classroom where Hikaru was, suddenly the darkness surrounding him sensed footsteps in the distance and quickly disappeared. Crack. The classroom door was pushed open, and Misuzu Ishidu walked in, holding Taro in her hand. Taro used his teleportation to teleport in front of the auditorium. Hey Xiaoguang, wake up, Taro said. Hearing Taro's voice, Hikaru rubbed his eyes and sat up. Oh, it's Taro and Mailing, what are you doing here so late? Misuzu stepped forward and gently lit the candle. In the light, she could see Hikaru's face. Xiaoguang, why is your face so sweaty? Oh, I just had a nightmare, maybe I haven't been feeling well lately. Auditorium Guang rubbed his eyes again, looking listless. By the way, Taro, what are you doing here so late? And Mailing, why are you at school so late? Well, haha, I ran into Kishu on my way home this afternoon. He said it wasn't safe for me to go home alone, that I might run into that perverted stalker, and advised me to stay at school tonight. Since I was a little scared, I stayed there. I was just called over by Taro. Misuzu Ishidu smiled sheepishly. I called you all here because I have something to say. Taro said seriously, and seeing the two looking at him, he continued, you should have seen these strange phenomena and events recently. In my opinion, it is very likely that someone is manipulating things in the dark. Someone is manipulating evil forces, controlling people by exploiting the darkness within their hearts. Yes, that must be it, that's for sure. Yes, things have been very unsettled here ever since the fire at the shrine. There's been a stalker and suspicious flames. Yes, these must have been done by people possessed by monsters. It must have been the enemy who attached the monster's dark whirlwind and dark flash to them and then exploited their evil hearts. Moreover, the enemy is in this small town. Suddenly, a noise outside the window startled the three people who were in a tense situation. Is it another monster? The three looked out the window and saw Chigusa and Kenta setting off fireworks, with a rather mature-looking woman sitting next to them. Chigusa and Kenta also looked up and saw the three of them waving happily. Xiaoguang, Mailing, let's play together, stop scaring me. Seeing that it was just a false alarm, Guang turned away from the window. Fireworks, what a beautiful sight in summer. Taro, perched on Mailing's shoulder, gazed at the fireworks outside the window and exclaimed in admiration. How about we go have some fun? When Misuzu Ishidu saw the fireworks, she was as happy as a child and turned around to ask Hikari about them. I'm not going. I'm not some little kid who plays with fireworks. Then the three of them ran down together. Coming, Hikaru and Misuzu stood very close together, happily waving their fireworks. Oh, how is it, Mailing? This is really interesting. Seeing the two having so much fun not far away, Kenta and his senior, who were sitting together nearby, watched silently. Those two seem to get along really well. Are they lovers? No, we've been playmates since childhood. Mailing works as a shrine maiden at the shrine up there. Chigusa chimed in from the side. I'm very sorry, my name is Mailing and this is Xiaoguang. Hello. The two people saw this and heard their conversation. They stopped playing around, walked over and introduced themselves. This is Yukasugo, Kenta introduced. Good evening. Yukasugo is also a graduate of this school. We met when we were buying fireworks. I'm sorry I missed this place so much that I came here on my own. Then you'll be our senior. Kishu was lying in bed when she suddenly heard a sound outside. Hehe, where did that sound come from in the middle of the night? So he got up, put on his slippers, and saw a faint light coming from the window, so he went to the window. Fireworks. Kai and Shu watched as the people below happily played with fireworks, the dazzling light illuminating their joyful smiles. I miss it so much. Amidst the dazzling flames, Kai and Shu stared, momentarily lost in thought. She remembered how, as a child, she loved setting off fireworks during the Lunar New Year, constantly begging her father to buy her some, but too afraid to do it herself. Watching the beautiful sparks fly from the fireworks in her father's hands, she would happily run around him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Kishu came to her senses. Wait a minute, that woman next to Kenta doesn't seem like a simple person. Pretty good. After a careful examination, Kai and Shu finally recognized who she was. In the Ultraman Jinga series, Suga Kayori at this point should have been bewitched by Balgi and should have the Pandan King's Spark doll in her possession. Inspired by the forces of darkness, Kishu began to have some thoughts about her. Can I absorb her dark power for my own use? After some thought, I came up with a plan. After setting off fireworks, the group came to the teacher's room at the request of Suga Kayori-senpai. Wow, I miss the teacher's office so much. I used to come here often to deliver my lecture notes. As soon as Sugayuki entered the classroom, she exclaimed in amazement and then took out her camera and began taking pictures everywhere. Hikaru and the others followed them in. It's worth mentioning that this was Hikaru's residence, with his sleeping tent right next to it. Taro and several spark dolls were openly displayed on the table. Why aren't you all asleep yet? It's so late. Chiki arrived uninvited, yawned, leaned against the classroom door, looked at the people inside, and focused her gaze on the senior student Suga. It's Chiki. This is Suga Kaori, a senior from this school. We met her on Kenta Road. Because she misses her alma mater, we brought her here for a visit. Misuzu Ishidu turned to look at him and smiled. Speaking of which, Kai and Shu, why aren't you asleep yet at this hour? Kenta asked. I was lying in bed when I heard you setting off fireworks downstairs, so I got up to take a look. That's it. Upon seeing a stranger arrive, Sugayuki stepped forward and greeted her warmly. Hello, my name is Sugayuki, nice to meet you. Hello, I am 180 cm tall and weigh 135 kg. I am currently single. Excuse me, what? Oh, it's nothing. Nice to meet you, my name is Kishu. By the way, were you taking pictures just now? Kai and Shu wanted to change the subject. Yes, but my photos are always blurry. Yuki Suga smiled and tried her best to appear approachable. If you want to take photos, ask Kenta. Hikaru interrupted and Kenta's eyes flickered slightly when he was suddenly called out. Kenta's home is the town's photo studio. His skills are absolutely amazing. Mailing and Chigusa echoed her suggestion, however, Kenta's expression was not good. No, I no longer take photos. No way. Everyone was surprised to hear this, as they all knew that photography was Kenta's greatest passion and becoming a photographer was his dream. Didn't you say you wanted to become a professional photographer? When did I say that? I stopped filming a long time ago. Ignoring him, Senior Suga Kayori turned to Kenta as if she hadn't heard him at all and said, "By the way, can you take a picture for me?" She then stepped forward and took Kenta's hand. "Is that all right? Let's do it as a tribute to our alma mater that is about to cease to exist." Kenta blushed instantly when a girl suddenly grabbed his hand, especially such a beautiful older sister. Chigusa, who was standing next to him, also exclaimed in surprise. "Pinky promise see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow." Kenta was overjoyed to hear his senior's request. "Okay." He immediately agreed, hooking his little finger with hers. Whether out of shyness or something else, he happily ran out. Chigusa's expression changed and she chased after him. Meanwhile, Hikaru Ryaido and Misuzu Ishido, who had been watching the drama unfold, also left their previous positions. Hikaru went out to find the two who had just left, while Misuzu Ishido slowed down her pace and turned to look at Suga-senpai before leaving. Under the yellow candlelight, her previously happy face instantly turned cold. She turned her head to look at the tarot and other sparklers on the table and then left. After she left, Taro said to Misuzu Ishido, "I hope I was overthinking it. Let's go, everyone's gone." "Taro, you should get some sleep too, but speaking of which, even though you're a doll, aren't you tired of sleeping standing up all night?" Senju said, then walked to the table and laid Taro down flat. That feels much better, thank you Kishu." "Nothing." It seems that Kishu-kun is a gentle and considerate person. Misuzu Ishido laughed. "No way, I can't even take care of myself. In fact, it's all thanks to you mailing that the shrine is so well managed. I haven't done much work at all." Kishu felt a little embarrassed when she heard others praising her. Suddenly the door opened and the auditorium light returned, revealing the two chatting and laughing happily. Mailing, in particular, was staring at Kishu while talking and laughing, which made Mailing feel a little irritated. "What are you two talking about here?" "It's nothing. Xiaoguang, why are you back?" "Everyone went back to sleep and then I came back." "All right then, it is indeed very late, it's time to go to sleep. Good night, Kishu, it is good." Chiki agreed, nodded to Hikaru, and then walked out of the room towards her own room. "Good night, Xiaoguang, I'm going back to my room too." "Ah," Hikaru answered reluctantly, and after she left, he shook his head as he watched Chiki's departing figure. The next day, the weather was fine and sunny, but it was still before 10 a.m., the time I had agreed to meet with Senior Suga. Kenta, with a camera hanging around his neck and some equipment, hurriedly went to Hikaru's classroom. Finding him still asleep, he woke him up. "What?" Guang turned over in bed. He had indeed stayed up quite late last night and didn't really want to get up. "When are you going to stop sleeping, Hikaru?" "Kenta, what are you doing so early in the morning?" "I want to take pictures here, take pictures, take pictures." He seemed quite excited, gesturing with his hands. "That thing we talked about last night." "Ah, oh dear, get up, Sugata will be here at 10 o'clock. We had to do a big cleanup and set up the equipment beforehand." Originally, Kenta's tone suddenly softened. "I really intend to give up photography. I think my motivation, or rather my purpose, for taking pictures has become completely irrelevant. But you." "But I have motivation again because of that person. Yuka Sugo, we exchanged email addresses. She's quite capable." Outside the classroom building, Misuzu Ishido was running over with a box of pastries in her hand. Jiangxing suspicious flame damage has been discovered within the jurisdiction of the South. All officers in the area are requested to remain at their posts. Kashiki was sitting on his bicycle, listening to the police chief's report. Little persimmon. Seeing that it was Zayaoshi, Mailing happily greeted him and then stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth. "Mailing, good morning." No sooner had he finished speaking than he stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth. "You've worked hard on patrol. Here, this is today's new product." After saying that, he ran away, leaving Zayaoshi alone to savor the delicious food in her mouth. Seeing Kishu standing in front of her again, she smiled and stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth. "Wah, cough cough." Kishu raised his hand about to greet her, when a pastry was suddenly stuffed into his mouth, silencing his good morning. Kenta packed his things early in the morning to set up equipment. However, Hikaru had just finished packing and was coming downstairs with his bag when he saw this scene and was immediately displeased. "Xiaoguang, why are you like this?" "I was kicked out by Kenta." Without saying much, Mailing looked around and after confirming that Kenta hadn't come out, hurriedly pulled Chiki aside to talk to him. "Wait a minute, what are you doing? There were some things I didn't say last night." "What? What do you two think of Sugo Yuka?" "How is it? Gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and dignified, a mature and sophisticated woman." "No, Hikaru, you idiot. Kishu, you're a moron too. Didn't you two sense anything? I feel like this person is a bit scary. I think her eyes are like the eyes of the person who illegally abandoned the item before and also the eyes of a stalker." In the classroom upstairs, Kenta was setting up when the door suddenly opened, so he turned around to look. "Sugo." "Okay, I'm here to change my clothes." Okay, I'll go out first. Seeing that the setup was complete, Kenta quickly went out and closed the door behind him. Mailing, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you're doubting Sugo Yuka. Taro also said that enemies exploit the evil in people to control them. I don't know, and I want to treat her as a kind senior. Besides, in case something goes wrong, Kenta, SHH. Kishu gave the two of them a look and pointed to the doorway, where Kenta had just come out and was walking towards them. Suga was changing her clothes, so I came downstairs. When the three saw him approaching, they stopped discussing the matter. Seeing this, Kishu made an excuse and secretly left. If I remember correctly, that senior Suga intended to set fire there to burn down the dolls. Plus, she didn't know where Galaxy Spark was. Not only the shrine, but the fire she unleashed using King Pandan's power could easily burn down the entire building. If I remember correctly, Taro is still in that room, and that senior is changing clothes right now. I have to go check on that. I can't let Taro get burned. So he found a secluded corner, took out the dark flash in the Chimerian doll and pressed the tip of the flash to the sole of the doll's foot. Chimer people. Taro was stunned as he watched the woman in front of him about to change her clothes. What should I do? Then he turned his body away. Hearing the sound of the woman unzipping her pants, Taro's face flushed slightly. I have principles. The next second I heard the sound of clothes hitting the ground. I absolutely will not watch it. Then he suddenly turned his head and saw that the woman had only taken off her outer clothes, was looking at him with a white candle that was burning, and was holding the King Pandan's spark doll and the dark flash in her hands. This is. Dark flash and dark swirl, you're really slow to react, Taro. A voice came from behind him. Taro turned his head to look only to be suddenly picked up. The sixth Ultra brother looks quite pathetic in this state. Bargy alien, why aren't you a puppet? Why do you think that is? Who is the person behind you? I can't tell you this. It finally fell into my hands, so I'm going to squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. Stop. Then the Balgi aliens began to torture Taro, and then noticed that Sugo Yuka had been standing by without doing anything, just watching quietly. What are you doing? I don't think there's any need to rush. Then, expressionless, she was about to throw away the burning candle in her hand. What do you want to do? Taro shouted urgently. If this continues, the whole place will be set on fire. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open, immediately attracting the attention of the three people who saw the Chimer rushing in. Kimuri, what are you doing here? The Balgi alien couldn't help but wonder, unaware that the doll belonging to that perverted stalker had already been taken by Kishu. Kyan Shu ignored him, rushed forward, and kicked him aside. Ouch, that hurts so much. What are you doing? After falling to the ground, the Taro doll in his hand fell out. Taro seized the opportunity and used his telekinesis to dash away. Yukasugo, in her ordinary form, was no match for him. He snatched the candle from her hand in a single exchange. After extinguishing the candle's spark with his fingers, Kishu wasn't satisfied and continued forward. This time, his target was the dark spark in his opponent's hand. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Sugo Yuka lost her composure and hastily retreated. However, the classroom was only so big and she eventually had nowhere to retreat. She was cornered by Kishu, so she took out the spark doll and the dark spark to perform a super fusion. Kishu was quick and snatched it away. Give it back to me. I can't believe it, Yukasugo shouted in frustration. Kishu ignored her and kicked away the Balgi alien who was trying to sneak up on her again. Kishu held her dark spark in her hand. He focused his attention on it, carefully sensing the power within the dark spark. As darkness emerged within his own body, wisps of purplish-black dark energy were drawn out from the dark spark in his hand. Chiki hurriedly absorbed the energy, and strands of darkness surged into his body, drawing them into his own dark spark. At the same time, as his power increased, he also felt a strange emotion shattering the tranquility in his heart. This must be the darkness within Sugo Yuka's heart. Feeling that he had absorbed enough, he threw the dark spark back to Sugo Yuka. You bastard, what have you done? Yukasugo looked at the dark spark in her hand. It was still purplish-black, but more transparent than before. This was because Chiki had deliberately left her some energy so that Hikaru could use it to practice. Looking angrily at the Chimer standing in front of her, Sugo Yuka suddenly pressed the sole of the Pandan King Spark doll's foot against the front of the dark spark, and wisps of blackish-purple energy surged out. Seeing that she was about to materialize King Pandan, Kyan Shu did not panic. The Chimer sprayed a liquid from the top of his head onto himself, and his figure slowly began to disappear. No way the Chimers can use it like that. Bargy was surprised to see this. Before she could materialize here, Chiki kicked Sugo Yuka, who was about to materialize, and sent her flying, crashing through the glass behind her and flying out of the building. However, at this moment, the Calmarian that Senju had transformed into had already teleported downstairs. The gigantic King Pangdun appeared next to the school, immediately startling the few people in the auditorium downstairs. Ah, a monster. Yuka is still up there. Hey, Kenta. Kenta rushed up the stairs in a hurry and Akira tried to stop him but couldn't. Xiaoguang. Just then, a red doll flew out of the upstairs window. It was Taro who had just escaped. That Pangdun is Sugo Yuka. She has the dark spark. Xiaoguang, don't let it destroy the school. Okay, I get it. The auditorium light seemed to nod to Taro and Mailing, then pulled out the galaxy spark from its clothes and rushed forward. Then Taro collapsed to the ground. Spark was immediately activated and a puppet of Ultraman Jinga was launched. Hikaru Rado grabbed it and pressed the sole of the puppet's foot against the front of Spark. Super Fusion Ultraman Jinga. The next moment, Ultraman Jinga stood in front of the school building, made a starting gesture towards the fiery red Pandan in front of him, and then rushed forward. While searching for the Keemer from earlier, Pandan saw someone suddenly rushing towards it, let out a strange cry and charged after them. Kishu, who was hiding in the shadows, deactivated her transformation, put away the spark doll and the dark spark, and then stepped forward. Kishu, where did you go? Don't wander off. Galaxy is already fighting the monsters. I just went to the restroom. Kyan Shu chuckled and said casually, then looked at the battle not far away. Why, senior, why did you do this? Do you know how much Kenta cares about you? For you, he even restarted his internship to pursue his dream that he had given up before. Really? Well, it's good that he realized his mistake. The world isn't that simple. After mocking Kenta's dream, an enraged Hikaru Rado punched him to the ground. What gives you the right to judge his dream? You naive little brat, let me burn you awake. Terrifyingly hot flames spewed from the bird's beak, burning straight into the Milky Way's body while the auditorium light remained unmoved. Yes, this world is not simple. Yeah, you know that pretty well. He might not become a professional photographer and he might regret it. But ultimately, it's up to Giant Tai to decide. You have no right to interfere. Don't meddle in other people's dreams. Under the continuous flames, Yin crouched down. Ugh tilde. With his hands crossed, his crystal-like body emitted a brilliant blue light, and a blade of light appeared on his arm. Accept your punishment, Galaxy Light Blade. The light blade pierced the ground, and a surge of energy flowed underground along its path until it reached Pang Dun's feet. A massive surge of energy erupted from below, and under the terrifying force of this energy, Pan Dun's body was engulfed in flames. Then, only a ball of purple light remained, flying into Galaxy's body and being caught by Hikaru. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Kyan Shu's lips curled up slightly. Having already had his power absorbed, Pang Dun was naturally easy to defeat by Yin. This time he could clearly feel that the power of his dark spark had increased. Its color was deeper than that of ordinary dark sparks, and the crystals appeared more solid. However, this time, the absorption of power also came with some of the other party's negative emotions. After taking a deep breath, Kyan Shu suppressed the irritation in her heart. Turning his head, he saw a fellow monk in the crowd who also made eye contact with him and smiled. Sorry, sorry, sorry. In the center of the crowd, a powerless Yuka Sugo slumped to the ground, repeatedly apologizing through sobs. Standing beside her was Kenta, his face grim. Kenta, this person. Mizu. Seeing this, Mailing was about to say something when she was stopped by Ridu Hikaru. This isn't Yuka's fault, is it? Kenta looked up, still somewhat incredulous that Suga could be the arsonist. He had just gone upstairs and Agaki had followed him, so they hadn't witnessed the fight. However, they had found the white candlestick in the room, which upon confirmation was the same type as the murder weapon left at the scene. Sorry, Yuka Sugo was still apologizing, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Suddenly, Hikaru remembered something, looked around, and asked in confusion, "Where's Taro, Taro?" Chiki then realized that Taro was gone. Looking around the crowd, he saw that even the figure of Teruya was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, I forgot about that guy. In a small cage, Taro slowly awoke from his unconsciousness and took a look around at his surroundings. You finally woke up. A fellow temple resident sitting on a chair nearby also spoke. What is this? Open it for me. He then began to shake the cage frantically. Stop shaking, you don't have the power that came from there right now. Who are you? Where are you? I am Ikajoji Yuya. Ikajoji said calmly, then revealed his dark sparks. And here is inside my comrade, the Iron Killer. The scene shifts to the vast universe, where a gigantic robot with the sun behind it floats silently around the Earth. Hey, where's Taro? After Sugo Yuka was taken away by the police, the arsonist incident came to an end. After returning to their room, everyone calmed down, and that's when Hikaru realized that Taro was missing. He was definitely with us just now. Ishidu Mairi asked, puzzled. Kenta is also missing. In a corner of the school playground, Kenta sat dejectedly on a swing, holding the camera he had just prepared to take a picture. You lied to me? Why, yes, they're all lying to you. Why? The Balgi alien emerged from behind the tree and walked towards him. Who are you? Upon seeing this, Kenta suddenly stood up and exclaimed in horror. Think about it carefully. Not only is your senior lying to you, but Hikaru and Misuzu are also hesitant to speak. They're all lying to you. As he spoke, a strange red light flickered in the Balgi alien's eyes, which was reflected in Kenta's pupils. Unpleasant memories are stirred up by dark forces. They always seem to be plotting something, and whenever I arrive, they immediately stop, look at me, and start talking. A feeling of isolation is amplified and darkness grows in my heart. You're lying to me, you're all lying to me, I'm going to destroy this place. Kishu frowned, reached out and touched the dark flash in his arms, and sensed a strong dark reaction not far away that had caused the dark flash to resonate. Is it the Balgi aliens causing trouble again, or is it Ikijauji Yuya? Never mind, I'd better go check it out. Following the direction of that feeling, Kai and Shu walked forward. This direction looks like the playground. Sure enough, on the playground, the Balgi aliens were happily jumping around and only stopped when they saw Chiki coming over. My dear friend, I am on my way to find you. It has been a long time since I gave you the light in the darkness. So, what do you want to say? Kai and Shu asked. No need to steal the galaxy spark anymore. This time, we're going to destroy the galaxy. Upon hearing the plan, the Balgi alien became excited, his voice quickening. With just you and me, isn't that suicide? Don't worry, my friend, I've also found 2 companions for you. As the Balgi alien was speaking, he suddenly saw the light of the auditorium running towards him in the distance. That's all for now, remember to make your move when the time comes. After saying that, he jumped over the wall and escaped, a rat-like creature. Hey. Chiki, have you seen Kenta? Not far away, Hikaru ran towards him, asking anxiously. No, I'm looking for him too. Kai and Shu shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. Kenta suffered such a huge blow this time, maybe he was bewitched by the Balgi aliens just now, and that reaction was caused by him. If you're looking for me, there's no need for that. Kenta, his face grim, emerged from the corner. Hikaru was taken aback by what he saw because Kenta was holding the dark flash and the spark doll of Dragonite in his hand. Kenta, where did you get this? This has nothing to do with you. Anyway, I'll always be the one who gets ostracized. What are you talking about? Kenta, calm down, everyone is looking for you. I'm calm. I'm going to turn this place into hell and then take pictures of it. With that, the tip of the dark flash was already pressed against the sole of the spark doll's foot. Dark fusion Doragri. After the heavy object landed, the ground shook and the dust settled. Kai and Shu looked up and saw a huge beast standing in front of him with a green body, black eyes, an axe-shaped head, and a pair of large, long, sharp teeth. Damn it, Senshu, run away, it is good. Without further ado, Kishu turned and left. Looking back, he saw a flash of light and the auditorium light transformed into Ultraman Jinga. Having run to a suitable spot, Kai and Shu secretly observed. Is this one of the 2 companions? And who is the other one? Yina gripped Dragongri's fist tightly. In the space of consciousness, Hikaru shouted desperately at Kenta inside Dragongri's body. Wake up, Kenta, don't let yourself be used. Shut up, I'm just doing what I want to do. Seeing that he couldn't pull his fist back, Doragri bent over and rammed forward. With the school right behind him, Hall Light dared not retreat a single step and could only take the blow. The axe-shaped head slammed into Galaxy's chest, sparks flying everywhere. You bastard. Hikaru was suddenly a little angry. He turned to the side, grabbed Doragri's head and pushed it forward. The 2 began a fierce struggle. Doragri's strength was clearly inferior to Galaxy's. He was quickly pushed backward by the angry Hall Light. When the distance was about right, it suddenly let go. Doragri's strength was exhausted and he fell to the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, Yin grabbed him again and threw him aside roughly. Its enormous body crashed to the ground, seemingly about to crack the earth. Doragri cried out in pain. I'm sorry, Kenta, I'll wake you up right away. With a brief moment of respite, Galaxy struck a pose, its entire body of galactic crystals emitting a blue-green light, and reached out to push the light toward the fallen Doragari. What a warm glow. Kishu, standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh, wondering when she would be able to emit such light. However, just as the light touched Doragri's body, a laser suddenly struck, hitting the Milky Way and interrupting the light. Guang let out a muffled groan and looked around warily. What's it like to have friends kill each other? The steel killer in the air transformed from a spaceship into a robot and landed in front of Yin, who was kneeling after being injured, with the cannon muzzle on its arm pointing directly at him. So it was Ikijauji Yuya. I thought the Balgi aliens had found someone else. Without further thought, Kishu took out the dark flash and the spark doll from her bosom. It's time to make my appearance. Dark fusion, dark Tiga. With the appearance of the hexagonal light, a dark aura from the ancient past burst forth, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the battlefield. That's Dark Tiga, and who's controlling this? Inside the Iron Killer's body, Taro spoke with surprise, his heart filled with worry for Hikaru's situation. Another enemy has arrived. As the dark purplish-black aura and lightning raged, the silver-black body quickly solidified, its milky white eyes silently watching the three. This is. In the consciousness space, Hikaru gazed intently at Dark Tiga, but a layer of darkness always shrouded Dark Tiga's consciousness space, blocking Jinga's gaze like a barrier, preventing him from seeing clearly who was inside Dark Tiga's body. After encountering an uninvited guest, are you here to cause trouble? The Steel Killer turned his head and looked at him warily. The person inside him, Yuya Ikijo, frowned, unsure of who the person opposite him was. If it was Chiki, then things would be quite difficult if he wanted to stop him. Dark Tiga remained silent, simply standing there quietly. Go Dark Tiga, you three take down Ultraman Jinga. At that moment, the Balgi aliens suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the ground, excitedly pounding the air with their fists. Haha, Lord Dark Ruler's mission is almost complete. Seeing that Dark Tiga remained motionless and did not express his stance, Ikijauji Yu simply ignored him. The energy at the muzzle of the cannon on the Iron Killer's arm rapidly gathered. At this moment, Hikaru Ryaido was the first to react, pushing his arm away and rolling to the side from his half-kneeling position. The energy cannon mounted on the arm that the Iron Killer was pushed away released a beam that struck a nearby hill, sending rocks flying and dust billowing up. Euler. After standing upright, Yin spread his arms and his lightsaber sprang out. He then leaned forward and slashed at the Iron Killer. The Iron Killer had already reacted when he was pushed away. Facing the lightsaber's slash, he retreated a distance without hesitation, dodging the attack. Undeterred, Hall Light raised his lightsaber and charged forward once more. A person who toys with the feelings between comrades is unforgivable. After all, the Steel Killer is a machine, not as agile as Galaxy. In the ensuing entanglement, although it could dodge the first few attacks, it could not dodge the continuous slashes. It could only desperately parry the lightsaber as it slashed across the steel body, sparks flying everywhere. Yuya Ikijauji also realized this situation. In hand-to-hand combat compared to Ultraman Jinga, the Steel Killer was at a disadvantage, not to mention that the opponent had the support of a lightsaber. So he decided to change tactics and manipulate the gun with his gun pad. Meanwhile, after taking another heavy blow, the Iron Killer staggered back several steps, transformed into spaceship mode, and quickly soared into the sky. Don't even think about running away. Seeing the Iron Killer fly into the air, Hikaru was about to give chase, but Doregri, who had stood up, ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Damn it, let go. The power that the Moth Super Beast could unleash in an instant was not to be underestimated, and given the suddenness of the event, Hikaru was unable to break free for a moment. At that moment, the sound of the aircraft scraping against the air rang out again, and the figure of the aerial Steel Killer in the distance rapidly grew larger in the auditorium's vision, constantly approaching. Ikiju also sneered and pressed the button on the control panel in his hand. Terrifying energy converged from the Steel Killer's power source at the cannon's muzzle, aiming directly at the Galaxy and the Doregri behind him. Kenta, let go. If this continues, we'll both be dead. Hikaru struggled with all his might, shouting at Doregri behind him, but Kenta seemed to be possessed and did not hear him, still holding onto Jinga's body tightly. Seeing that the two were in imminent danger, Kishu, who had been watching from the sidelines, made a move. Dark Tiga rushed forward and kicked the two of them aside. Just then the Jankannon struck, its immense energy exploding and kicking up thick smoke and dust upon impact. What happened? Taro, inside the cage, couldn't help but feel suspicious upon seeing this. Did Dark Tiga save the two of them? Dark Tiga, what are you doing? The Balgi aliens on the ground gritted their teeth in anger at the sudden betrayal of the Thousand Trees. Taro glanced at Ikijauji Yuya, who was standing to the side, his brows furrowed as he intently watched the plume of smoke. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated under everyone's watchful eyes, a figure stood motionless. Call. Kishu breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that she had activated the Ultra Barrier in time, otherwise she would have felt terrible from the blow. What? Ikijauji Yuya's eyes widened slightly. This attack had consumed too much of the Steel Killer's energy. If it didn't work, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop Chiki. Ignoring him, Kishu dispelled the barrier and charged forward. Iron Killer reacted, using his right hand to deflect Dark Tiga's incoming fist, but his strength was insufficient and he still took a punch to the chest. It seems that the robot's functionality has declined. On one side, Yin and the Moth Super Beast Doregri were already locked in combat. After breaking free of his restraints, Yin turned around and kicked him aside. Then he gathered energy, and his entire body of crystals emitted a golden glow. Finally, he released a light blade attack through the crystal on his head. The powerful energy struck Doragri, and no matter how tough the moth super beast was, it was severely injured by this attack. On Kishu's side, the Iron Killer was clearly running out of energy. Not only was his strength reduced, but his movement speed was also somewhat sluggish. Faced with Dark Tiga's close-range attacks, Ikiju could only try his best to create distance and use the energy cannons emitted from the muzzle of his body to try to deal damage. Facing the incoming energy cannon, Kaian-Shu neither dodged nor evaded. He gathered energy in his hands, got into a fighting stance, and raised his palm. Several palm light arrows deflected the energy bullets in the air, but their momentum did not diminish. They struck the Steel Killer directly, causing sparks to fly. As the machine shook after being hit, Ikiju Teru inside the machine also lost his balance and almost fell over. Hateful, I decided to take a gamble and move my gun pad. The Steel Killer's energy continuously converged into the diamond-shaped buckle-like launcher in his abdomen. Seeing this, Kishu also began to charge up the Zeppelian ray. At the same time, Doragari, who was seriously injured, collapsed to the ground. Galaxy's entire body of crystals shone with green light, and then gathered the light into his right hand, forming a beam of light particles with purifying and transformative energy. He stretched out his arm, and the light flew above Doragari before slowly falling down. Doragari gradually calmed down and stopped howling. His injuries gradually healed, and at the same time, the power of light separated the spark doll from its user. Meanwhile, as Steel Killer and Dark Tiga confronted each other, seeing that the other was also gathering energy, Ikijauji also made a decisive move, releasing the Zan Blast first, attempting to catch the opponent off guard. At this moment, Dark Tiga had condensed his energy into a black line on his chest. In the nick of time, he quickly crossed his arms and released light from them. The Zeppelian ray blocked the destruction ray in time. Although it came first, the Zeppelian ray gained the upper hand after contact and advanced rapidly, striking the Iron Killer's body with overwhelming force. An explosion occurred immediately, and the Steel Killer collapsed to the ground. A ball of light fell from his body to the ground, then dissipated, revealing Ikijauji Yuya, who had been teleported down by the Iron Killer and the cage containing Taro. The cage door swung open after landing, allowing Taro to escape. Turning around after landing, Ikijauji Yuya looked at the Iron Killer lying on the ground with a look of disappointment. Did I lose? This was the first time the word defeat had appeared in his life. Experiencing this sense of defeat, Ikiju felt that something inside him had broken. Not far away, the Dragongrim, who had been comforted by the galaxy, was no longer materialized. The Dragongrim's enormous body was gone, leaving only the unconscious Kenta and the Dragongrim Spark doll beside him on the ground. The Dark Flash had also disappeared. Kenta. Chigusa and Ishido Misuzu had already seen the battle taking place, and when they saw Kenta unconscious, they rushed over. Mailing, and Chigusa, what's going on with me? Hearing the two calling him, Kenta regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and slowly got up. I'm sorry, although I'm not quite sure why. I think I did something bad in a daze just now. It's all right, everything is fine now. Over there, that robot is actually a Kijoteria. Taro is there too. On this side, Taro escaped from the cage and saw the Balgi aliens not far away, who were raging and stomping their feet in anger. Damn it, despicable, hateful, repulsive. As Balgi glared angrily at Dark Tiga and Galaxy, a burst of ultra-psychic power suddenly knocked him to the ground. What? Mailing, come quick and grab him, Taro shouted to the group of people not far away. Chigusa, Misuzu, and Kenta rushed over upon hearing the shout and surrounded the strange-looking alien. This guy looks really weird. So ugly. Hey, Balgi aliens, tell us honestly who's behind this. I won't tell, I'd rather die than tell. Hey, don't hit me, don't hit me. In a corner far from the crowd, a strange arm emerged from behind a large tree holding the dark spark. A purplish-black energy surged from the dark spark, and a spark puppet was pressed against it. Hikaru watched Dark D warily from across the hall. The other's silver-black body exuded an oppressive aura, and Hikaru could clearly sense an ancient dark energy emanating from him. Although the other had just saved him, this dark energy was undeniably real, leaving Hikaru no choice but to be vigilant. Who are you? Kaian-Shu did not want to communicate at this moment. He turned around and wanted to fly to a deserted place to dematerialize. A huge ball of dark energy was shot above the two of them, and then the dark energy ball exploded, turning into countless small energy bullets that fell like raindrops. What? Due to the large attack range and fast attack speed, the two could not dodge. Kai and Shu did not have time to set up a barrier, and the rain of attacks hit them solidly, sparks flying everywhere. Just then, a series of footsteps approached, as if the earth trembled with each step. The two turned their heads and saw a dark giant appear out of nowhere. The giant's body is predominantly red and black, with asymmetrical red and black stripes. Its eyes and timer are black, and its two horns on its head are spread out, pointing straight to the sky. I am the giant of crimson death, the endless darkness that devours light. Where did this guy come from? Dark Faust. Kai and Shu dared not be careless and adjusted his posture before assuming the starting stance. It seems the Dark Ruler has been observing the battlefield situation from time to time. This time he's truly determined to find an opportunity to destroy Galaxy. That is, another black giant has arrived. Just, Dark Tiga fired a palm-shaped light arrow first. Facing this powerful light attack, Dark Faust raised his hand and easily blocked it, creating a barrier. Go together, Kai and Shu said to Yinhe beside him. After subconsciously nodding, Hikaru felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but before he could think about it, he rushed forward with Dark Tiga beside him. Dark Faust swung his arm, unleashing a barrage of dark particles forward. Kishu raised his hand to block and flung them aside. Galaxy also unleashed its Galaxy Light Blade Sword, cleaving the attack in two with a single strike, the particles flying to either side. Euler, the attack from the Galaxy Blade Sword arrived first. Dark Faust ducked to dodge the slash and then blocked Chiki's whip kick. He stretched out his palm and struck Dark Tiga, his palm emitting a green light. This dark flash struck Tiga's abdomen and knocked him back. Hiss! Kai and Shu felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and took several steps back. So strong. The Galaxy Blade Sword struck again, but this time Dark Faust did not dodge. He raised his hand and blocked the strike with one arm. The Galaxy Blade Sword struck his arm, creating a lot of sparks, but Dark Faust's other hand firmly grabbed Galaxy's arm and then kicked him away. The Milky Way's enormous body flew backward and crashed heavily onto the ground. Ding dong, ding dong. Not only is the timer on Galaxy flashing red, but the timer on Dark Tiga's chest is also flashing. Call, Kai and Shu let out a deep breath. The two had exhausted a lot of energy in the previous battle, and they had just been ambushed by Faust, leaving them injured. Although they were working together, they were clearly at a disadvantage. How to do? Oh no, the time for the galactic spark to materialize has come. Taro below exclaimed in surprise. What? As Hikaru watched his hand gradually disappear as it transformed into light particles, he looked down at Galaxy's body. The light particles all over his body dissipated uncontrollably, and he was eventually forced to dematerialize. Seeing that the light in the auditorium had deactivated and was kneeling on the ground, Dark Faust began to move, walking towards him. His goal is the auditorium light. How could I let you succeed? Kai and Shu rushed forward and hugged him tightly, trying to stop him. Using the momentum of her run-up, she rolled forward on the ground with him in her arms. Ultimately, he lacked the energy. Dark Faust broke free of his arms, stood up, and kicked Kai and Shu a few times. After being hit, the red light on Dark Tiga's chest flashed even more rapidly. Faust ignored him and looked down to search for the trace of the light in the auditorium. Xiao Guang, run. Taro saw through the other party's intentions and shouted loudly towards the auditorium light not far away. Hikaru looked terrified and tried desperately to escape, but Dark Faust had already spotted him and raised his arm to fire a feather of dark particles. Xiao Guang. Seeing that Hikaru's life was in danger, Mailing, Chigusa, and the others couldn't help but gasp in alarm. Ultra telekinesis. At the critical moment, Taro suddenly teleported to his side, and Ultraman desperately used his telekinesis to barely block the attack. However, the power of the beam was not fully reflected, and the powerful tremor of the ground nearly caused Hikaru to fall to the ground. Taro was already smoking on the ground when he fell to the ground. The overuse of his psychic powers had caused him to pass out. Hikaru didn't dare to linger. He picked up Taro and continued to run forward desperately. You can't run away. Having said that, Dark Faust's hand conjured a dark light which then raised his arm. A dark beam of light shot out from the dark light, falling from the sky and forming a semicircular barrier on the ground. What? How can Faust independently expand his domain? Ignoring her own questions, Chiki seized the opportunity as Dark Faust used the power of Dark Flash to expand his domain and rushed forward. He concentrated his energy in his arm and swiftly chopped Dark Faust in the back with a hand chop. Humph. Faust groaned as he was ambushed by Kishu, but at that moment his domain was fully deployed. I never expected you could still stand up. Then a ball of dark energy shot towards him. Senshu sensed the last of her body's energy and prepared to dodge. Is power constantly being lost in such a field? On the ground to the side, a fellow temple resident also looked up at the suddenly changed sky. The dark red sky had no sun in sight and it was gloomy and desolate. Am I going to die? A dark red energy ball that kept growing larger was coming towards them. Is it that same trick again? Chiki realized what was happening and tried to dodge, but then she suddenly saw Ikijo Yuya not far away. Damn it, how did I get here? So she dared not dodge any longer, turned around and spread her arms to shield him. The dark energy ball quickly transformed into countless small rays of light, shooting out in all directions like a rain of arrows. Light rained down on his back. After the attack ended, Shu could no longer hold on. In addition, he lost a lot of energy in such a field, so he was forced to dematerialize. Hoo. Kishu knelt on the ground, panting heavily, her arm clutching the abdomen where she had just been struck by Dark Faust. Why did you save me? Chiki endured the weakness in her body, while her abdomen continued to ache with a tearing pain. Just then she heard the voice of Teruya, so Chiki turned her head to look at him. What nonsense are you talking about, haha? After saying that, Shu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know why he was laughing in this situation, which was already very hopeless. Faust was still searching for Hikaru and the others. Chiki looked up and observed his movements, desperately trying to think of a solution. Give up, there's no way out. We can't transform anymore. There's an electromagnetic barrier nearby. We don't know what kind of technology it is, but there's no doubt that this is another dimension, and we're all going to die here. Ikijauji Yuya was also dejected, his eyes filled with dejection. On the other side, the two clearly saw that Dark Faust had already discovered the light in the auditorium and was raising his hand to gather the light. Hikaru looked at the oppressive dark giant in front of him with despair, and at his arm that was gathering light. There's no escaping this distance. No, there's still a way, I haven't lost yet. Suddenly, Kishu's eyes hardened. He pulled out Dark Flash and Kimmer from his pocket, pressed Dark Flash hard against Kimmer's feet, and then, transformed into Kimmer, quickly sprayed a stream of liquid from his head onto himself. As the Kimurian figure gradually disappeared, Ikijauji Yuya guessed what he was planning to do. Looking into the Kimurian's eyes, Ikijauji Yuya felt a pang of emotion, as if he were seeing Chiki's gaze in them. He was already at his wit's end, yet he still wanted to protect others. Although I have no dreams, I can protect other people's dreams. His words suddenly came to mind, and something seemed to be gathering in my heart. Why? Because, Chiki murmured, but before he could finish speaking, he vanished from the spot under the watchful eyes of Ikijauji Yuya. The darkness was about to fall, and the scent of death was already in the air. In his despairing eyes, a figure suddenly appeared before him, snatching the Galaxy Spark and Tarot doll from his hands. Because, I really want to kill this awful guy. Super Fusion Ultraman Tarot. The six-pointed star shone brightly, and light particles condensed to form Tarot's fiery red body. He blocked the dark light with his first move, then focused his energy into his fist. The scorching energy caused his fist to flare, and he quickly punched Dark Faust in the abdomen. After being attacked, the dark giant was forced back several steps. The attack hit its mark. Shu was not idle either. Taking advantage of the gap, Tarot ran forward a few steps, then suddenly pushed off the ground with his right foot and leaped into the air. The energy of the flames gathered in his leg, and he used the swallow kick to hit the dark giant in the chest. Severely injured, Dark Faust knelt on the ground. Ikijauji Yuya looked at Chiki, who was fighting not far away, and his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. You don't understand the truth, nor do you know the Dark Ruler's purpose. You are merely an unused tool. Because your current behavior is simply boring and ridiculous, revealing the emptiness in your heart. Someone once said, although I have no dreams, I can protect the dreams of others. When you feel lost, don't stop moving forward. Perhaps if you keep walking down this path of life, everything will become clear. Watching the red figure fight, the knot in his heart began to untie. Looking at the fallen steel assassin behind him, Ikijauji Yu's eyes flickered slightly. I want to fight too. As if sensing his intentions, a beam of light fell from the Iron Killer's eyes onto his hand. The light dissipated, and the terminal controller, which had just been petrified, returned to normal. Ikijauji Yuya immediately felt that he could once again awaken the Iron Killer with the terminal controller. No, it's Steel 9. During the battle between Chiki and Dark Faust, seeing that the situation was about right, Chiki prepared to use the Stream Ray to finish him off. However, at this moment, Dark Faust emitted a dark purple light from his body and then disappeared faintly, becoming transparent. Did you run away? Shu asked in confusion, looking up at her surroundings. The darkness has not yet been lifted, the sky remains gray, and the light energy of the creature is being eroded by the darkness. In order to resist the erosion of the darkness, it can only continuously consume its own light energy. The dark domain hasn't disappeared and the opponent hasn't run away. It seems they've vanished into invisibility. Kishu became more alert and nervously looked around. Oh, an arm slammed into his back, the palm glowing green, the same dark flash that had just severely injured Dark Tiga's abdomen. After being attacked, Kishu quickly turned her head and saw Dark Faust's figure. However, just as she was about to engage in a fight, Dark Faust quickly retreated several steps, emitted a dark purple light from his body again, and then disappeared into the distance. To be honest, Shu didn't know what to do in this situation. The enemy was in the dark, while he was in the light, making him extremely vulnerable to a sneak attack. Coupled with the corrosive influence of the surrounding dark energy, he would lose if this continued. Kimun Cannon, just as he was getting ready to fight, alert to his surroundings and thinking of a solution, he suddenly heard the sound of sparks flying behind him. Bah! Kishu turned her head and saw that the Dark Faust behind her was hit by the cannon on the arm of the standing Iron 9. It seems that Ikijauji has also come to his senses. Iron Killer has become Iron 9, and his red eyes have turned yellow. Startled by the addition of another enemy, Faust quickly disappeared again. This time, however, they were fighting together, and Chiki was no longer afraid of his sneak attacks. She gestured for Iron Killer to stand back-to-back with him. This way, by exchanging backs with each other, they could focus on dealing with what was in front of them, so the two stood close together back-to-back. It seems you've finally gotten over your troubles. But what was it you didn't finish saying earlier? What I didn't finish saying is what we're doing right now. So that's how it is because you have a heart that wants to protect others. Having received the answer he wanted, Ikijauji Yu nodded earnestly. That'll kill this bastard. He dared to sneak up and attack. I'll rip his head off in a minute. Shu stared intently at what was in front of her, thinking angrily. Suddenly, darkness descended and Faust's figure appeared in Kishu's sight. At this, to prevent him from escaping, Chiki grabbed him and slammed him against the mountain behind Dark Faust. Ikiju also reacted and followed. Go for it, Tomoya-san, Chigusa and the others on the ground shouted. Come here, shoot him. Kishu held onto Dark Faust tightly and seeing Steel 9 standing there in a daze, she called out to him anxiously. But Ikiju looked at him worriedly. Taro and Faust were so close together that he was afraid of accidentally hurting Chiki. What are you standing there for? Fire at me, smash him on the head with the cannon on your arm. Sensing the Dark Faust struggling violently in her arms, seemingly about to break free, Chiki grew even more anxious. Having received Kishu's reminder, Ikiju immediately understood what to do, aiming the cannon barrel at Dark Faust's constantly shaking head. Bastards, how dare you treat me like this? I am the Giant of Crimson Death. Bah, bah, bah. Keen's cannon shot hit him on the head, and Chiki took the opportunity to release him and kick him to the ground some distance away. Give him the final blow. Seeing that Dark Faust seemed to be dizzy after being hit on the head, Chiki turned to Ikijauji Yuya and said, Ah, Ikijujai also nodded. The next moment, Taro and Steel 9, having gathered their power, unleashed the Strium Beam and the Keen Cannon respectively. Under the intense firepower, a violent burst of flames erupted from the back mountain, and in the explosion, Dark Faust was reduced to a puppet. It's finally over. Chiki finally felt relieved. After dematerializing, he slumped to the ground to rest, watching Ikijauji Yuya walk towards him. Thank you, I have found my dream. Ah, that's great. Inspired by you, and with the fear I felt when facing real death making me realize how precious life truly is, I decided to make protecting others my dream just like you. Ikiju also looked intently at Chiki, who was slumped on the grass in front of him. With the defeat of Dark Faust, the Dark Realm was also broken, and the darkness gradually dissipated, revealing a blue sky and a bright sun. Oh, right. I don't need this, you can have this. After saying that, Ikijauji Yu also took out the Dark Faust Spark doll he had just picked up from his pocket and threw it at Senju. Thanks. Without any hesitation, Shu caught the doll that was thrown to him. Due to the effects of the previous attack, he could still feel that the doll was slightly warm. This doll is not bad. Although it can't compare to Dark Tiga, it still provides an extra source of power that can be used. Reflecting on the battle just now, Kishu felt more and more that the strength of a puppet's combat power did not depend on the puppet itself, but rather on the user and the power of the spark in the user's hand. For example, in the Ultraman Jinga movie, Chigusa and Kenta, transformed into Ultraman and Ultraman Tiga, couldn't defeat a single magma alien. Hey Chiki, Tomoya, are you guys alright? Just then, Chigusa, Kenta, and Mailing ran over from a distance, waving to the two of them as they ran. Haha, it's okay, we're fine now. Kenta and Misuzu ran forward and helped Chiki up, but Chiki smiled and pushed them away. Where's Zaya Agwang? To avoid him during the fight just now, Zaya Agwang should still be in the mountains over there. In the dense forest, Guangzhang was running desperately. A voice kept echoing in my mind. Do you want to get rid of this insignificant human body? Submit to me, I can give you great power. Be my puppet. Where is he? Where on earth is this guy? Why can't I get rid of him? Get out of here. SHH. Before he knew it, he had run to a place full of vegetation, his legs rubbing against the vegetation and making a rustling sound. What? Suddenly, he stepped into thin air, lost his balance, and tumbled down the slope, disappearing into the dense vegetation before crashing into a tree stump and losing consciousness. Sensing the absence of the galactic sparks around him, the previously concealed darkness now emanated unrestrainedly from Hikaru's body. On the battlefield, the lingering darkness from the battle between Chiki and Dark Faust continued to surge towards him. Hikaru, hey Hikari, where are you? Xiao Guang. Based on her memory, Chiki led everyone to find the place where she had just transformed. Logically, Hikaru should be nearby. Chiki, are you sure Hikaru is around here? Mailing suddenly stopped shouting, looked at Chiki, and her voice was full of worry. Yes, this is the place. This is where I transformed into Taro. Hikaru was here too. The 1,000 trees looked around. Could Xiaoguang have been caught in the crossfire of the battle? He didn't answer his phone either. That's strange. Mailing isn't answering her phone. Where did the auditorium go? Just as she was thinking this, Kishu suddenly sensed something and took out the galaxy spark from her pocket. The crystalline part of the galaxy spark was flashing continuously. Upon seeing this, the Milky Way sparks moved to the other side but suddenly stopped flashing. I understand, go in this direction. Kai Shu waved to the crowd and led them toward the direction where the Milky Way sparks had just flashed. Sensing the approaching aura of the Milky Way spark amidst the dense forest, the dark aura emanating from Hikaru Heiao instantly weakened and disappeared once more. Here, Xiao Guang is here. At Furuhoshi Elementary School, the group carried the weakened Hikaru Ryaidu back to their classroom quarters. Hikaru lay on a makeshift bed on the floor, and the others sat cross-legged around him in a circle. Kishu was looking around. Kenta was still sullen because of what happened to his senior who turned into a monster during the day. Chigusa was staring at him intently. Taro was silent as if he was thinking, and Ikijaujiyu also had a cold expression and would occasionally look at Kishu sitting to the side. Xiao Guang, how are you feeling now? Misuzu Ishidu asked worriedly. It's nothing, I just feel a little sore from the fall. Hikaru smiled slightly upon hearing Mailing's concern. He then looked around. Since it was already evening when they returned, a few candles were lit in the classroom for illumination. After all, Furuhoshi Elementary School is a private school. Without students, there is no source of income. So in order not to cause trouble for Principal Shure, the electrical appliances are not used much. Chiki is already used to this. Ignoring the occasional glances from Ikijauji, Chiki was fiddling with several monster dolls next to Hikari's tent, holding Lightning Darmble in her left hand and Black King in her right. A lot happened today, let's discuss it. Indeed, Taro coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention. I'm sorry, everyone. Kenta spoke first, taking out the green moth super beast doll and placing it in front of everyone. It's all right, Kenta, nobody blames you, you were just bewitched by darkness. Yes, I've turned into a monster too, and Hikaru saved me. Huh, Chigusa. No wonder you guys seem to be plotting something. All right, now everyone knows this secret. I didn't mean to exclude anyone before, I just didn't want to involve my companions. Let bygones be bygones. Hikaru laughed, then turned to look at Tomoya Ikijo. Speaking of which, I really didn't expect that the giant robot was actually Tomoya-kun. I think his name was Iron Killer, right? It's Steel 9, I'm no longer affected by the dark spark. So you were once given the power of dark cremation, Taro interjected. Yes, it's a Balgi alien. He's absorbing the darkness in people's hearts to resurrect the dark ruler behind him. As expected, the power of darkness is growing stronger. The dark giants that came this time are so powerful. I wonder when the next enemy will come. By the way, I didn't know you could materialize Taro, Kishu. If it weren't for you this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But how did you do it? Mailing and I both tried and it didn't work. When Guang asked, everyone's eyes turned to Chiki. Taro also looked at him seriously, wanting to know the reason as well. Well, I don't know either. Kishu shook his head. He remembered that when he first poked Taro's foot, there was no reaction either. Who knew why it worked the second time? If you don't know, then forget it. Seeing this, Taro had no choice but to stop asking questions, since not long ago, they were all just ordinary people who had never been in contact with these things. Currently, it seems that only Kishu can materialize me. I, along with all these puppets and that mysterious Ultraman Jinga from Jinga Spark, are the forces we can currently use to resist the darkness. Speaking of which, wasn't there a dark giant fighting alongside us back then? The auditorium was filled with light as he asked. What you're saying? Kishu paused for a moment, then took out a Tiga doll from his pocket and placed it in front of everyone. Is this it? What? Kaienshu, it's you, how did you transform? Apart from Tomoya Akijo, who was already expected, Hikaru Rado and the others all looked surprised. Of course it's made with sparks. After saying that, he took out the dark spark and placed it in the middle of everyone. The dark spark's aura fluctuated, and the crystal part of the galaxy spark placed in front of Hikaru began to flicker continuously. Hikaru and Taro became wary. Dark spark, it seems that dark Tiga is you. Kaienshu, when will you? The dark Tiga that Taro and I first encountered was not me. Kishu looked at Taro and began to explain. Then, the Balgi aliens found me and gave me the dark spark and the Tiga doll. However, unlike those people, I was not controlled by the dark power and lost my mind. I believe that as long as it's power that you can control, it's neither good nor bad. Power is pure, the key is how you use it. With an extra spark, doesn't it also mean you have an extra materializable puppet in battle? Hearing him say this, and considering what had happened, the two of them lowered their guard a bit. However, Taro was still very worried and couldn't help but offer some words of advice. The power of darkness is too dangerous. If this continues, we'll inevitably lose our way. I know, but we need it right now, don't we? Don't worry, it's only temporary. Dark purple sparks were placed in front of everyone, drawing a metallic sheen under the candlelight. Strength. As Guang gazed at the eerie and mysterious dark sparks, he pondered some things, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted by Kaienshu's words. Let's not talk about that now, Guang. Why did you run to such a far place back then? Because at that time, it felt like there was a voice in my head chasing me, and I couldn't shake it off no matter what I did. I fainted while running. A voice, could it be that of the Dark Ruler? Mailing asked, and Taro also lowered his head and pondered. Kaienshu was startled upon hearing this. The culprit behind this has been exposed. Damn it, that wretched guy named Kishu. In the dimly lit room, facing rows of spark dolls on the shelves, the Balgi alien was angrily stomping his feet. If it hadn't escaped while the group was distracted, it would have perished there today, almost ending up like the dolls on this shelf. Just then, a strange arm patted its shoulder, and the Balgi alien instantly turned its head. Upon seeing the person who had come, it immediately became respectful. Before it could say anything, the arm roughly shoved it aside, knocking over a nearby table. In the dim light, the arm's owner faced a shelf full of dolls, grabbed one of the white dolls, and waved the dark spark in its other hand at its feet, causing dark purple lightning to appear. Icarus. A white figure appeared and jumped around in place. Would I be willing to go through fire and water to bring you back to life? Of course I would. Then it opened its palm and dark purple energy gathered in its hand into a dark spark. Guang, what was the content of that voice? Has this happened before? Kaienshu's expression was solemn as he looked towards the light in the auditorium. This, ring ring ring. Just as Hikaru was about to answer, the phone rang and he took out his phone to check it. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Yes, I'm still in Japan right now. I'll come find you as soon as I've sorted things out here. Is this London, Glasgow? Where is that? They are British parents, Taro said. So Guang will be leaving soon. Misuzu Ishidu couldn't help but feel worried. Kaienshu sat quietly to the side without saying a word. Indeed, sensing some movement from the dark spark, he picked it up and examined it. He then looked up at Tomoya Akijo, who was also looking down at the terminal controller of Steel 9, clearly having detected an unknown fluctuation. Behind Jiangxing Mountain, 6 beams of light of different colors shot into the sky, forming 6 pillars of light that lingered for a long time. At the same time, Hikaru Arata, who had just hung up the phone, felt a tremor in his heart. What? Then an image of a 7-headed monster flashed through my mind like lightning. Was that a monster? I sensed a strong fluctuation coming from Jiangxing Mountain. Taro had just noticed something was wrong as well. It's probably coming from the monster doll, right? But why now? The energy display is not a fluctuation emitted by the materialized monster. This fluctuation seems to be a response, or rather, some kind of connection between them. After analyzing the end effector in his hand, Ikijauji Yuya also came to a conclusion. In that case, let's all go to Mount Kasato tomorrow. We have 2 sparks that can sense things, plus Tomoya's end effector, so finding these dolls shouldn't be too difficult. It's getting late, so let's all go back and get some sleep and then prepare our gear for tomorrow's climb. Ishu suggested, said Hikaru. Okay, no problem. Seeing that everyone agreed, Kishu nodded in agreement as well. Jiangxing Mountain was very quiet at night. The moon in the sky cast a silvery glow, which reflected on the green leaves on the mountain. If you looked closely, the mountain in the hazy night appeared to be greenish in the shadows. Where is it? A rustling sound came from the grass, and a figure in black and gold was digging in the dirt. Haha, finally found it. The strange figure seemed to have found something and jumped up excitedly. The blue diamond-shaped chest lamp, the small blue round lamp on the forehead, and the pair of red eyes belonged to Balgi, the cosmic sea man. Seeing this, Kyan Shu, who was hiding behind a tree not far away, smiled slightly. Finally found. He had been following this guy for an hour. Ever since everyone in the classroom decided to go to the back mountain together the next morning, he had come here alone. Although he was exhausted from fighting all day, he was worried that the enemy would get there first. In addition, Xiao Guang's strange experience had made him even more nervous, so he came to the back mountain to see if he could find any useful clues. Who knew we'd run into Balgi? But thinking about it, it makes sense since it was late at night and he had so many glowing lights on him, it was hard not to see him. If I use a flashlight now, I'll be spotted. Since Yu Maioran has such good night vision, I might as well let him help me look for it. What kind of doll did you find? Kishu emerged from behind the tree and walked towards him step by step, holding the Ultraman Tiga doll and the dark spark in her hands behind her back. Who? Hearing a voice from behind, Balgi turned around abruptly and saw Kishu's hateful face. You despicable human, it's you. Recalling how his plan had failed because of this guy and how he had been disliked by the Dark Lord, Balgi was filled with unbearable anger, waving his arms and stomping his feet. You despicable traitor, the ruler will not let you get away with this. What are you saying? Don't slander me. Even if you don't act in good conscience, you should know that you have to bear legal responsibility for what you say. I never said anything about loyalty. I hadn't agreed to anything at the time. You just gave me the dark spark and the doll right away. To hell with your legal responsibility, I'm an alien. After saying that, the Balgi alien gathered dark purple energy in his left hand and condensed it into a dark spark, while his right hand held the corn cob he had just dug up and was about to materialize it. Kishu had anticipated this, and while speaking, he had already materialized into the size of Tiga and others. Seeing that Balgi was making a move, he stretched out his palm and swiftly struck Balgi with an arrow-shaped beam of light. Asshole. Having taken a solid hit from the beam of light, the Balgi alien was unable to resist, and the spark and puppet in its hands fell to the ground. Kyan Shu stepped forward, condensed his own spark, and after sensing the dark aura within the spark on the ground, drew its power over. Once the dark energy ceased to flow, the spark on the ground dissipated. Picking up the Red King doll from the ground, Chiki turned to look at Balgi, who was slumped on the ground beside her. Tell me everything you know about the Dark Ruler or else. Would you let me go if I told you? I'll try to think about it. Energy surged within Dark Tiga's palm and his milky white bulbous eyes exerted immense pressure. Under this powerful aura, Chiki obtained the information he desired. Then, with a swift chop, the Balgi alien screamed and reverted to its puppet form. The guy causing trouble in the shadows has been dealt with, and I can use this identity to become a spy. After dematerializing, Kishu picked up the doll, looked up at the night sky, and saw that the moon was covered by clouds blown by a gust of wind, making the already low visibility even darker. It's better to go back. The back mountain is so big, clues will be hard to find. He was quite satisfied with tonight's find. As for finding the monster doll, searching with just a flashlight was too much trouble. Going out to search for things late at night was definitely a bad decision, except for aliens. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, jingle-a-ling-a-ling. Ah tilde, after listening to the alarm clock ringing for ages, Kyan Shu stretched in bed, sat up and slapped the clock beside her, stopping the ringing abruptly. Slowly, she threw back the covers, put on her shoes, and got out of bed. Still a little dazed, her eyes habitually swept over the doorway. Beside the door was a stool. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine, all sleepiness vanished, and her gaze never left that spot. Knowing that his campus was a hideout of the Dark Rulers, and that aliens frequented the area, he always placed a stool close to his bedroom door every night with a heavy object on its edge. This way, the sound of the stool legs scraping against the floor combined with the thud of the heavy object hitting, the floor would be enough to wake him. Last night he slept too soundly to hear it, and since the person had moved away, they couldn't put the stool back in its original position. Its current position away from the door proves that someone had entered his room last night. He quickly grabbed his shirt from the bed and reached into his shirt pocket. The dark sparks are still there. Then he walked to where the dolls were placed and counted their number. Red King has disappeared. At Jiangxing Elementary School, the sun was shining brightly early in the morning. In the school garden, a young student dressed in white was watering the flowers when a dignified woman walked over. When Hidaki saw that it was Principal Shura, he stopped what he was doing and greeted her with a smile. I picked a lot of these, so I came to deliver some. Principal Shura smiled and handed him the basket in her hand, which contained many green cucumbers. Haha, I've always been grateful for your help. Li Tang Ziozhen accepted it without hesitation, bending down to take it. At that moment, the group of people from the auditorium who had packed their things and were leaving appeared on the side path. Grandpa, we're going out. Oh, you need to be back before dinner. Yes, we're going to Jiangxing Mountain. Let's go hiking. Let's go. Mailing, Chigusa and Kenta waved to each of them. Ikajuji Yuya's expression had also softened. Chiki nodded to Ryoto Hidaki, who responded with a smile. After greeting the children, Principal Shirai seemed to be in a good mood. She smoothed a strand of hair that was hanging down by her ear and smiled kindly at Shushin in the auditorium. Their relationship is still so good. Yes, I'm really happy to see this. Here, please take these cucumbers. I'll head back now. Of course, please do as you please. After saying that, Shushin smiled, stopped tending to the flowers and plants, and went into the house with the basket of cucumbers that Principal Shirai had just given her. Seeing him leave, Principal Shirai stopped smiling, turned around and looked in the direction where Hikaru and the others had just left, and slowly walked in that direction. Inside the school building, Shujin walked back to the Galaxy Shrine, found a broom and rag in the classroom, cleaned it, gently wiped the shrine, changed her clothes, and knelt in front of the shrine. Facing the red six-pointed star pattern on the altar, the old man in white recited a prayer and bowed 3 times. Ehin Jiangxing Mountain. All right, to improve efficiency, let's search in groups. Auditorium Light proposed to everyone. Okay, then I'll team up with Misuzu, Hikaru, and Chigusa, Kenta with Tomoya, and Chiki with me. Taro, standing on his bare shoulders in the auditorium, glanced at the ranks and quickly divided them into groups. Ha, Kayan Shu couldn't help but yawn, which unexpectedly attracted everyone's attention. Kayan Shu, did you not sleep well last night? Chigusa asked with a grin. Haha, sorry, I'm fine. Kayan Shu smiled and yawned repeatedly. I'm so sleepy, I really want to go back to bed and play with my dolls. Alright then, let's have a competition to see who finds it first. After saying that, Mailing grabbed Taro on Xiaoguang's shoulder with one hand and pulled Kayan Shu aside with the other. Then I'll stick with Xiaoguang. Let's go to Tomoya-san. It's up ahead of here. Hikaru held the constantly flashing galaxy spark in one hand. The two looked up at the overgrown hillside in front of them, which looked like a very difficult path to walk. Chigusa, you wait here. It's okay, I want to go too. Wait a minute, I'll go first. So narrow, so narrow, so narrow. It's caught, it hurts, my bag is caught, idiot. Really, it's so narrow. So the two of them crouched down and moved through the bushes. Before they knew it, they had passed through the bushes. Chigusa sat on the ground and brushed the fallen leaves off her head. At this moment, Hikaru had already dug out the doll from the ground next to her. Found it, then he brushed the dirt off the monster doll and handed it to Chigusa. Look, here you go. Chigusa held the doll and examined it closely. Its shape somewhat resembled an armadillo with many large thorns growing on its back. He's covered in so many thorns. Haha, all our efforts were worth it. If you get used to it, it's actually quite cute. It's only cute if you find it pleasing to the eye. Ah. After saying that, the two took a photo with the doll and sent the photo to Mailing. Mailing, your phone is ringing. Upon hearing Chiki's reminder, Ishidu Misuzu took out her phone from her bag and saw the picture sent by Chigusa. It was sent by Chigusa. They said they've found a little spiky monster. Kishu leaned closer and looked at the two of them posing together. Looks like they beat us to it. That's not the point. By the way, aren't Mailing and the other two standing a little too close together? Kainshu, don't joke around. Didn't you just say you were sleepy? You don't seem sleepy at all. This is Hanzakilin, a giant salamander that lives in a limestone cave. It can spray a scent similar to peppercorn water, which melts its opponents. It is 59 meters tall and weighs 40,000 tons. Taro began explaining the science behind monsters. All right, I know you know the most, Taro. By the way, does it really look like a salamander instead of an arhat? After all, I don't have much of an impression of salamanders. I'll introduce you to them another time. Right now, we need to step up our game and not lose to them. Please, Taro the Great God, I have a feeling about the 10 o'clock direction. It feels like searching for treasure. I feel like I'm taking a stroll and soaking up the sun. Hey, you two, can't you be a little more tense? The two of them and Ao skipped down the hillside when Kishu suddenly heard the sound of leaves coming from somewhere. Walking forward, they indeed saw a white creature bending over, digging something in the ground, and the two of them immediately stopped. Ika. Upon noticing the person behind him, the Icarus alien jumped and turned around. You're an Icarus alien. Ika, indeed, we are people of Icarus, and by the orders of our ruler, we cannot hand this over to you. As he spoke, he raised the monster doll in his hand. This guy is a bit dim-witted but kind of cute. We wouldn't have known you had a puppet if you hadn't told us. Kishu laughed, took Taro from Mailing's hand, gestured for her to stand behind him, and held Taro up in front of him. He wouldn't underestimate his opponent, no matter how foolish this guy might seem. Bah. Ika, several laser beams shot over, striking the Ika alien's palm squarely, sending the doll flying. The Ika alien turned its head to see Akijo Yuya, dressed in black, holding a terminal controller that had transformed into a gun, the muzzle pointed directly at it. Ika Rei, Tomoya-kun. Seeing a white beam of light shoot out from its hand, Misuzu Ishido exclaimed in alarm, "Taro, ultra telekinesis." Seeing this, Kishu quickly aimed Taro at it, and the next moment a powerful psychic force not only changed the trajectory of the light, but also sent the Ika alien flying to who knows where. Phew, that was close. Seeing that the crisis was over, Misuzu Ishido finally breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, that was really dangerous. Thank you so much, Taro. It's nothing, protecting you is my responsibility, but Yuya, how did you get here? Did you find anything? Not yet. We only came here because we detected fluctuations, and then we stumbled upon what just happened. While the two were talking, Kenta went up and picked up the monster doll on the ground and sat down next to Taro. This guy looks pretty tough. This is King Crab, and those pincers on his face and his tail are quite formidable. Let's go together from now on, so that we can look out for each other if we encounter danger again. Kishu suggested that it was indeed dangerous just now. If it weren't for Taro, he wouldn't have been able to guarantee their safety either, as transforming during battle also takes time. After saying that, he looked at Ikijauji Yuya. Taro's psychic powers cannot be used frequently, so you are the only one who can easily protect your companions right now. Protect your companions? Yatakibana looked at the people around him and nodded. Since you consider me a companion, then let's work together. Oh, Yuya and Mailing have met up. Looking at the four people in the photo on his phone, Hajime turned to Chigusa and said something. Chigusa turned her head and looked over, her eyes drawn to the monster in the middle of the group. That monster is disgusting. Hey kid, I'll call them. Huh, that's weird, there's no signal. Then what should we do? There's always a way out. Okay, it seems like there's a reaction over there. Looking at the shimmering Milky Way sparks in his hand, Hikaru led Chigusa in that direction. Having found the right spot, Guang shoveled into the auditorium and felt as if he had hit something hard. Found it. Reaching out and digging through the soil, I dug out a monster doll and brushed the dirt off it. That sounds amazing. It seems like this is the last one. Let's go and meet up with Mailing and the others. Ah, it seemed their task for the day was complete, so the two tidied up and got up. Are you two all right? Hearing the sound, the two turned around and saw Mailing alone, but she was behaving strangely. Mailing, what are you doing here? Where are Kenta and Tomoya? Where are they? They'll be here in a little while. Chigusa stared blankly, while Hikaru frowned slightly, looking at the somewhat strange Mayuri in front of him. Both of them had some doubt in their eyes. Mizu, seeing the unconsciously waving hands in front of her, Mayuri Ishido realized the problem and immediately put her hands behind her back. Could you show me the dolls you've collected? Their appearance and voice were exactly the same, and since neither of them knew anything about mimicry, they didn't have much suspicion. Of course. Well, here it is. Misuzu Ishido immediately beamed with joy and skipped towards them. However, just as she was eagerly grabbing the doll, Hikaru Arata's galaxy spark suddenly lit up and the flash bounced it aside. Ika, ouch no, it hurts so much. After falling to the ground, she quickly sat up, only to find that she had grown 2 large ears and a large beard on her face. Mailing, you. Seeing the bewildered looks on their faces, she stroked her beard and quickly turned her head to cover it. It's nothing, nothing's wrong. The two exchanged a glance, grabbed their school bags and ran. Ishido Misuzu, now back to her original form, looked up and saw them running away, so she quickly gave chase. Ika, you all stop right there. Still can't get in touch with Zyaragwang and the others. After all, it's in the mountains, so maybe the signal is just occasionally bad. No, even my telepathy is being blocked. It must be due to the fluctuations of these monsters. The four walked and talked on the relatively flat dirt road. Kaian-shu was holding the dark spark, watching it closely to see if it would flicker, hoping to find other spark dolls. Hey Hikaru, Chigusa. Kenta shouted, and the others saw the two running towards them, but the two were being followed by another person, Misuzu Ishido. You lot, don't even think about getting away. Ishido Misuzu, who was chasing behind the two, said and quickened her pace to catch up. Huh. It's me. Mailing also saw Mailing and asked in confusion. Here they come, they've caught up. Wow, so close, so close. Stop. Pursued by the Icarus aliens, the two ran towards where the others were. Because they were speeding downhill, they couldn't stop. Chigusa knocked Kenta down and Hikaru knocked Chiki down. Don't come over here. Mailing was suddenly tackled to the ground by Mailing, and everyone was in a chaotic mess. Only Yah was still standing, and thus he could see which Mailing had been chasing which Mailing. So he decisively pulled out his control gun and aimed it at that Mailing. Surrender, Icarus aliens. Mailing, who had just gotten up, was clearly a little panicked. The impact had revealed his beard, but he still pointed at Mailing beside him and shouted, "This guy is obviously fake." "It's obviously you." Seeing this, Chiki worried that Mailing would be taken hostage, so she pushed aside the light from the auditorium in front of her, rushed forward, grabbed the beardless Mailing and shoved her towards the crowd. However, the Icarus alien reacted quickly and grabbed Chiki's arm. Chiki was startled, then struggled violently, only to find to her surprise that she couldn't break free. Oh no, he had clearly made a mistake. Transforming into Dark Tiga gave him a false sense of power, making him forget to consider whether he could escape after saving people. After all, the appearance of the Icarus aliens was really deceptive, practically writing, "I'm stupid and easy to bully" on their faces. But they were aliens after all, and their physical abilities were far superior to those of ordinary humans. Once Chiki was captured, he couldn't break free for a while. 1,000 trees, let him go. Ikaju also fired a shot, and the energy blast landed at the feet of the Icarus alien. However, with hostages, the Icarus aliens felt emboldened and ignored Yuya's threats. "You actually saw through me. I am indeed an Icarus alien, and I am ordered by my ruler not to let you take the doll." As he spoke, he had already reverted to his original appearance. "Aren't you going to hand over the monsters you've collected? Your companions are in my hands." While he was talking, Kyan Shu quietly reached into her pocket and touched the dark spark. "Don't move, don't try anything funny, Ika." The Icarus alien noticed his movement, pulled out a dark spark from somewhere and aimed it at 1,000 trees. Seeing that they had already alerted the enemy, Kyan Shu no longer acted rashly and pondered a countermeasure. "Even if Tyrant is summoned, I should be able to handle it, not to mention I have Hikari and Tomoya. Besides, I don't even know where the fusion material, Red King doll, is. Our companions' lives are irreplaceable. We agree to give you the doll in exchange for you releasing our companions." "Ika, I agree." Seeing that the other party agreed, Hikaru took the doll handed to him by the crowd and then opened his backpack and took out the doll inside. When was this placed here?" The auditorium took out a yellowish-brown doll from inside, which puzzled him. "This is Red King, Zio Guang. When did you find this?" Chigusa couldn't help but wonder, since they hadn't seen the doll when they were in a group earlier. Upon seeing the Red King doll, Chiki's eyes widened, and she gave Hikari a strange look but said nothing. "I can't control that much. Ika, that's all, give it to me now." After handing the dolls back to alien Icars, Chiki was released, while Icars ran to the side carrying a bunch of dolls. "Ika, now is the time to unleash our hidden true power." After saying that, he stuck the dark sparks one by one onto the soles of the monster dolls' feet. Dark Fusion, Red King, Barabbas, Sigras, Bemsta, Hanzakur, and King Crab. With a series of monster roars, each puppet transformed into a ball of light of different colors and flew into the air. The Ika aliens also took flight and hovered in the center of each ball of light. "It feels great, and I'm even poking myself, Ika." Icarus aliens combined talent. Boom! As the cloud-like energy cluster merged, a colossal creature landed on the ground. It had short, thick legs, a segmented tail, and massive bone spikes along its back. A strange scythe adorned its right arm, while a hammer protruded from its left. The two weapons collided with a dull but deafening sound, clearly indicating its considerable weight. Its abdomen resembled that of Bemstar, with its central, lobed flesh slightly opening and closing. Beside the large ears of the Icarus alien, a pair of bright yellow eyes gazed down at the crowd below. Observing such a colossal 62-meter-tall, 57,000-ton behemoth at such close range evokes an unbearable sense of oppression. That guy is the embodiment of the resentment of 7 monsters, the vicious tyrant. This guy is not someone that ordinary monsters can deal with. Hikaru's tarot reminded him that Hikaru couldn't transform on his own yet, and he couldn't defeat Tyrant in front of him using monster puppets. Tyrant's roar was so loud that everyone involuntarily took a few steps back. 1,000 trees. Taro shouted to Kishu, who was looking up from the side, signaling him to materialize himself to fight the monster. Chiki turned to look at Taro, then took out a Tiga doll and waved it at him. "Tiga's power is enough. Taro, you stay here and protect them." Seeing that Taro agreed, Kishu took out the dark spark and stuck it on the doll's footprint. Dark Fusion Ultraman Tiga. After the dark purple light and lightning flashed together, an even more powerful aura appeared. After getting into position, Kishu didn't hold back, taking a short running start before kicking Tyrant. However, Tyrant's immense weight prevented him from swaying much. Kishu felt as if he'd kicked a small mountain. Seeing that his attack had no effect, he immediately retreated to create distance. His earlier probing had given him the impression that Tyrant's skin was extremely tough, and given his thick hide, a punch probably wouldn't cause much damage. Seeing its opponent retreat, Tyrant gave him no time to think, swinging its scythe forward. Fortunately, while its massive size and weight provided strong defense, they also slowed Tyrant's movement slightly, allowing Chiki to nimbly dodge its attacks using Tiga's speed. How about trying to attack the head? Kyan Shu tried to raise his hand to attack Tyrant's eyes, but seeing the hammer coming towards his breastplate, he quickly withdrew his attack to dodge. He found himself in an awkward situation. Tyrant was 62 meters tall, while he was 53 meters tall. If he wanted to attack the opponent's head, he would need to raise his arm, at which point he would be easily hit by the opponent's sweeping attack and would be unable to block with his arm. The battle reached a stalemate for a time, and Kyan Shu moved around while trying to find a weak point on Tyrant's body. It's not that he can't beat the opponent right now. It's like a person fighting a wolf. People will subconsciously think that they can only win if they can beat the wolf without taking any damage, and they will try their best to avoid getting hurt. Tyrant, as expected of a fusion of 7 monsters, was incredibly hard all over except for its eyes, and the weapons on its arms were extremely threatening, making it a creature with high defense and high damage. Kishu had no choice but to create distance again and try using its beam. Knowing that Tyrant possessed Bemstar's abdomen and could absorb light, he initially didn't intend to use the light, since the red light state after energy depletion would make him relatively weak. However, he had no choice but to give it a try now. 1,000 trees raised his arm, and several arrow-shaped beams of light shot out from his palms and struck it. Sure enough, Tyrant reacted immediately, crossing his arms and then opening them, creating a huge suction force in the middle of his abdomen which sucked all the light bullets in. Kishu didn't look at the light, but rather at the weapon on Tyrant's arm. Perhaps we can think of a way. Having made up her mind, Kishu moved slightly closer to Tyrant, quickly moving left and right to get around to its back, and then used a light bullet attack targeting its head, prioritizing the ears of the Icarus alien. The light bullets kept hitting its head, sparking and flying everywhere. Tyrant roared incessantly to express its anger, but every time it charged 1,000 trees, it was always pushed back. What was most infuriating was that the bullets hit its ears, which belonged to the Icarus aliens. Unable to catch up with Kishu in the distance, he raised his arm and aimed the hammer with the sickle hook at him. The next moment, the sickle hook with the chain shot out fiercely at Kishu. Right now, Kyan Shu quickly dodged to the side but was still grazed. Before the chain could retract, he firmly grasped the sickle hook, gathered energy in his other hand, and swung it down with a hand chop, sparks flying, successfully cutting the chain and obtaining the sharp sickle hook. Due to the sudden loss of strength, Tyrant's massive body almost fell over. Kyan Shu was overjoyed. He held the sickle with a chain still attached in his hand. With the help of energy, he hurled the chain at Tyrant with incredible speed, leaving it no time to block. The chain pierced deeply into Tyrant's abdomen, the sickle embedded in the flesh, only half of it protruding. It seems the flying kick isn't as effective. In the show, Tiga used a flying kick to unleash a scythe-like hook, and with the added power of light energy, the force broke through Tyrant's defense, allowing him to finish it off with a combined attack from Jenna. However, it appears Bemstar's abdominal abilities are no longer usable. Severely injured, Tyrant stood frozen in place, the powerful bioweapon malfunctioning. Senju naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Dark Tiga clenched his fists, placed them on his ribs, then crossed his arms in front of his chest. Energy particles converged from all directions towards the azure timer in the center of his chest armor, simultaneously coalescing into a dark straight line. With his arms in position, a purplish-black beam of light shot out from his right arm. On the ground not far away, everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle. A powerful beam of light struck Tyrant, and his massive body was reduced to a ball of exploding sparks. Great! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that they had won. Kishu dematerialized, and Dark Tiga's body dissipated into countless dark purple particles before he himself gently landed on the ground. Ika, I have actually lost. The defeated alien Ika leaned against a tree, his body emitting smoke and extremely weak. Everyone, surround this guy and don't let it escape. The arriving auditorium director called out to Kenta and the others, who formed a circle around the tree, while Yuya pointed his gun at it. You're cheating. Your allies in the cause of justice are using the power of darkness. Those guys who cheat by using the seven-headed fusion have no right to talk about us. We're asking you, who exactly ordered you to become a physical entity? No matter how down on my luck I become, my mouth is still. Before the Icarus alien could continue arguing, Ikijauji had already fired a shot, the energy blast creating a crater in the ground between its legs. Watch out, my gun might go off. I'll talk, please let me talk, please listen carefully, my ruler is. However, before it could finish speaking, a dark ray pierced its body, and it turned back into a puppet with a scream. Kyan Shu turned his head to look in the direction of the light and saw a strange arm holding a dark spark flash by behind a large tree. Where is that guy? Kishu immediately ran in that direction. Everyone's gaze shifted from the sudden change to Kishu's retreating figure, and they couldn't help but wonder. Kyanshu, where are you going? Misuzu called out to his retreating figure, but Chiki did not turn around to respond. We mustn't let it summon Zagi. Kyanshu ran quickly. He could clearly hear running sounds not far away, the sound of footsteps on fallen leaves right ahead. After observing for so long, he still cannot be sure whether Galaxy himself has awakened. Even if he has, fighting against Dark Zagi will consume Galaxy's own energy. Furthermore, Hikaru's current behavior is suspicious, and it's unclear what's wrong with him. For now, the best course of action is to prevent Dark Zaga's arrival. Suddenly, the footsteps ahead stopped, and Kyanshu also stopped, instantly becoming alert. Navigating through so many trees was no easy feat. Through a gap in the forest, Kyanshu spotted a strange, purplish-black figure, seemingly still wearing clothes. Kishu dared not be overconfident. He took out the dark spark and transformed into a life-sized Ultraman Tiga doll. Through his milky white eyes, he was able to clearly see the full appearance of the figure opposite him. As expected of Principal Shura, he already knew that. At this moment, the purplish-black flesh and blood stood out on her body, especially the arm that had once picked up the dark spark that sealed Lujil, the strange arm that Kishu had seen earlier. With a wave of his hand, he shattered several trees in front of him with a light blast. The two were now face to face. 1,000 trees moved forward step by step, but the Dark Ruler remained motionless, staring only at Dark Tiga's milky white bulbous eyes. At this moment, Principal Shura was no longer human. Chiki sensed a powerful dark aura, a mixture of negative energies such as human desires and anger, likely the darkness within the hearts of those human puppets. However, since he had materialized into Ultraman Tiga, he could also sense a power beneath this chaotic aura. A pure darkness. Chiki met his gaze, and Principal Shurai's eyes seemed to hold an abyss. Chiki was momentarily stunned, as if she were frozen in thought, so she quickly looked away and stopped looking at him. There is a deep darkness hidden in your heart. You must have a sad past. Principal Shurai's lips moved, as if he had regained his usual kind demeanor. Kyanshu didn't reply and stood quietly. The calm voice rang out again on its own. Life is like this, with too much pain and too little happiness. Moreover, life is short and easily lost, making people fear death and separation. Therefore, if we could stop everyone's time, we could keep life forever in the happiest moment. Be under my control, become my messenger, and I can grant you eternal life. Kyanshu did not answer, remaining standing quietly. The eerie purple figure continued to smile kindly, showing no hurry to receive a reply. His calm words seemed to have a magical power, stirring up many memories deep within his heart. A warm family, a dream of becoming an astronaut, a peaceful and happy life. All these beautiful things from the past became history with the destruction of that world. The dead past often attacks him, leaving him confused and in pain. I'm just an ordinary person, yet I have to do things that endanger my life in this strange and dangerous world. After a long while, Kyanshu finally came to his senses, his eyes gradually hardening, and he slowly spoke. You're right. The brevity and imperfections of life often trouble people, and many suffering souls would willingly choose to freeze time at its happiest moment. However, compared to wallowing in sorrow, I yearn for the future. Life may be short, but its future holds infinite possibilities. As long as there is a future, there will be beauty. In this short life, we continuously create beauty, and a moment becomes eternity. In the time of death, so-called eternal happiness is lifeless and stagnant. What eternity can a life without a future have? One must live well to see the beauty of the future, just like the wonderful group of companions I've met here. Kishu launched an attack, using the dark hand to slash. Dark Tiga raised his arm and a purple light bullet rushed towards the Dark Ruler. So this is your answer. Principal Shurai neither dodged nor evaded until the light bullet touched his body and then struck the ground behind him, causing his figure to dissipate like a shattered mirror. What method is this? Kyanshu then realized that he had fallen into a trap. It turned out that this was just an illusion left behind by the other party. In addition, with the means of manipulating and amplifying the dark influence in the hearts of puppet humans, as well as the bewitching words, the Dark Ruler should have escaped when the tree broke. How ridiculous of me to discuss the meaning of life with beings at such a level. There's no other way, we have to go back now. A crimson bolt of lightning, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, spread across the ground. Under the influence of this massive surge of energy, the ground trembled, the trees rustled, and the people on the ground immediately lost their footing and staggered. What's up? A powerful force is approaching. Could this force be Taro's tone was grave. He had a bad feeling. Is this the boss? The auditorium light asked. With this momentum, is the decisive battle about to begin? I can feel a strong fluctuation. There's no mistake, it's nearby. Taro didn't answer Hikaru's question. He turned around and saw Chiki running towards the group and shouting at them. Everyone, get out of here. Red lightning gathered in the sky not far away, clouds converged under the powerful gravitational pull, an evil light flashed by, and a purplish-red wormhole appeared in the sky, continuously shooting out bolts of lightning, its terrifying power permeating the world. Is it finally here? Kyan Shu stopped in his tracks, staring at the terrifying wormhole in the sky, his hand gripping the dark spark trembling slightly. This time he felt the threat of death. With the power of the dark spark in his own hands, he was simply no match for such ultimate darkness. A pair of black feet appeared from the black hole, followed by legs and then half a body. As the ultimate dark form slowly descended, Chiki's heart pounded faster. Want to run away? The thought flashed through my mind, but the next second, as if struck by lightning, an image flashed through my mind. Within the blurry flames, the entire world was ablaze. A pitch-black body, scarlet eyes, and a hand holding a dark spark surrounded by countless puppets plunged the world into darkness at that moment. A strange sense of unease and grief welled up inside him, and he gripped Spark's hand even tighter. Overwhelmed by emotion, he couldn't help but shout out. How could this happen? Mustering his courage, he strode toward the wormhole not far away, pressing the Ultraman Tiga doll onto the sparks as he did so. Dark Fusion Ultraman Tiga. A flash of black light appeared, and Dark Tiga's body descended from the back mountain. Feeling the powerful force within his body, Chiki felt confident enough. At this moment in the wormhole raging with lightning, Zaga's body fully appeared. Red stripes spread across his body, which seemed to be perfectly crafted for battle. His chest was covered with a scarlet core crystal, but his eyes were somewhat lifeless, just like Dark Tiga when he was summoned. A replica of God has arrived. Kyan Shu stared at him nervously, not daring to make any rash moves. However, Zaki didn't even glance at him. He just looked down at his powerful arm, as if wondering something, and then roared to the sky, looking just like a wild beast. After he finished roaring, he looked at Kyan Shu not far away. Being stared at by those evil eyes gave him a suffocating feeling. Kyan Shu immediately got into a fighting stance. Kyan Shu launched the first attack, firing a purplish-black light bullet from his palm towards Dark Zagi. However, the attack was blocked by Zaga's raised hand. In front of Zagi, the light bullet seemed to encounter tremendous resistance, condensing in midair and unable to advance any further. He slightly twisted his neck and slashed his palms to the sides. Tiga's dark hand slash was thrown to the sides, and the light bullets landed behind Zagi and exploded with a huge force, showing that the power of this attack was not bad. Even so, it was still easily blocked. Kyan Shu's heart sank and his expression became even more solemn. Illuminated by the flashes of the explosion, Zaki positioned himself and charged at him swiftly. What? Before Kishu could react, Zaga's body appeared in front of him, delivering a straight punch to Dark Tiga's chest, sending him flying backward under the powerful force. 1,000 trees. Those hiding underground were also silently observing the situation, and seeing the enemy's strength, they couldn't help but worry about Kyan Shu's safety. His previous opponents were not in the same league as him. Upon hearing Taro's words, Ikajiu also frowned and stood up, running towards the battlefield. I'll help him. On the battlefield, after being knocked down, Kyan Shu quickly got up, because the next moment Zaki had already stomped hard on the spot where he had just fallen. With a fierce determination, Kyan Shu clenched his left fist and pounded rapidly, while his right hand slashed down repeatedly with a chop. The attack struck Dark Zagi one after another. Zagi dodged most of the attacks thanks to his incredible speed, but many still landed on him, enraging him. Don't underestimate me, Dark Tiga's power is not just this. Chiki's previously chaotic attacks gradually adapted to Tiga's power, and as he sensed the memories of this body, his attacks became more effective. A mid-air palm strike landed squarely on his target, the hard hand blade slicing into Zaga's head, sparks flying as if from the clash of metal. Kishu followed up with a burst kick from Tiga's skill, striking the enemy in the abdomen at incredible speed and knocking Zagi down. Roar. Zaki roared in frustration, stood up, raised his hands high and then stretched them out. Energy gathered in his arms, and after his hands came together in front of his chest, a purple-red light surged out. This is Gravity Zagi, whose supergravity beams released from his fists are too much for Kishu to withstand. The newly erected barrier of darkness quickly shattered, leaving Kishu with no choice but to cross her arms in front of her chest, hoping to block out the light. Burning pain shot through his arms, and Dark Tiga was forced to retreat under the powerful impact. Jinkanon, Janai, who flew in from the sky, quickly transformed from spaceship form into human form. After landing, he used the jet nozzle on his right hand to continuously fire blue beams of light, striking Dark Zagi and interrupting his offensive. Kishu was able to catch his breath. However, after being attacked, Zaki's attention was drawn to the suddenly appearing Iron 9. He quickly moved towards him, his figure weaving through the numerous blue beams of light, and delivered a hammer blow to Iron 9's body, knocking him to the ground. The violent impact shook the control room of Steel 9, and Ikiju almost lost his balance and fell. He quickly steadied himself and tried to get up, but Zaki's landing knee strike knocked him to the ground again. He was then roughly pulled up and began to elbow Steel 9 repeatedly in the chest, venting his anger. After being hit multiple times, Steel 9 seized the opportunity to raise his arm to block the attack and swung his other hand at him, but the man dodged it with a quick retreat. Meanwhile, Kishu was not idle either. He was gathering power for the Dark Zeppelian Ray, clenching his fists and placing them on his ribs. Then he crossed his arms in front of his chest, and energy particles converged from all directions toward the azure timer in the center of his breastplate. At the same time, the particles condensed into a dark straight line. After his arms were in position, a purplish-black ray shot out from his right arm. Hateful, Ikiju also missed several attacks. Seeing that the distance had been widened, he also controlled Steel 9 to extend its arms, and energy condensed under the prism device in its abdomen. Zaki reacted instantly, moving quickly once more and striking Iron 9's abdomen with a claw. The impact sent sparks flying and the energy gathering was interrupted. However, the next second, Tiga's Dark Zeppelian Ray arrived, hitting him and knocking him back dozens of meters. Roar! The sudden attack reignited Zaki's fury. He shielded himself from the beam of light with his arms, then rushed toward Iron 9 beside him, pulling the still dazed Iron 9 close and using his body to block the terrifying beam attack. After being subjected to a powerful attack, the lights in the control room inside Steel 9's body flickered on and off, and mechanical electronic noises rang out. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Kishu immediately stopped the beam output. However, Zagi had already approached him with Iron 9's body on top of him. After using Iron 9's body to knock him back, Zagi stretched out his arms again, put his fists together at his chest, and released the supergravity beam once more. The two people who had just stood up were instantly bathed in light. Ding dong ding dong. The azure timer on Dark Tiga's chest had turned red, its light flashing incessantly, and a ding-dong sound rang out at that moment. Under the terrifying light, after being attacked twice, Chiki's dark spark could no longer hold on. Dark Tiga's body disintegrated into purplish-black particles, and Chiki was teleported away from the battlefield by the ball of light before disintegrating. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The injuries he suffered were absorbed by the materialized spark doll, but due to the connection with the dark spark, he, as the holder, was also affected. They had already done their best. Dark Zaga's strength was one reason, but another reason was that he couldn't unleash Dark Tiga's power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost so completely. Is this the ultimate dark power? From beginning to end, he felt that the other party had not used their full strength. On the battlefield, Tiga's disappearance meant that Steel 9 had to fight alone. After finally surviving the attack of the supergravity beam, Zaga's attacks came one after another, tossing him around like a ball. Hateful, Tomoya. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, only Steel 9 was constantly being attacked, and everyone on the ground could only watch anxiously. Hikaru gritted his teeth and ran over. Hikaru, what are you doing? The monster puppet can't defeat him. Mailing, let him go. All we can do now is trust him. With a resolute expression, the auditorium staff took out the galaxy spark, placed it on their forehead, closed their eyes, and silently prayed. Suddenly, a darkness seemed to come from nowhere and tried to stop him, while a sharp pain in his head nearly made him fall to the ground. Sensing something amiss, the spark mark on his hand flashed by, the darkness receded, and the galactic spark responded to him. Then the spark was raised high, its wings spread open, and a sacred doll solidified its body from the light. Upon seeing this, Guang's face lit up with joy, and he grabbed the doll and pressed it onto the top of the sparkler. A six-pointed star pattern appeared as it rotated, and a sacred voice rang out at the same time. Superphysical form, Ultraman Jinga. Amidst a dazzling array of overlapping nebulae, Ultraman Jinga appeared, radiating blue light. His glowing hand pressed against Dark Zaga's face, instantly sending him flying far away. Hikaru felt that the power within Galaxy's transformed body was exceptionally strong. The powerful impact caused Zagi to roll several times on the ground before the force dissipated. Iron 9, who had just fallen to the ground, looked at the giant's body standing in front of him, and a hand reached out to pull him up. Xiao Guang, thank you very much. I'll handle this guy. However, just as the two were talking, a supergravity beam that had clearly increased in power suddenly shot towards him, sending Yinhe flying. Yu also turned his head to look at the source of the light and saw that Zaki had already gotten up. Hikaru also sat up from the ground, feeling the power of the energy contained in the light just now, and couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed not on the same level. Galaxy and Zagi faced off, their powerful auras clashing, and both immediately sensed that the other was no ordinary opponent. Zaki twisted his neck, his aura surged, and purplish-black energy burned on his body like flames as he charged toward his opponent. But Galaxy also got into position, its galaxy crystal seemingly activated and glowing, blue energy and light emanating from it, not to be outdone. The Milky Way will always be above you. From a distance, the terrifying speed and energy created the visual effect that the two appeared to simultaneously transform into enormous purple and blue orbs of light, colliding continuously in the air above the back mountain. In Kaiyan Shu's eyes, the balls of light kept colliding. Even from the ground, he could feel the enormous force generated by the collision in the air. Finally, the two figures flashed and teleported to other places, disappearing from his sight. Terrifying power. Kishu couldn't imagine what a disaster it would be if this power were used for destruction. To them, destroying human cities was as easy as a child destroying an anthill. After numerous fierce battles in different parts of Earth, sky, rain clouds, desert, volcano, the two were finally drawn to Mount Falling Star by the Milky Way, where he intended to end Dark Zagi. Above the back mountain, Yinhe gathered energy in his arms, crossed them, and then rotated and stretched them out, assuming the posture of a beam of light. A powerful beam of light shot out from his arms toward Zaki in the distance. Seeing this, Zagi unleashed a black and red destructive beam in a posture opposite to Lightning Zaga's, the beam containing immense power and the destructive force to distort space. As they released beams of light, they flew toward each other, colliding violently before clashing and consuming energy, eventually falling to the ground from high above. Kaiyan Shu only saw two orbs of light flying from a great distance, colliding violently in midair one last time. The powerful shockwave dispersed the surrounding clouds, and finally, the two orbs, one purple and one blue, crashed to the ground from high above, stirring up a large amount of dust and leaving two trails of light of different colors in the air. Cough, cough, cough. The gust of wind that the two created upon landing stirred up dust, causing Kaiyan Shu to cough, but he still kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield after landing. After a long while the dust settled, and the two bodies became clear in sight. Galaxy and Zagi stood silently. Suddenly, the energy core on Zaga's chest shattered, and darkness seemed to materialize and become visible to the naked eye, spreading uncontrollably into the air. At this moment, Zaki's body was also trembling, stretching his arms upward as if to grab the darkness that was escaping into the sky from the shattered energy core in his chest. Finally, he exploded with a painful roar, turning into flames all over the sky. 1. Those hiding on the ground cheered upon seeing this, and Ikijauji Yuya, who had already dematerialized, also breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring the sparks from the explosion behind him, Yinhe turned his head to look at the ground not far away. There, Kishu was squatting on the ground observing the battlefield. In fact, she met Yinhe's gaze. In Yinhe's huge eyes, which were a pale yellow with a hint of green, Kishu seemed to feel something different. One last look, and even after this great battle, the Milky Way's chest lamp still shone with a sky-blue light. Kaiyan Shu was startled. Was this the consciousness of the Milky Way itself descending? In the distance of the battlefield, inside the Galaxy Shrine at Jiangxing Elementary School, Lidang Xiaojin sat upright before a red six-pointed star with spark marks, chanting a rhythmic incantation. Tupukame has many women. After the battle, in the afterglow of the setting sun, a warm breeze drifted through the back mountain, blowing on Kaiyan Shu's face, making him feel very relaxed. Hey, Chiki, over here. Not far away, Mei Ling was waving her arms happily at him. Next to the auditorium light, Chigusa and Kenta were each supporting a member of a temple friend as they walked towards him. Haha, here we come. As she watched them walk towards her, Kishu couldn't help but smile. As they got closer, she heard the three of them chuckling softly. Please don't do this, I can walk by myself. Be good, be good. Mei Ling then smiled and said to Kishu, the battle is over, thank you for your hard work, Kishu. It's nothing, all thanks to Xiaoguang. Upon hearing Chiki's words, Hikaru Arata felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head with a smile. We're companions, aren't we? As if she had thought of something, Mei Ling continued speaking. Now Xiaoguang can go to England too. Ah, happy. I won't leave, I feel like it's not over yet. My power hasn't returned yet either. Taro interjected, so I'm not going to England, I'm staying here, that's it. As the group walked towards Junxing Elementary School, chatting and laughing in the afterglow of the twilight. Elsewhere, on the land still warm from the explosion, Zaki's doll lay quietly when a strange arm picked it up and gradually disappeared into the depths of the back mountain. At night in the silent Jiangxing mountain, the sky appeared darker than usual, as if it were covered by an unseen darkness. Inside a tent surrounded by numerous dolls in the classroom of Jiangxing Elementary School, Guangcheng was fast asleep due to the intense battle that had taken place during the day. Suddenly, a dark shadow seemed to leap up from his body, quickly escaping out of the window and eagerly flying towards the sky above the back mountain. There, a lingering, alluring darkness remains. In the classroom at night, only the Milky Way-like sparks could be seen flickering in the darkness. Why are there no stars tonight? Kishu lay on the bed, not yet asleep. A battery-powered lamp was lit beside him. He held the dark spark in his hand, admiring its metallic luster by the bright white light. The recent events kept replaying in my mind. What exactly is the problem with this world? Everything seems normal so far, but the unknown shadow that Xiaoguang mentioned keeps giving him a bad feeling. It's like a sword hanging over his head, you don't know when it will fall. After all, I've made companions here. This is probably what I want to protect. You still need to be strong enough, only then can you remain calm in the face of change. Thinking of this, Kishu opened a drawer to the side and took out a gold and black doll. The Zoggy doll has likely been taken back by the Dark Ruler, so this guy can come in handy too. In the early morning in the small town of Jiangxing, Xiao Pei, dressed in a police uniform, was patrolling the town on his bicycle. Feeling the breeze from his bike ride, he couldn't help but smile and sing the school song. Why are you leaving? Our tomorrow lies there. Ah, the school song of Jiangxing Elementary School is so beautiful. Ah, 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 ah. Suddenly, in an instant, it seemed as if the surrounding space and time fluctuated, and a strange feeling came over me, like an extremely strong attraction, but I didn't know where it came from. At Jiangxing Elementary School nearby, Kaian Shu had just reached the classroom door when she heard Xiao Guang and the others talking inside. But Yuya is really amazing. Whether it's studying or sports, he does everything perfectly. Yes, completely different from Kenta, hee. Why are you dragging me into this? By the way, Chigusa, have you changed your image? That's not true at all. He must have matured and is different from that other person. Ha ha ha. Taro, what happened to you two? While everyone was chatting and laughing, Kaian Shu casually found a place to sit down. Kaian Shu, how are you feeling? One of the temple friends also came over and asked. I'm fine, how about you, Tomoya? Due to yesterday's battle, Steel 9 is currently in a self-repairing state. The conversation between the two successfully brought everyone's thoughts back to yesterday's battle. Hikaru Rado said to Taro, speaking of Taro, what exactly is the purpose of the black giant who fought against Galaxy a while ago, the mastermind behind that guy? Well, I don't know either. But I have a feeling, a very bad feeling. The other side is likely trying to use this to deplete the Galaxy's energy. Kaian Shu, do you know anything? I can't quite explain it. But I think it might be a sign of the final battle. As soon as Kaian Shu finished speaking, the whole classroom suddenly spun around and everyone lost their balance and swayed from side to side. Is there an earthquake? Yitiaosi hurriedly took out the control device to check the situation, only to find that the lines on the control device were fluctuating abnormally. What is this abnormal energy level? Kaian Shu was also startled. The environment around her body seemed to turn into black and white, and it was also spinning up and down strangely. What kind of special effect is this? Suddenly, a figure seemed to fall from the sky and crashed heavily onto the center of the classroom floor. The sudden fall startled everyone, and when they turned to look, they saw it was Xiao Pei, who was supposed to be on patrol, now trembling with fear. Not good. Xiao Pei, what's wrong? What's the matter that makes you so flustered? Did Xiao Pei see a monster again? No, we can't get out. Where can't we get out? This school, I've tried to get out so many times, but I still can't. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. So Chigusa was the first to stand up and decide to go out and try it, followed by Mailing. They were then teleported to different classrooms. Try it with your phone. Seeing that they were indeed trapped, Hikaru and Kenta panicked and frantically pulled out their phones. What's going on? Why can't I get through? It's probably the phenomenon that just happened that caused a distortion in spacetime. Ikijo Yuya looked down at the control panel, then looked around and explained to the people around him. This school is separated from the outside world and isolated. I think this is the only possibility. Then suddenly, just like when Xiao Pei landed, Chigusa and Mailing were also suddenly teleported back. We're back. Since we're already here, let's make the best of it. At least we're not in any immediate danger, are we? Kyan Shu was also looking around. Is this the power of space and time? But it seems like nothing has changed around here. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a while. Do we have enough food? Don't worry, Chiki, I've always been the one buying the ingredients for the shrine. It's my job. When asked about grocery shopping, Mailing answered confidently, that's good, then I'll trouble you and Grandpa Ziojin to cook for a few more people during this time. HMPH. Kyan Shu, you're coming over here to be my assistant. But Mailing, you know I can burn an egg when I fry it, and I can't even get instant noodles to dissolve properly. No, I can't let you be lazy and idle in the Galaxy Shrine. Please, I work really hard cleaning the shrine every day. How about letting Hikaru help you? Hikaru would definitely be happy to. I do know a little bit about cooking. Hey, how come you guys are still chatting? We're trapped. Kenta, don't yell at me. You've transformed into monsters before, so what's the big deal about encountering a supernatural event? At that moment, the auditorium light looked to the side and Taro hadn't spoken for quite a while. Hey, Taro, you look a bit listless. I remembered some things from the past. What's up? The monsters and Ultra Warriors that have been turned into dolls have all been stripped of their consciousness, but I am different, only I have a heart so I can speak like this. Do you know why? Someone was protecting me, my companions, and my parents. Thanks to them, I was the only one who wasn't directly hit by the dark fluctuations. In the end, everyone sacrificed themselves. Some of my friends and family are still wandering in the universe as dolls. In Taro's memory, in the vast and boundless Umbrella battlefield, countless Ultra Warriors and monsters were engaged in fierce battle. The roars of beasts and the sounds of collisions were constant, and countless beams of light pierced through the battlefield. Ultramen and monsters from different time and space together formed an unprecedentedly huge battlefield. At this moment, a dark giant with red eyes that seemed to be 1,000 meters tall appeared. He pointed the dark spark in his hand at the battlefield, and in an instant, black mist spread to every corner. Countless Ultra Warriors and monsters were instantly turned into puppets, floating silently in space, their destination unknown. The Ultra Brothers, Father of Ultra, and Mother of Ultra used their bodies to block the dark fluctuations and protect Taro behind them, while they themselves turned into puppets after flashing white light. Recalling his painful past, Taro paused several times before finally speaking to everyone about his past. Has the Land of Light ceased to exist? No, not only the Land of Light, there are also many other Ultra Warriors and numerous monsters in this universe. Was Dark Lugil such a terrifying being? Kyan Shu frowned slightly. It turned out that the enemy they were facing was such a terrifying one. Don't be so disappointed, let's find everyone including our partners in the universe. Seeing Taro's dejected look, Hikaru spoke up to encourage him. Xiao Guang appeared. Just then, a loud earthquake sound and Xiao Pei's shouts came from outside the classroom window, prompting everyone to immediately go downstairs to check the situation. In the distance, a huge, blue-skinned monster appeared. It had 3 heads and its body resembled the heads of 3 vicious dogs. Its body was exceptionally strong and its yellow claws and teeth were extremely sharp. It was heading towards the school and every step it took made the earth tremble. Oh no, they're heading this way towards the school. Who's over there? Principal Shure. We have to get to her right now, Xiao Guang called out anxiously. At a window of the teaching building, Principal Shure stared blankly at the blue behemoth outside, seemingly lost in thought. He didn't panic and try to escape downwards, he simply remained motionless. Hikaru, I'll leave this place to you for now. I'm going to find Principal Shure. Chiki looked out the window at Principal Shure and said to Hikaru beside him, Don't worry, leave this to me. Having received an affirmative answer, Kishu nodded and left the group, running towards the teaching building over there. As he entered the teaching building, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did he take out the dark spark and the Balgi alien's spark doll from his pocket and gently press them onto the spark. Dark Fusion Balgi, the Cosmic Sea Man, the empty teaching building was dimly lit. Kyan Shu walked slowly up the stairs, pondering her plan as she went. The place Principal Shure was just in should have been the principal's office. If we're going to speculate on the Dark Ruler's stronghold, it's highly likely it's located in the principal's office. Lost in thought, Kyan Shu had already climbed 2 or 3 flights of stairs. Then he stopped. With the alien's slightly better hearing, he tried his best to capture the sounds around him. Disorganized footsteps could be heard coming from different directions. Besides Principal Shure, there may be other people mentioned above. Having mentally prepared herself, Kishu quickly moved forward after recalling the Balgi alien's posture. What? Principal Shure seemed to be startled by something and let out a soft ah. A strange Yumiya-like figure holding a colorful feather fan suddenly appeared, speaking in an effeminate tone. Principal Sure Tilda, I have some good news for you. The Lord of Darkness is right here in this school, right beside you all. Hehehehe, you ask who it is. Oh dear, who could it be? At this moment, Chiki had already walked up. He had heard the entire conversation clearly. The knackle alien in front of him was probably the new dark agent. Because of the disappearance of the Balgi alien, he had been summoned to take his place. Where did you come from? Kyan Shu decided to take the initiative and asked the first question. The knackle aliens also saw the suddenly appearing sea creatures from space. They looked them up and down, waved their fans, and chuckled twice. The laughter made Kyan Shu feel uneasy. Yo, you must be the former Dark Agent. You've been missing for so long. Are you planning to betray Lord Dark Ruler? HMPH. At least I won't toy with the Lord of Darkness. Is your behavior a provocation? After saying that, Chiki turned to look at Principal Shurai beside her. However, since Principal Shurai had just been frightened, she still had no reaction. She showed neither fear nor the dominance of the Dark Ruler. Her eyes were just blank and her expression was wooden. Upon hearing Balga's words, the knackle alien's eyes glowed red, and Chiki instantly became alert. However, the knackle alien didn't look at him, but instead focused its gaze on Principal Shurai beside him. The next moment, Principal Shurai seemed to lose consciousness and stagger. Seeing that she was about to fall, Chiki quickly stepped forward to support her. It's just a body temporarily borrowed by the Dark Lord. Do you really think this woman in front of you is the Dark Lord? Tusk, no wonder the Lord summoned me, the true agent of darkness. Someone as powerless as you can only do things to curry favor. Chiki didn't answer, but gently placed Principal Shurai on the ground and let her lean against the wall next to her, where there was a red fire extinguisher box for support. After doing all this, Kyan Shu slowly stood up. For the time being, you just stay put and don't disrupt my plans. Watch as I collect the darkness in these people's hearts. As soon as he finished speaking, the knackle alien left, waving his fan. Call. Kyan Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief after he had walked away. Being an actor is really not an easy job. Next, we need to find the Spark Doll's hiding place. Let's check the principal's office first. The black and gold figure moved quickly again, walked up the stairs for a distance, and then stopped to observe. There are quite a few classrooms in the hallways, but thankfully there are signs above the doors. He quickly found the principal's office after searching for a while. I'm in. Crack, Kishu pushed open the door to the principal's office. The style is very simple, which fits Kyan Shu's stereotypical impression of the principal's office. The white walls are decorated with paintings and frames, and below them is a brownish-yellow wooden wainscoting. There are also several potted green plants, which judging from their growth must be regularly cared for. Only, there were many boxes scattered around the desk, along with some scrap paper and other things, making the place look messy. Judging from the surrounding walls, the office is obviously quite large, with only a large portion of the workspace visible, the rest being blocked by a purplish-black curtain. What's behind this curtain? Kyan Shu walked gently to the side of the curtain, then suddenly pulled it open and was shocked by the scene in front of her. In the dimly lit dark room, a row of bookshelves were arranged, but instead of books they were crowded with sparklers. So much. Kyan Shu's hands trembled involuntarily, a feeling she couldn't quite describe welling up inside her. These were once vibrant lives, but now they're just sitting here. These are the few that can be found. Who knows how many of these once colossal creatures are still wandering among the temples? Chiki could already imagine Dark Lujil placing them here, admiring them as milestones in his goal. He pulled the curtain behind him closed, walked quickly to the shelf, and scanned his surroundings rapidly. There are definitely too many to take, just take the strongest one, find Dark Zagi, and leave. As Kyan Shu moved and searched, his feelings grew even stronger. As he passed by the puppets, he always felt that they were watching him as if they were still alive, but when he looked at them, they were just lifeless puppets. Finally found. Kishu was overjoyed, finally finding the Dark Zagi doll on a table. I found it too. Hearing the voice of the knackle alien suddenly coming from behind him, Chiki was startled and quickly turned around to look. Suddenly, the purplish-black curtain was pulled open by a strange arm, and a strong light suddenly shone in. Then Chiki saw Principal Shurai, but at this moment her body had changed, and she had the physical characteristics of Dark Lujil. Next to her, the knackle alien was waving a fan and watching her. The two of them actually turned back. Has it been discovered? He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He should have realized it sooner. How could the Dark Ruler not have some measures in place in such an important place? It's very likely that he just triggered something and that's why he was noticed. You really are a traitor. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kishu quickly calmed down, then took out the Dark Spark and the Chimera puppet, intending to fuse them. Dark Fusion Chimerians, he had already thought of a solution for this unexpected situation. Soon the Chimera began to move. A stream of liquid gushed from the head of the Keemer's body and landed on his body. The moment the liquid touched his body, his extra-dimensional abilities began to manifest, and his figure began to blur. Want to escape? The Knuckle alien reacted quickly, flicking out a purple energy chain in its hand, trying to tie up the Chimer alien's body, but it missed. At the same time, Principal Shurei, who had lost consciousness, was not idle. He moved quickly and instantly reached in front of Chiki, reaching out to grab him. Oops. Although her body had begun to become ethereal, Kishu still had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the Chimerian dark spark before its giant transformation was still in his hand. The moment the Dark Ruler's eerie black-purple arm touched the dark spark, Kishu clearly felt the power of the dark spark disappear from his body. This is troublesome. The moment the dark spark disappeared, the Chimerian instantly reverted to a puppet, and Kishu was forced to dematerialize, becoming ethereal in human form. Haha, just wait until you turn into bubbles. Just before disappearing completely, Kishu looked into the eyes of the Dark Ruler and heard the laughter of the Knuckle aliens. Am I going to die? In my last thought before losing consciousness, something flashed across my chest. On the battlefield outside the teaching building, the auditorium beam of Ultraman Galaxy, the Super Fusion Ultraman, faces the alien beast Garuberos. Garuberos' eyes are on its dolphin-like head on its chest. Its head is located on its chest and is extremely long. On each of its two shoulders is a head that looks very much like a dog's head, resembling Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell in Greek mythology. It can spit out high-temperature fireballs from its mouth, but at this moment, it is using fighting footwork to walk around the galaxy. Garuberos raised his arm to probe, but was easily pushed away by Galaxy. He then turned around to dodge Galaxy's attack and created distance, his fists swinging incessantly as if warming up. Then it rushed forward, and Xiao Guang, as if remembering something, raised his hand and placed it on the head of the rushing Garuberos. Sure enough, due to its extremely long head, darkness couldn't even reach Below's nose with its short arms, let alone attack Galaxy's body. The auditorium light punched it hard on the nose twice, knocking it to the ground. Your body isn't suited for boxing, is it? Shut up, young man, don't underestimate me. Dark Garuberos, seemingly defiant, charged forward again. However, disdaining to use its massive, fanged maw to bite, and finding its body unsuitable for boxing, it was quickly defeated once more. Hateful. Feeling the humiliation of defeat, Dark Garuberos stopped in place and decided to use his clone ability. Then, as if splitting apart, two more figures appeared. 3 Dark Garuberos surrounded Ultraman Jinga, circling him continuously. He looked at his opponents around him, remaining calm and composed. Such a petty trick. The azure crystals on Yin's body gradually turned red, and scorching energy surged within him. Then, he crossed his arms, and the scorching energy within the Yin crystals reached its peak at that moment, causing his entire body to erupt with fiery yellow flames. Several enormous fireballs resembling meteorites condensed around him. It's no use to me. Galaxy Fireball. The fireball scattered and flew towards the 3 figures around it, instantly bursting into red flames upon impact, with intense heat erupting at that moment. The 3 Dark Garuberos were engulfed in flames before they could even scream. On the grassy field where white smoke was rising, the soil still retained some residual heat. The dark sparks from before had disappeared without a trace. Beside the Dark Garuberos doll, which was also emitting smoke, a middle-aged man in a black sports uniform was kneeling on the ground, panting. He's clearly just a brat, how can he be so strong? But he lost, so be it, he's not one to be a sore loser. After staggering to his feet, he looked up at Yin, who was reverting to his original form, and then glanced at the white teaching building to the side. However, this place seems to be his former alma mater. Every time a monster appears, it means the power of darkness is growing stronger, and the day of his resurrection is fast approaching. In the light that dispelled the transformation, Hikaru seemed to see the crystal at the head of the galaxy radiating a deep blue light, followed by the galaxy's pale yellow eyes lighting up. After leaving a reminder, the image disappeared and the auditorium light could only see the green grass in front of it. Let's go and meet up with everyone first. He ran towards the playground, where Mei Ling, Chigusa, Kenta, Yuya, and Xiaopei were waving at him. Thanks for your hard work. Xiao Guang is getting more and more amazing. Hey, someone's coming. Upon hearing Xiaopei's words, everyone's gaze turned to the back of Li Tang Guang, who also stopped and turned to look. The wind blew up the sand and dust on the playground, and there were 3 indistinct figures. As they approached, they saw a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a beige suit with a slightly furrowed brow, a woman in her 30s dressed like a career woman, and a man in a black suit walking in the middle. Except for the man in the middle, whose gaze was somewhat calm, the two men beside him both wore worried expressions. As Hikaru and the others watched them approach, an aura of adult professionalism emanated from them, a stark contrast to the group of students. Dad. Mei-ling stared blankly at the man in the middle, her voice soft and slightly questioning. Looking at the three people who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and recalling Yin's warning just now, Hikaru frowned slightly. Isn't this Mei-ling? Upon seeing his daughter, the man in the black suit was also somewhat puzzled and quickened his pace to stand in front of Mei-ling. What are you doing here? Long time no see, the auditorium staff greeted the man. You are the... The man in the black suit looked at the high school student in front of him. He couldn't remember who this unfamiliar face was for a moment, so he left his sentence unfinished and waited for the other person to continue. I am Hikaru from the auditorium. Oh, from the host Sujin's family. Hearing his name brought back my memory. Dad, what are you doing here? I'm here for work. I'm here to take a look at something related to a real estate contract. So you can't get out? Ah, that's right. Indeed, the barrier that distorts spacetime completely envelops this primary school and Jiangxing Mountain. Ikijauji Yuya looked at the control device in his hand and explained to the three people in front of him. So climbing the mountain is useless. So we're like mice in a bag. I'm telling you guys, you've been spouting nonsense since the very beginning. The woman standing to the side had an unfriendly expression and spoke sternly to the group of high school students. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to believe them, Zio Pei, who was wearing a police uniform, stepped forward. We are trapped here by some incredible force. Stop joking around, you're a police officer, right? Why are you getting involved in their nonsense? Let's go. After saying that, the woman gestured to the two people beside her to leave and then turned to walk away. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses followed closely behind. Incomprehensible, incomprehensible. He pushed aside the people blocking his way and walked towards the other side. I'm sorry, Mei-ling. Seeing that the two men's attitude and behavior were somewhat impolite, Mei-ling's father glanced at everyone apologetically and then prepared to leave to catch up with the two men in front of him. The three, having failed to achieve their goal, returned to the teaching building of Jiangxing Elementary School, where they encountered Lideng Guang and the others. This is incomprehensible. It's so illogical. Why can't we get out? Sayakairo Ishidu looked at the two people beside him who were losing control of their emotions, speechless. Can you explain this to me clearly? It's no use asking me. I can only answer helplessly, Hikaru replied. Everyone, let's calm down first. Shushin, dressed in white, walked out from around the corner, followed by Principal Shure. Why is the host here? One of them seemed to recognize him and asked him a question in surprise upon seeing him. Ah, it was Principal Shurei's kindness that allowed me to build a shrine at the school. As the host spoke, he gestured to Principal Shure beside him, which was also a way of introducing the three of them. Shure. As if she had thought of something, the woman asked a question, then gave the man in the black suit next to her a look, signaling him to introduce her. Ah ha ha, this must be the first time you two have met. You must be the people from the Ikinatani construction team. Principal Shure spoke calmly, as if he knew something. I am Tomomi Kuroki, the head of the development department. So the woman stepped forward, bent slightly to hand over the business card, and then turned to look at the bespectacled man who walked up beside her. He is an architect, Shingo Kiwahara. Dad, could it be? Upon hearing about the development department and recalling the real estate contract they had just mentioned, the group began to speculate and their spirits immediately dampened. We are here today to discuss the demolition of this primary school. Discount? You don't know this, do you? Your school is about to be transformed into a multifunctional resort. When the topic of demolishing the elementary school came up, Kuroki Yumi looked at the auditorium, who had asked the question with a beaming smile and seemed quite pleased. Really? The school is going to be demolished. It's such a pity. I'm sorry I kept this from everyone. Seeing the children's dejected expressions, Principal Shure couldn't help but apologize to them. Painful things are often hard to talk about. Ryaido Haidma spoke up to comfort Shure-sensei beside her. But speaking of which, the schools were almost destroyed by the monsters. Monster, what nonsense are you spouting again? Oh dear, you wouldn't believe us even if we told you. That's true. Kenta and Chigusa were overjoyed to see that they had once again successfully provoked the woman. All right, the sun is about to set, let's have dinner first. I agree. Speaking of which, I'm hungry too, but have you guys noticed? Where did Kishu go? Principal Shure, didn't you see him? I do not know. It's good to be young, you can fall asleep the moment your head hits the pillow. Hey, young man, wake up. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Kishu abruptly opened his eyes, quickly sat up from the ground and warily looked around, staring intently at the strange middle-aged man beside him. His thoughts were still stuck on the moment he faced the Dark Ruler and the Knuckle aliens. This is where. He then realized he was lying on the concrete floor and looked around. Surrounded by sand, grass, and a running track, this is the playground of Jiangxing Elementary School. Looks like I'm not dead after all. Nonsense, can a dead person talk? Kishu gradually relaxed, emerging from her previous tense state, and was finally able to take a closer look at the middle-aged man in front of her. He was dressed in a black tracksuit, with unusually large and prominent knuckles, a slightly thick neck, a somewhat hunched back, and a somewhat weathered look in his eyes. His beard was a bit unkempt, but he had an extraordinary presence and gave off a capable feeling. Good eyesight, young man. Excuse me, who are you? My name is Dolly Gang, call me whatever you like. Upon hearing his words, Kaiyan Shu slowly stood up and looked up at the sky. The sun has already set. He didn't know how he returned to reality from the alternate dimension, but his body seemed somewhat weak. Most importantly, the dark spark had disappeared, which meant he would be unable to deal with the enemies to come. Let's take it one step at a time. You're a tourist who wandered into this place by mistake, right? It's already dusk. If you don't mind, why don't you come with me to the classroom for a meal? Kaiyan Shu said to the uncle next to her. Were you also a student here? No, I just work at the shrine inside the school. Okay, I'm hungry too. Inside the teaching building, there are white signs on the classroom doors that read family room, and the doors are half closed. I'm gonna start now. Each person has a glass of water and a dish of rice on their plate, with chunks of meat, potatoes, and sauce poured over the white rice. Tonight's dinner is rice bowl. Good to eat. How wonderful, Taro, aren't you going to eat? Can I have a bite of yours? In the classroom filled with the aroma of food, everyone was immersed in a happy atmosphere. At that moment, Guang turned his head and glanced at Meiling. Meiling, aren't you eating with your father? Upon hearing Xiaoguang's words, Meiling stopped what she was doing and lowered her head. No need, he's probably talking about work right now. He then glanced instinctively towards the classroom door and saw Sayakairo Ishidu talking to someone. He seems to value this contract very much. Really. Seeing this, Xiao Guang stopped asking questions and continued to focus on the battle at hand. This tastes really good. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. The classroom door of the family medicine department was suddenly pushed open. Kishu took 2 deep breaths and stared wide-eyed at the people sitting in the classroom. Chiki, you're finally back. Hey, where have you been all afternoon? Kishu ignored them. He spotted the pot immediately. He walked straight to the table where there was leftover rice and a bowl of soup. He took 2 bowls from the side, handed one to the uncle behind him, and then started serving himself rice. I've been missing all afternoon, and you guys are still eating so heartily. I bet you wouldn't even know I'm dead. Don't say that. The tone was very serious. Chigusa and Kenta said, of course I know that you'll definitely be back when it's time to eat, Kishu. Humph. Kaiyan Shu found a spot at the back, away from the crowd, and lowered her head as if she was sulking. He didn't want to dwell on anything anymore. After what had happened, he didn't want to say a word to them right now. Because his mouth was stuffed full of rice with toppings. Ah gang, Xiao Pei looked in surprise at the middle-aged man in a black tracksuit next to Kaiyan Shu, and everyone's attention was quickly drawn to him as well. Xiao Pei, you two know each other. Yes, Gang and I were best friends in elementary school, he was. However, before he could finish his introduction, the uncle suddenly frowned, stood up from his seat, picked up his food, and walked out of the classroom. Xiao Pei's words came to an abrupt halt. Hey Gang, where are you going? Go to the bathroom. Kishu was also drawn to the uncle's sudden action. Judging from his behavior just now, it seemed that he did not want others to mention his past. There's a story behind it. Isn't the toilet over there? You idiot Chiki, you don't look like you're going to the toilet at all. We had originally booked a fine French meal for dinner tonight. As Tomomi Kuroki ate her rice bowl, she couldn't help but sigh, her tone tinged with regret and complaint. However, after speaking, her mouth and spoon never stopped moving, while the refined-looking Shingo Kiwahara beside her, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was quite different. He kept spraying his hands with a spray bottle while frowning at the food in front of him. You can really eat that much? This is your second plate already. Enough with the nonsense, eat it while it's hot. Under such unreasonable circumstances, I really can't eat anymore. Then he pushed the plate forward, got off the stool, and stood up. Never mind, I'm going for a walk. Watching the man pull open the classroom door and walk out, Yuya Kuroki snorted coldly. What a neurotic man. The lights in the empty corridor were still working, but the light was actually quite dim. The light shone on the man, casting his silhouette against the white wall. However, besides his shadow, there was another shadow approaching him from the side. Unreasonable, unrealistic, this is simply a joke. Why can't I get out of here? I must be dreaming. A sense of collapse and fear of the unknown seemed to spread through the corridor. Shingo Kiwahara looked pained. The current situation was driving this fragile man crazy. His anxiety made him take out a hand towel and keep rubbing his hands. "Hey, what are you muttering about over there?" A strange, eerie voice startled him. Trembling, he turned around and saw a bizarre alien staring at him, waving a brightly colored fan. Stress is bad for your skin. Although it's unclear why the Knuckle aliens need to maintain their faces, judging from his tone, he seems to know quite a bit about it. However, Shingo Kuwabara was so shocked that his mind went blank. He didn't have time to think about any of this. He just stared wide-eyed at the alien in front of him, his eyes filled with fear. Before he could even utter a sound, the Knuckle alien produced a dark spark from nowhere, its eyes glowing red as it stared into his eyes. A purplish-black energy surged forth from nowhere and condensed into a dark spark in front of him. At this moment, the dark spark in the Knuckle alien's hand seemed to be flashing happily. "Let's make a deal. By the way, what's the difference between rice bowls and curry?" The incandescent lights were on brightly in the classroom after dinner. Chiki sat in her chair, looking around at her companions. Mayuri and Chigusa were wiping the table, Hikaru was carrying pots and pans back and forth. Kenta had just left, and Yuya was still at the blackboard, looking down at the control panel in his hand, probably analyzing something. Kishu stared at the incandescent light above her head and couldn't help but sigh. They finally decided to open it up this time, even though it's in the middle of nowhere. I wonder whose electricity they're using. Ah, it's so good to have companions. Perhaps because he was no longer affected by the dark spark, he seemed to have a clearer understanding of the warmth between his companions, and they held a greater place in his heart. "Kainshu, you're slacking off again." A rag was suddenly thrown at his face. After removing the rag, he saw Mailing staring at him angrily. "That's right, everyone is working." Seeing that Chigusa was also blaming him, Kishu could only laugh awkwardly twice, get up, pick up the rag that had just slipped off his face and fallen to the ground and put it back on the table. Kenta just went out. "It's dangerous for him to be out alone so late at night. I'll go check on him. Don't even think about sneaking away. No need, he's already back." Ikiju turned around to look at Chiki, pointed to the classroom door on the side, and the next moment Kenta pushed the door open and entered. "Giant-Eye, have you delivered the curry to Ziopa yet?" "Well, it's been delivered." "All right, you don't need to go now. Just get back to work." Seeing this, Kishu had no choice but to pick up the rag on the table and start wiping the table with the two girls. Mailing's father is different from what I imagined. Recalling what happened during the day, Hikaru turned to Mailing beside him and said, Is it because the company has grown bigger, so you're busy every day and things have changed a lot? Mom's pastry shop is still the same as before." Mailing stopped what she was doing, seemingly recalling something. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Ikiju also stopped what he had been doing, walked over to the group and changed the subject. "I also know that the school was sold. Principal, sure, I went to my father to seek financial assistance. But I've never heard of any of it." Yuya's words not only didn't change the subject, but also made Mailing think of something else, and her tone became somewhat downcast. Everyone stopped and stared at her, unsure of what to say. Kishu was wiping the table with her head down, but she had also overheard something. It seems that Mailing's family lacks companionship. "Hey, why are you all standing still? I can't wipe this table by myself." Kyan Shu's words, filled with resentment, immediately broke the atmosphere. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he nodded in satisfaction. "Do you guys remember that uncle who followed me around dinner? Zio-Pei seems to know him. He should be with Zio-Pei now. I think it's necessary for us to go and see him and find out who he is." Chiki's words drew everyone's attention, and Ishido Misuzu stopped thinking about it. Chiki's words had successfully made her worried. Yes, that uncle's behavior today was indeed a bit strange. "Then let's go see Zio-Pei later." De Li Gang was once a professional boxing champion. Gang and I were good friends in elementary school and always played together. We often talked about the future. Influenced by a popular TV series at the time, I dreamed of becoming a police officer in the Metropolitan Police Department, while he wanted to be a professional boxing champion. As you can see, I'm now just a patrolman. Haha. All six of them brought out stools and sat down next to Zio-Pei, listening with smiles as he told stories from the past. Everyone listened quietly with smiles as Zio-Pei happily recounted her past. So Zio-Pei continued speaking, but A-Gang successfully realized his dream. Hearing the beautiful ending to their dreams, the eyes of this group of young people who also harbored dreams seemed to become even more vibrant, excited, earnest, and happy. Kishu seemed to be enjoying this feeling, and her heart was warm. Everyone listened quietly, immersed in the beautiful atmosphere. They didn't speak, but they could empathize with each other's emotions. At this moment, it seemed as if there was a connection in their hearts. Seeing that Zio-Pei had finished speaking, Kainkao said with emotion, "Everyone is working hard towards their dreams. What a wonderful goal." Suddenly, a man with a stubble-covered mouth broke the atmosphere with a slightly unfriendly tone. Stop talking about it. Okay? Everyone looked toward the source of the sound, and a man walked out from behind the white curtain behind Zio-Pei. It was an uncle wearing a black sports uniform. He put his hands in his pockets, nodded as if he had something to say, and then said in a tone of someone who had been through it all, "Dreams are just something that looks good. Even if they come true, problems will follow one after another." He paused for a moment, then looked at Zio-Pei sitting in front of him. "You know how miserable my life has been. Ah, gang." After winning the championship, the media quickly discovered his gambling activities and he had to retire. When he spoke of his sad story, the uncle spread his hands out in front of him. "What you are standing in front of you now is a stray dog. How come?" Knowing this, Peiki kept comforting me, which made me look even more pathetic. "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant." The uncle's words made the atmosphere somber. Seeing Zio-Pei also stand up and apologize with her head down, Hayao Mitsuko felt uncomfortable and decided to stand up and refute him. "But as long as we don't give up, our dreams will never end, and I firmly believe that." That kind of thing is just something you talk about when you're young. But didn't you also successfully realize your dream? Why should you vent your resentment on young people who still have dreams because of the troubles you brought upon yourself due to your bad behavior? Seeing everyone's expressions begin to change, Kishu couldn't help but speak up in rebuttal, the pleasant atmosphere ruined by this guy. "Young people, don't presume to be experienced and lecture us as a senior. We will walk our own path properly. As a loser who only knows how to hang his head in dejection, what do you think you have to teach us? You boy." The uncle's fist had already clenched when he spoke the first sentence, and now he could no longer hold back. A surge of anger rose in his heart and he walked a few steps to Kaian Shu. As a former professional boxing champion, he usually retaliates when provoked. "Agang, don't worry, even when I'm angry I have to stay calm and rational. That's my professional quality. I won't do anything to this kid." Dolly Gang said nothing more, lowered his head and walked out of the classroom. Seeing him leave, Kishu took out tarot from her pocket and placed it on the table in the middle. "Everyone, please be careful not to let negative emotions affect you. Kenta, Chigusa, think about how you were seduced by the dark agent in the first place." Kishu looked at everyone seriously and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that their expressions were still relatively stable. It seemed that they hadn't been affected by what the uncle had said earlier. Sometimes a single sentence can shape a person's values, which is very important. That's why he argued back with the older man, even though it might anger him. Otherwise, he'd just be asking for a beating. "Having lost the dark spark, I can only hope that nothing else goes wrong. Next, I have something very important to say. Could it be related to your disappearance all afternoon?" Taro said. "Yes, that's right. When Dark Garu Barrows arrived, I rushed up the school building to save Principal Shurai, but I discovered an astonishing secret." "What secret?" "Our opponents are the new agents of darkness, the Knuckle aliens, and Principal Shurai is the dark ruler they refer to." "What?" Upon hearing this news, everyone was filled with surprise, and Hikaru was the first to jump out and object. "That's impossible. Principal Shurai is such a gentle and kind person, how could she be a dark ruler? And if she were a dark ruler, why doesn't Galaxy Spark react whenever she's around her?" Exactly, Kaian Shu sang. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? After all, the building was very dark at the time." Kishu sighed, pulled the dark Zagi doll out of his clothes, and slammed it on the table, startling Taro, who was standing next to him. "To be honest, I sneaked into the principal's office and stole this character, but I was immediately punished. The dark ruler discovered me and took back my dark spark. In other words, I no longer have the ability to transform. The dark Zagi doll in the principal's office also has the ability to recycle sparks. If Principal Shurai isn't the dark ruler, then who is? Am I? And let me correct one point, Principal Shurai is Principal Shurai. The dark ruler is just possessing Teacher Shurai. As for the Galaxy Spark not reacting, I think Galaxy probably doesn't know either." So that means only Hikaru and Tamakazu are capable of fighting the dark ruler now. Taro addressed the crowd. Due to the effects of the last battle, the Iron Killer is currently in a self-repairing state and is unable to participate in combat. Yuichiro looked down at the end effector. The screen showed several damaged areas of the Steel Killer's body marked in red. This is just adding insult to injury. Kishu helplessly rubbed her forehead, looking at everyone with a worried expression. There is also a darkness of unknown origin whose whereabouts are still unknown. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. It seems the situation is quite critical. Hikaru frowned, looking at the silent crowd around him. Everyone was thinking of a solution and the classroom suddenly fell silent. "We can only take it one step at a time." After thinking for a long time, Kai Shu finally broke the silence and looked at everyone. As for Principal Shuri, I suggest we hold back and avoid alerting him. Tomorrow we'll go and discuss this with Abbot Hidaki. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. However, we must be clear that when the Dark Ruler reveals his true form, that will be the time for the final battle. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. We must wait until Steel 9 is fully restored. Taro added, then paused for a moment before continuing. What we need to do now is to deal with the new Dark Ruler and stop the collection of darkness. Agree. It's getting late, so let's all disperse now. We'll discuss it with the host tomorrow. That's all we can do now. Let's call it a day, let's call it a day. As night falls, the campus is quiet. In this isolated space, the moon still hangs high in the night sky, like light spilling into a bottle in a lake, where the moonlight can still shine in. Although it was dark all around, the entire playground could still be seen clearly under the moonlight. On the quiet playground, two swings swayed gently. Chigusa and Kenta sat on the swings, gazing at the moon in the sky with a hint of worry in their eyes. Kenta, can we get out of here? Trust in our companions, Chiki and Hikaru will definitely have a way. Yes, we will definitely defeat the Dark Ruler. Darkness, monsters, aliens, an isolated alternate dimension. Faced with so many strange things, they felt a strong sense of unease. But it was only when they thought of their companions that they had the courage to take on these challenges. In the brightly lit classroom, Mailing, already dressed in her pastry chef's uniform, was using a small wooden knife to cut the green dough in her hand, pressing marks into the dough with the blade. She stopped after a short while, her gaze shifting from the dough in her hands as she reflected on the events of the day. You're working hard. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Xiao Guang, wearing a red coat, walked in quietly. He walked to her side and looked curiously at the half-finished product in her hand. Xiao Guang's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. She chuckled softly and continued carving the dough in her hands with her wooden knife. The competition is getting tight, so you need to practice your skills diligently. I wonder when I'll be able to leave elementary school. There will definitely be enough time for the competition. Xiaoguang is always very optimistic. I think Xiaoguang would never have negative thoughts. You and Kaianshu are always so confident, so no matter what difficulties we encounter, I am not afraid. I always feel that you two have a way. It's all right, we won't be trapped for too long. This place isn't that big. As long as we find that new dark agent. Actually, I think being locked up here is pretty good. Okay, I can be with my dad because he's always so incredibly busy. I'm so inconsiderate. No, that's not true. I think it's great that you two can have time to spend together and have a heart-to-heart talk. Mailing smiled happily at him, then lowered her head to continue carving the dough in her heart. Don't worry, you'll definitely make it in time. With your hard work, your dream will definitely come true. Taro, do you think we can defeat the Dark Ruler? Keishu turned on the desk lamp, the light illuminating a row of dolls on the table in front of her. Taro stood next to them, watching Keishu examine the Zaki doll in her hand. In the past, as an ultra warrior, I have experienced many desperate battles, but in the end we all won, so this time I firmly believe that we will win as well. Is it? Keishu stopped what she was doing, intrigued by Taro's words, and couldn't help but ask, how does light repeatedly triumph over darkness? Upon hearing this question, Taro remained silent for a moment, as if reminiscing about the past. I don't know either. If I had to say, I think it might be because of our unwavering belief, that strong desire to protect our companions or other living beings. It always manages to unleash tremendous power in dire situations, turning adversity into opportunity and successfully reversing the tide. So your power comes from your heart, right? To be precise, it is the heart of Ultra. So, Chiki paused for a moment, her eyes fixed on Taro's eyes. Does it have to be Ultraman? Can an ordinary person's heart have that kind of power? For some reason, he suddenly felt a strong urge to know the answer to this question, as if it were somehow very important. I'm not entirely sure. However, my home planet, the M78 Nebula, was once inhabited by people similar to those on Earth. So does that mean humans can also become light on their own? But we became Ultraman because of the plasma spark tower. As Taro spoke, he suddenly stopped, the image of the figure who had once tried to touch the plasma spark tower flashing through his mind, the figure of his father's generation, corrupted by power and tragically exiled. Perhaps the plasma spark tower isn't the fundamental condition for us to gain power. A flawed mind cannot obtain power. In any case, I don't know the answer to this question either. Let's not talk about this anymore. But Kishu, why are you asking these questions? Oh, it's nothing, just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Since this is a world of idealism, can't humans become light themselves? Can they only gain power by becoming one with Ultraman? After thinking for a moment, Chiki turned her head away, no longer facing Taro. Don't worry, I believe we will win this time. Besides, we're far from being in dire straits. I will protect you. Thank you, Ultraman Taro. The night was past midnight, and the slender hands of the clock on the classroom wall were stopped at 5 o'clock, with only the second hand ticking busily. The sky outside the window still retained the color of night, but it was now the eve of dawn. The classroom, with tents and makeshift beds on the floor, was filled with the atmosphere and traces of life. At this moment, it was exceptionally quiet inside and outside the windows, with only the faint breathing of the sleeping auditorium light. However, an uninvited guest arrived at the door. A man in a suit and tie crept into his room in the dark. Since it was his first time doing this, the man seemed very nervous and unconsciously pushed up his glasses. But thinking of being able to leave this eerie place, he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and finally stretched out his arm. The dark sparks in his clothes seemed to sense his thoughts, and the faint purplish-black light flickered greedily, as if a living heart was beating. A slightly trembling hand fumbled around the room. The man nervously controlled his breathing, trying to keep it as even as possible, while his mind raced with thoughts of excuses in case he was discovered. Call. Just then, Hikaru suddenly rolled over, startling him, because he had come to Hikaru's side, which was also the most likely place for the thing to appear. Sure enough, his hand touched something hard and metallic inside his red coat. Because the light was dim, he held the object close to his eyes to examine it carefully, and only felt relieved after confirming that it was the right thing. Call. Seeing that he had succeeded halfway, he breathed a sigh of relief, moved stealthily again, pushed open the classroom door and walked out, his pace quickening involuntarily. As time passed, the fingertips of the clock turned to the black number 7, and the sun slowly moved across the sky, brightening the sky. It was already morning. As the agreed-upon transaction time approached, Shingo Kiwahara stared intently at his wristwatch, watching the second hand tick away, his heart rate seemingly affected as well. I can't quite describe my feelings right now. I'm excited, nervous, maybe even a little guilty and scared. But it doesn't matter, he'll be able to leave this awful place soon. Thinking this, he walked to the top of the stairs where the rooftop was right in front of him. He opened the door of the small rooftop house and stepped out from the shadows. Suddenly, sunlight pierced his eyes, forcing him to squint and slowly adjust to the light. He looked around and through his blurry vision spotted a figure. You've worked hard, you managed to steal it successfully. After hearing the familiar voice, they saw the alien from before. He should be looking at me with a smile right now. Judging from his tone, he must be laughing. He couldn't read the other person's expression. Shingo Kiwabara gripped the galaxy spark tightly in his hand, stretched out his arm and offered the spark to him. I kept my promise. All right, let me out of here. Haha, no rush, first give me this. The knuckle alien spoke slowly and deliberately, his eyes never meeting the man's, his gaze fixed on the galactic spark tightly held in the man's hand. He shook his fan, and one hand was already outstretched. Shingo Kiwahara had no intention of handing over his chips, and he held on tightly as the knuckle alien reached out his hand. However, the instant the knuckle alien's hand touched the galaxy spark, the spark released a powerful current of resistance, causing him to wince in pain and quickly release his grip. The electric current startled Shingo Kiwahara. Although it didn't hurt him, it made him instinctively let go and the spark fell to the ground. What? Why is that? Why can't I touch this? Hey, I don't care, I've already given you the things, let me out now. Cut the nonsense. The knuckle alien angrily pushed away Kiwahara. Shingo, who was leaning in. I never intended to let you out in the first place. You ants obediently become nourishment for the darkness. Let me out, let me out. Behind the man's glasses, a pair of bloodshot eyes were filled with fear. Seeing that he had broken down emotionally, alien knuckle nodded in satisfaction, and then a monster doll appeared in his hand. His eyes began to flash red, staring straight into Shingo Kiwahara's eyes. You cunning human, turn into a monster. The red light from the knuckle alien's eyes was reflected in his pupils, and he immediately became dazed as if he had lost his mind, his own eyes emitting an eerie red light. Then stiffly, he took out his dark spark. At this moment, the spark seemed to be reborn, and the darkness in the man's heart was magnified and drawn to the spark. The dark spark in his hand surged with energy, like a purplish-black flame burning fiercely, radiating a purplish-black light. What's that noise? Sensing the earth shaking violently around him, Kishu sat up abruptly from his bed. Earthquake. I quickly got out of bed, then opened the window to check the situation outside. Outside, dust billowed, and the figure of a huge monster gradually emerged from the dust. Its abdomen and back were covered in hard, smooth black armor, and its head had a single bony horn. At this moment, it was pounding its chest with its short but thick arms, producing a dull and loud sound that demonstrated its power. Is Steel 9 still unable to start? It seems the damage it suffered was more severe than I anticipated. On the other side of the school, Ikijauji, who was also watching this scene, frowned as he looked at the monster rushing towards them, while in his hand he held a control device that displayed a signal indicating that it could not be activated. Where did this monster come from? Chiki looked out the window with concern. Taro also appeared at the window, gazing at the monster not far away. Oh no, it's so close to the school now. It's the shape-shifting monster Zaragas. It seems the Dark Ruler has begun its operation. Where's Hikari? At that moment, auditorium light rushed out of the teaching building. Chiki saw Hikari downstairs from the window and shouted, "Hikari, stop it. It'll be terrible if it runs rampant in the school." Hikaru nodded upon hearing this, then hurriedly searched for Galaxy Spark in his coat. Kyan Shu stared intently at him, only to see him suddenly stop searching after a while, his face turning panicked, and she couldn't help but urge him again. "Hikaru, what are you doing? The monster is coming soon. I am gone, the Galaxy Spark is gone." What of all times? You guys run, leave this to me. Seeing this, Taro had no choice but to let the two retreat to a safe place first, while he used his ultra telekinesis to disappear in an instant. Taro. Zaragas walked straight toward the school buildings, its tens of thousands of tons of weight causing each step to vibrate loudly. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the air in front of it, attracting its attention and causing it to stop in its tracks. Ultra telekinesis. The Taro doll suddenly appeared from the light, accompanied by a powerful surge of psychic energy. Roar! Zaleska's body felt as if it had entered a deep sea under extremely high pressure. Then it felt a powerful force pressing down on its limbs, making its movements extremely difficult and almost impossible to move. No, Taro won't be able to hold on much longer if this continues. Hey Hikaru, quickly go and tell the others to leave this place. Chiki shouted to the auditorium downstairs. It is good. Upon hearing Chiki's words, Hikaru quickly took out his phone to call his companions, but then realized that neither his grandfather nor Principal Shirai had a phone, so he hurriedly ran towards the Jinga shrine. Kishu looked up at Zaragas, who had temporarily stopped moving not far away, and pondered a countermeasure. The school may not be able to be saved. The most urgent task is to get everyone evacuated. Spark must have been stolen. It could only have been done by the Knuckle aliens. If we can find them first, we'll have a chance to get Spark back. The monster was just summoned and appeared right in the school, so the Knuckle aliens are very likely still nearby. Thinking this, Kyan Shu calmed down and looked out the window to observe her surroundings. She saw a figure that was clearly not an ordinary person standing on the roof of one of the surrounding buildings. Sure enough, it was there. Upon spotting her target, Kyan Shu hurriedly got up, pushed open the door, and ran down the stairs. Fortunately, the two buildings are not too far apart. During this time, he unexpectedly saw a figure in black sportswear walk out of the exit of a building he was passing by. It's that uncle named Asato Tsuyoshi. Hey, sir, over there, a monster's coming. Get out of here right now. After leaving behind a word of advice, Kyan Shu ran ahead without looking back. We've reached the stairwell. The uncle looked at Chiki's departing figure, then looked up in the direction he ran and saw the Knacker aliens on the roof of that building. It was the alien who had previously given him the Dark Garubero's doll and the Dark Spark. That's a dangerous guy. You brat, you're such a troublemaker. He shook his head helplessly and silently followed. On the rooftop, the Knuckle alien was looking at Zaragas not far away, slowly waving a brightly colored fan in his hand. Despite being surrounded by blue light, Taro continued to use his ultra telekinesis to try and stop Zaragas' actions. What a nuisance. The Knuckle alien cursed, but he remained unhurried as he watched the light emanating from Taro grow weaker and weaker, and Zaragas began to move slowly, indicating that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. So he slowly walked to where the Milky Way spark had fallen and tried to pick it up with the two fans in his hands. However, the fabric of the fans seemed to be too good. Just as he was about to pick it up, the smooth surface of the fans caused the Milky Way spark to fall back down. Honestly, why can't I pick it up? As she approached the rooftop entrance, Kyan Shu calmed her breathing. She had picked up a suitable stick along the way to use as a weapon, and was now hiding inside the door, observing the situation and looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The location of the galactic spark was confirmed. The Knuckle alien was also crouching on the ground with his back to him. Seeing that the time was right, Kishu quickly took a running start and sprinted to his side, kicking him away and picking up the spark from the ground. With a powerful kick that added momentum to his sprint, Kishu slammed it into Knuckle's back. The knuckle alien lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Hateful. The beloved fan had just slipped from his hand and fallen to the ground. The knuckle alien scrambled to his feet, glaring angrily at the figure before him. "You're welcome, I'll pick it up for you." Kyan Shu flashed the Milky Way spark in her hand at him. "You lucky bastard, looks like you're still alive." Seeing his provocation, the knuckle alien became even angrier, his tone filled with murderous intent. "Don't be so angry, getting angry is bad for your skin." After finishing his taunts, Kyan Shu knew when to stop. He had already gotten his hands on the spark. It was time to make his escape. "Goodbye, sister-in-law. Want to run?" Seeing that Kishu was about to leave, the knuckle aliens were not about to let him go. They used their abilities to gather purple energy in their hands into a sturdy energy chain and quickly swung it toward Kishu. Kishu hadn't expected this guy to have this trick up his sleeve. Even if he had, he couldn't escape. The chain was firmly tied to his wrist, holding the galaxy spark, restricting his movement, and he had no choice but to stop. "Obey me and take the galaxy spark to the Dark Lord's side, and I might consider letting you go." "Even if I obediently do as you say, you still won't let me go." Kyan Shu chuckled and tried to break free of the energy chain on his wrist. "That's it." The knacker alien glanced at him, his tone mocking, and with his other hand gathering energy, he reached out to Kyan Shu, and another energy chain was tied around his neck. "Just disappear." The stick in his hand fell to the ground. Kyan Shu pulled hard on the chain around his neck. Apart from feeling the immense pressure and pain from his neck cartilage, he felt like he was about to suffocate. "Is it over? Indeed, I'm just an ordinary person." After an unknown number of seconds, Kyan Shu's consciousness became somewhat blurred, and she even became unsteady on her feet. At that moment, a black figure moved with steady steps and quickly ran to the side of the knuckle alien. The person arrived so fast that the knuckle alien didn't have time to react before a strong hand pulled him towards the man. Aiming at his head, the uncle gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and raised it, then pulled his arm back to gather strength, pushed off the ground and twisted his back, transferring all his power from his arm to his fist. A swift, clean, straight punch landed squarely on Knuckles' face. The painful blow forced him back several steps and he collapsed to the ground. The purple energy chains dissipated instantly, allowing Kishu to catch his breath. Hateful. Coming to his senses from the attack, he turned around and saw that Asato had already gotten into a fighting stance, his muscles tense, his eyes staring at him fearlessly, exuding an imposing aura. "Do not move." Several small energy bullets suddenly shot out from the rooftop entrance, hitting the area around where the knuckle alien was sitting, startling him so much that he stopped in his tracks as he was about to unleash the energy chain again. Just then, a fellow temple enthusiast who had just arrived came out of the door carrying a control gun, pointing it directly at him, warning him not to make any moves. "You guys got lucky this time." Seeing that the situation was unfavorable to him, the knuckle alien had no choice but to retreat. Heart-shaped energy bubbles appeared around his body, and then his figure gradually disappeared. "Kyan Shu, are you all right?" Seeing that the enemy had disappeared, Ikajaoji put down his gun and went to Chiki's side to help him up. "Don't worry, I'm fine." After coughing a few times, Kyan Shu felt that she was fine. "Are you out of your mind, doing something so dangerous?" The middle-aged man standing to the side turned around and looked at Kishu, speaking in a reproachful tone. "I can't just stand by and watch this school be destroyed. My friends are still here." Kishu answered, looking at him quietly. The man in front of me seemed completely different from before. His eyes held more determination and less depression and confusion. "Thanks to you, that punch just now reminded me of my past self. But remember, next time, it's best to leave these kinds of things to adults." "Okay, anyway, thank you so much, uncle." Before he could finish speaking, Zaragas, who was not far away, suddenly started to move and roared repeatedly. The sudden change instantly attracted the attention of the three of them. Oh no, Taro can't hold on any longer. In a corridor outside the teaching building, Tomomi Kuroki and Sayakairo Ishidu rushed out of the building in a panic, after hearing a loud commotion outside to check what was happening. Looking at the enormous beast-like body not far away, Tomomi Kuroki's breathing became noticeably rapid. This being was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. "What is that? What is that?" Only then did she realize that what the child had said earlier was true. Being so close to the monster filled her with immense fear, making it difficult for her to breathe. After a brief moment of shock, Sayakairo Ishidu quickly calmed down, looked around, and immediately figured out an escape route. He then grabbed the arm of Shimi Kuroki and pointed to the passageway. "It's dangerous here, go over there." However, Yumi Kuroki was unmoved. Thinking of the danger to her life, she became angry and confronted him accusingly, saying, "This is all your fault. If you had acquired this place sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Let's go take refuge first and we'll talk about everything later. There is no future, our contract is terminated." After saying that, Kuroki Tomomi shook off his arm and strode away in the direction he had just pointed. Watching the woman turn and leave, and considering the importance of this collaboration to the company, Seiyukiro Ishido froze on the spot, even momentarily forgetting to run away. The failure of the contract meant a lot to him. He had sacrificed time with his daughter to work hard, only to end up losing on both fronts. And Zagura's roar rang out once again. Resentment, bitterness. Amidst the turmoil of various emotions, wisps of darkness began to grow in his heart. Kaienshu looked up and saw that the blue light around Zaraga's was no longer there, and Taro had disappeared after exhausting himself. After regaining its mobility, it quickly waved its arms, and its angry roar, carrying the energy of sound waves, traveled through the air to the rooftop. The three of them crouched down uncomfortably and quickly covered their ears. Kishu felt her eardrums vibrate. When the roar ended, only a continuous ringing remained in her ears. "Tomoya, can't we use Steel 9 yet?" Ignoring whether she could hear anything due to tinnitus, Chiki shouted into Ikijauji Yuya's ear. "No, even if we force it to start, it's too late now. There's no escaping this distance." Kishu stared nervously at the enormous creature in front of him. Its movements were not fast. Compared to a human, they could even be considered clumsy. But he could feel that every movement of the monster, even just raising its short, thick arm, contained an immeasurable amount of terrifying kinetic energy. "Hess, I thought I could become the protagonist, but I didn't expect to be crushed to death by such an ordinary monster." Kaienshu gave a self-deprecating laugh. He had already foreseen his own death, but at this moment he felt no fear. The disaster he had experienced had given him a close encounter with death. "Kaienshu, what's in your hand?" Just as he was about to close his eyes, Yuya suddenly called out to him, piquing his curiosity. Opening his eyes, he saw a six-pointed star appear on his right hand, which was holding the galaxy spark, emitting a pale yellow light. The emblem of the Chosen One. Kishu looked at the spark with a puzzled expression. Its crystalline part was flashing with a deep blue light. The next moment, the wings of Ultraman Jinga's spark spread out on both sides, and light burst forth, and Ultraman Jinga's spark doll also emerged in the light. "So I'm one of the Chosen Ones too." Kishu looked at the scene before him with some surprise. He hadn't expected that Galaxy Spark would give him the spark emblem in his time of crisis. A mysterious power seemed to have left a mark on him. Compared to before, he now felt a greater sense of familiarity with the spark in his hand. However, there was no time to think about it. Zaraga's was already only a few dozen meters away from the rooftop, and the vibrations caused by its tens of thousands of tons of weight moving were transmitted to the rooftop through the earth. Facing the colossal beast before him, the sense of powerlessness he had felt earlier vanished. Kaienshu raised the radiant Milky Way spark high, the spark emblem shining on his right back, and grabbed the floating spark doll with his left hand. He then placed the spark on his chest, and at that moment the spark doll's left foot pressed down on top of the spark. A huge six-pointed star unfolded in front of his chest, and a divine power surged forth. Super Fusion Ultraman Jinga. A large number of light particles surged out from the sparks, and in an instant, Kaienshu entered an ocean composed of light particles. At this moment, his body and mind felt only warmth, peace, and holiness. The light particles dissipated, revealing the figure of Ultraman Jinga. His appearance also attracted Zaraga's attention, who stopped and nervously examined the sacred body. Its tall and strong body, with alternating red and silver stripes, was covered with armor-like galactic crystals on its head, arms, and calves, which were now radiating a deep blue light that appeared sacred and powerful. Kaienshu lowered his head, his pale yellow eyes looking at the outstretched palm. He then clenched his fist and felt his body filled with power. It seemed as if his consciousness had briefly connected with a mysterious and great consciousness. It is not the body of a creature that uses time-stopping techniques when using dark sparks. It has truly become a human form. "Go for it, Kishu." Although he didn't understand what was going on, Ikijauji Yu still shouted at Ultraman Jinga, who was blocking his way. Encouragement from his companion pulled Chiki back from his immersive experience of this power. He turned and nodded to Tomoya before turning to face the menacing monster not far away. This guy needs to leave school. Having made up his mind, Kishu began to sprint forward. Zaraga, seeing the aggressiveness of the opponent's actions, understood and swung his arms to attack him. But Kaienshu did not intend to confront it head-on and push it away. After sprinting 2 steps, he suddenly pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, doing a somersault over the monster and jumping behind it. Zaraga's attack missed and he missed his target, but as he lost his balance, a tremendous force suddenly pulled him back from behind. Senju felt the immense power contained in his arm and easily grabbed Zaraga's tail with one hand. The monster was completely under control and could not move forward no matter how much it struggled. Then its body was quickly pulled backward. Eula. Seeing that he had successfully pulled Zaraga's away from the school, Kishu released its tail, and Zaraga's turned to face him after regaining its balance. Without giving the monster a chance or time to react, Kaian Shu took the initiative, quickly rushing to its front and delivering a powerful side lunge into its chest. The immense force caused it to lose its balance and stagger back several steps. Seeing the monster's unsteady stance, Kaian Shu seized the opportunity, turning his fist into a palm and aiming at the unarmored areas of its body, delivering several swift hand strikes to its head and throat. Even for mammals, the head and throat should be vulnerable areas. As expected, after these parts were severely damaged, Zaraga's howled in pain a few times, and Kishu successfully took control of the rhythm of the battle. Although Zaragas are tough and their thick armor makes them bulky, the armor's function is not limited to defense. After being hit hard, it quickly began its counterattack. Many deep black holes in its chest suddenly emitted a bright flash of light, probably from which a high-energy chemical substance was sprayed out. This substance could not only emit a flash to blind the enemy, but also cause some damage when sprayed on the opponent. This counterattack did interrupt Kaian Shu's continued attack, forcing him to raise his arms to shield his eyes. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zaraga's twisted its body and swung its thick tail, but Kishu had already heard the whooshing sound of its tail moving quickly, so she rolled backward in advance to avoid the attack. Seeing that the counterattack had begun, Shingo Kiwahara within the spark space of Zaraga's grinned ferociously and vigorously waved the dark spark in his hand. How naive. Whether you attack or not, I'll be the one who benefits in the end, because I have an illogical monster in my hands, hahaha. Zaraga's is called a shape-shifting monster for a reason. Its massive body can absorb the power of its opponent's attacks and use that power to change the shape of its own body. Seeing that it had the opportunity to transform, the monster's back and chest began to change in the next moment. Blue light emanated from many dark holes on its armor, and then many white bone spikes tens of meters long protruded from these holes. This thing can even transform. Seeing that many dangerous-looking bone spurs had suddenly grown on Zaraga's body, Kishu couldn't help but sigh. As long as I keep absorbing my opponent's attacks, I will keep getting stronger. It's perfect. Through the eyes of the Milky Way, Chiki also clearly saw Shingo Kiwahara in the spark space inside the monster opposite him. At this moment, the other party's expression was extremely arrogant, and Zaraga's was also waving his arms provocatively. His back was covered with bone spurs tens of meters long, and there were many on his chest as well. His whole body was like a hedgehog, which made close combat extremely disadvantageous. The sharp bone spurs would cause sparks to fly if they touched him even slightly. I admit you're very strong. Chiki spoke to the other person, slowly standing up from a half-squatting position and slowly stretching out her arms after crossing them. At this moment, Kiwabara Shingo had already noticed that something was wrong. But the Milky Way will always be above you. The galactic crystal light shone brightly on his body, and a powerful force filled his entire body. Then, the energy gathered in his right arm and transformed into a powerful beam of light that shot out. Shingo Kiwahara's expression changed, and he hurriedly controlled Zaraga's to unleash powerful electric currents from the bone spikes on its body in an attempt to block the Milky Way's crystal cross ray. However, it was all in vain. The powerful lightning disappeared into the stream of light almost instantly, and the light struck the monster's head with overwhelming force. Zaraga's body also collapsed and exploded after bursting into a large number of sparks. Zio Guang, Kaian Shu succeeded. After transforming into Galaxy, his hearing improved significantly, allowing him to hear the cheers of the crowd rushing to his aid from the ground. Looking down, he saw Hikaru, along with Mayuri Kenta and others, smiling and watching him from a few hundred meters away, thankful that the school had been saved. Nodding to everyone, Kaian Shu had a thought and was about to deactivate his transformation. However, after a flash of light when he opened his eyes again, he was not back on the ground but in a space filled with white light. Here it is. Kishu looked around curiously. The surroundings were filled with a pure white and warm light, which made him feel very comfortable. He looked down at his palm, and just as he was wondering whether it was his consciousness or his body, a magnificent voice reached his ears, as if it had read his mind and told him the answer to his question. This is a space of consciousness that I created so that I could see you. Kishu paused for a moment after hearing the voice. Are you, Galaxy? Yes. First of all, I'm sorry to involve you, Hikari, and your companions in this matter. As you can see, it's all my obsession caused by Lujil. I firmly believe in the power of eternal life while Lujil disagrees. That's where our disagreement lies. The stronger the light, the denser the shadow. From this perspective, Lujil and I are actually one. So it turns out you two were originally one entity. Yes, he can be said to be the embodiment of my grief and obsession with what I've missed due to death. He firmly believes that stopping the time of living beings can prevent these things. For this reason, he instigated the transdimensional spark doll war. At this point, Yin's enormous body emerged from the pure white light, its pale yellow eyes gazing tenderly at Kainshu. So what do you need us to do for you? Kishu looked at the godlike figure before her with slight nervousness and asked a question. What kind of being is it that can stir up such a war simply by being a shadow of light, causing all monsters and Ultramen to freeze in time and turn into spark dolls? You don't belong to this time and space, do you? Yinhe did not answer his question. Instead, he avoided the topic and revealed his identity in a single sentence. Ah, after a brief moment of shock, Kishu nodded, acknowledging it. Can you tell me what your purpose is? I'm just an ordinary person. For some reason, some problems have arisen in this spacetime that shouldn't have happened, and my mission is to fix them. Kainshu sighed and told the truth. Ultimately, he was unsure how to answer. Yinhe would definitely not hurt him, but... That's it? Yinhe hesitated for a moment before answering, as if he had been considering something. Kainshu breathed a sigh of relief when Yinhe did not press the matter further. It's just to confirm a few things. Because I don't have enough energy, it will take some time for my body to fully recover. Lujil's purpose in constantly summoning monsters is to deplete the energy I need to awaken. Hearing Jinga's words, Chiki pondered for a moment. This was indeed the reason Dark Lujil kept causing trouble. He was exploiting the fact that Jinga would definitely appear to stop the monsters, thus delaying Jinga's revival. In other words, Lujil's painstaking efforts were undoubtedly because Jinga would awaken before him, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Therefore, Jinga's safest approach was to ignore it and eliminate the Dark Ruler before his revival. However, Jinga still bestowed the Spark Crest upon the Chosen Ones and protected them time and again. Thinking of this, Kainshu looked at the imposing figure in front of her with a newfound respect and gratitude. I really want to help you, but as you can see, I don't have the power right now. Before Kainshu finished speaking, Yinhe slowly extended his arm, and a beam of light descended from his palm, warm and active light particles surging towards him. A sparkling emblem appeared on the back of Kainshu's hand, a six-pointed star appeared, and the light particles also gathered in his hand to form a shape. This is... The light stopped and the light particles disappeared without a trace, but Kainshu held a blue, transparent crystal spark in his hand. It was crystal clear and full of dreamlike beauty. Lucier is my obsession. Even if I defeat him again, I cannot destroy him. What's the meaning? Chiki was puzzled. Was Dark Lujil impossible to deal with by force, or was it simply that Jinga couldn't destroy him? Just as he was about to ask something else, Yin's figure began to gradually disappear. We'll meet again in the future. Yin's figure transformed into countless light particles and completely disappeared, and the surroundings returned to the previous blankness. When Kainshu opened her eyes again, she found herself on the ground. The green lawn of the playground came into his view, and when he looked up, he saw his classmates walking towards him. Great, the school has been saved. Hikaru, Mayuri, Kenta, Chigusa, and even Tomoya and the uncle who were just on the rooftop all ran down from it. They all smiled as they watched him. They had witnessed the entire battle. They had just been wondering who had summoned Jinga, even though Hikaru was right beside them. You bastard. Hikaru walked up to him with his long legs, then gently punched him in the chest, a smile playing on his lips. Not bad at all. Kishu smiled and took 2 steps back, then returned the Galaxy Spark in her right hand to him. Thanks to Galaxy, otherwise we would have been in big trouble. And you, Hikaru, make sure you keep the Galaxy Spark safe, or if you lose it again, I'm going to tell Grandpa Zyojin. I'm sorry, everyone. This time it was my responsibility. I'm sorry, Kishu, for putting you in such a risk. Hikaru's tone became serious, which made Chiki feel a little uncomfortable, so everyone persuaded Hikaru to stay quiet. It's good that everyone is all right. Zio Guang, we don't blame you at all. The enemy was too cunning, resorting to such a despicable trick as stealing. Let's not talk about that for now. Why aren't the host and Principal Shirai here? Kainshu looked around but did not see the two of them. Grandpa and Principal Shirai should still be in the classroom. Since it's a bit far, we ran over here first. Hikaru replied, then thought of what Kishu had said the night before. His brow furrowed, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Kainshu, you mean? Don't worry, I think the host already knows about this, but he just doesn't want us to know so as not to ruin the image of Principal Shura in our hearts. After all, the bond between the two is quite special, and this can be seen as a form of protection for Principal Shura. Therefore, the host probably intends to resolve this matter himself and expel the Dark Ruler from Principal Shurai's body. Then, Kishu looked towards the classroom. It can only be said that the host was quite capable, although he ultimately failed, his approach was still effective. I'm also a little worried about hosting, so let's split up. Xiaoguang and I will go back first, and Mailing, you two go find Taro first. Kaian Shu said that he was too hasty in rushing out. The spark dolls he had collected were still in the classroom. Now that Yin had given him the crystal sparks, those dolls could be used again. Okay, I have no objection. Seeing that everyone agreed, Chiki nodded to Hikaru, and then the two turned and ran toward the school classroom. We were saved by those children again. In a classroom high up in the teaching building, Hidaki Hajime and Principal Shurai stood by the window, looking out at the battle through the transparent window. After seeing the monster fall and explode, Chiki landed safely in the light. The host looked on with satisfaction at the group of children who had bravely stood up to protect the school. At this moment, Principal Shurai's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, though a trace of worry remained in his eyes. Looking at the group of children outside the window, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes behind his red reading glasses as he turned to look at Hidaki in the auditorium behind him. Mr. Xiojin, I have something to say. Upon hearing this, Hidaki frowned, sensing what she was about to say, and said in a deep voice, "Let's talk in private." Xiao Guang, didn't you say before that there was a strange voice inside you? Has anything strange happened recently? In the corridor of the teaching building, Kishu chatted idly with Hikaru in the auditorium as she walked up the stairs. Strange things? I don't think so recently. Maybe it was just my imagination before. Maybe I was under too much mental stress at that time. I plan to see a psychiatrist after this is over. The auditorium leader picked up the conversation, then smiled sheepishly. That's it. A hint of unease flickered in Kaian Shu's eyes, and she thought to herself, I hope so. From beginning to end, he couldn't figure out where the loophole the Great Will was talking about was. The current deviation in the plot seemed more like a butterfly effect brought about by his own appearance. The only questionable thing is the situation Xiaoguang mentioned earlier. If there really is an unknown enemy behind him, then he is incredibly patient. Mr. Ishido, what are you doing here? Hikari, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Chiki had no choice but to stop as well. After walking around Hikari, who was blocking his way, Chiki saw Seikairo Ishido, who was wearing a sharp black suit, but that expression. Why is his face as dark as his suit? Where's Miss Kuroki? I think she was with you before. Kaian Shu walked forward and carefully examined him. She went to the back mountain. She said she'd had enough of this godforsaken place and wanted to escape alone. What a reckless woman. Seikairo Ishido spoke slowly, word by word, his words seemingly devoid of any emotion. That won't do. It's too dangerous, we have to find her right away. Auditorium was somewhat anxious as the fighting was currently taking place almost entirely in the back mountain. Never mind her, Xiaoguang, don't you know, there are only two kinds of people, the rulers and the ruled. People like her who belong to the latter can only be abandoned. Hikaru was stunned when he saw Mei Ling's father saying such cold words. How could you say that? Your words are a bit too much. There's no question of whether it's possible or not. Besides, this is just right, as it saves one person's food rations. Seikairo Ishido remained cold, and Chiki, observing his unusual behavior, began to have some guesses. Could it be that the contract negotiations with Ms. Kuroki fell through? Since the other party had said such offensive things, Kaian Shu no longer cared about anything and spoke calmly, wanting to see his reaction. Upon hearing what Chiki said, Seikairo Ishido's expression darkened and he glanced at him. I wasn't talking to you, you're just a subservient person. Ah. Kaian Shu almost laughed, secretly calculating in her mind, and continued, have you sided with the Dark Ruler? If you admit it, we can save one person's food rations. Hikaru quietly watched Seikairo Ishido's silent face. He too noticed the strangeness in Misaki's father and felt that he was completely different from before, so he became suspicious. Seikairo Ishido ignored him again, turned and headed down the stairs, leaving a message for Hikaru Riaido before he left. I hope you will think carefully about what I have to say. After all, you only need to make one simple choice to get a comfortable result. Look at your situation clearly, Xiaoguang. On the back of Jiangxing Mountain, on the soft ground covered with weeds, a pair of high heels out of place with the scene moved quickly, her professional attire and hair disheveled by the wind. What on earth is going on? Why can't we get out? Yumi Kuroki muttered to herself as she walked, and perhaps because she was sweating from walking, she simply rolled up her sleeves. Don't joke around, I can definitely escape on my own. Really? A chilling, eerie noise came from nearby. You're such a complainer. Who? Knuckle, waving his brightly colored, trendy fan, didn't rush out from beside the tree. He calmly continued speaking to the terrified woman behind him. Don't waste your energy, you can't escape the cage I've set. But if you listen to me, I'll save only you. How about it? After he finished speaking, he revealed himself from behind the tree. His white, humanoid alien body gave Kuroki Yumi a great visual impact. At that moment, the red glowing crystalline eyes on the head of the Knuckle alien were fixed on her gaze. Not long after the woman's piercing scream, a huge, muffled thud resounded through the sky, and a colossal, crustacean-like creature burst forth from the ground behind the mountain. Kaian Shu remained silent and turned to look at Xiao Guang beside her. It must be admitted that Sayakairo Ishido is right. The protagonist of Justice fights tooth and nail to become stronger, risking his life to defeat evil. Compared to this, possessing immense power makes joining the enemy undoubtedly easier and safer. Kishu admitted that he had had such a shameless thought when he held the dark spark before, but he extinguished it as soon as it appeared. He had already experienced death once, and in that moment of life and death, he suddenly came to understand some truths. Death itself is not scary. What is truly scary is loss. What's the point of living if you sacrifice the most important things for your own safety and well-being? As long as one lives, there must be something to hold on to. He stared intently at the auditorium light's face, trying to see something in it. However, he saw nothing. Hikari saw Chiki staring at him with wide eyes, her face showing nothing but a hint of confusion. It seems he didn't listen to a word he said. Is there something on my face? Yes, he's very handsome. Kaian Shu laughed twice, then stopped talking, walked past him, and headed straight ahead. When I went to look for him, my grandfather wasn't at the Galaxy Shrine. He was probably with Principal Shure. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Hikaru's cell phone rang. Hey, Mailing, what's wrong? Xiao Guang, where are you? A monster has appeared in the back mountain. What? I'm coming right now, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Hikaru looked at Kishu. Since the phone was on speakerphone, Kishu had also heard what had happened. I'm going to deal with the monster in the back mountain now. Kaianshu, you go find Grandpa and the others first. Okay, stay safe. Seeing Kaianshu nod, Guang turned and ran down the stairs. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. The monster that appeared this time should be Antora, which is the materialized form of Yumi Kuroki. It shouldn't be a problem for Hikaru. Shaking his head, Kaianshu sighed. They really never let anyone have a moment's peace. Okay, let's find the hosts first, then go back to our room to get the doll before heading out to check it out. Not long ago, near a white warehouse outside the school, Ikiju, who had separated from Mailing and the others, was searching for Taro with Zyopie when they suddenly heard a sound coming from not far away. It sounds like Miss Kuroki's voice. Zyopie asked in confusion. Just as the two were wondering why Miss Kuroki was here, a violent explosion seemed to occur on the ground not far away, and the huge tremor startled them. Soon, much of the dust from the explosion dissipated, and a huge insect head gradually emerged in the air dozens of meters above. It's a monster, Zyopie said with some fear and worry. That's exactly where Miss Kuroki's voice came from. Could it be that Miss Kuroki has already? While Zyopie was worried about casualties, Yutia Ojiyu quickly pulled out the PUA controller, switched it to gun mode, and aimed it at the head of the monster that was now clearly outlined in the dust, ready to fire. At this moment, the magnetic monster Antora seemed to sense a threat and discovered the two people on the ground. A strong magnetic wave emanated from the huge pincers in front of its mouth, and the direction of the wave was towards the two people. Snapped. Ikijauji also felt an overwhelming force. The control gun, containing an unknown cosmic metal material, sensed the fluctuation and quickly left his hand, sticking to the iron door of the warehouse next to him. Just as he turned his gaze to the flying control gun, unfortunately, both of them also had metal objects at their waistbands. The enormous force was still hard to resist, just like the control gun was pressed tightly against the iron door. The two of them moved towards each other quickly and ended up entangled in an awkward position. What's going on? Please get out of here. Even though you say that, but at this point there was no time to retrieve the control gun. Ikiju also desperately tugged at the pants of the two men, but the strange magnetic force was clearly beyond his muscle strength to stop. I told you to get out of here. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. Since we can't separate them, then how about this? When the temple friend saw that force was ineffective, he had no choice but to forcefully open his belt and pull it out, thus freeing himself from his predicament. However, Yumi Kuroki had no intention of letting them go. While adapting to her abilities, she manipulated scrap steel and sheet metal near the warehouse to move towards the two of them. The metal in front of them moved rapidly, and even after hitting the two of them, it continued its momentum towards the iron gate. Seeing the two of them pinned against the door by heavy steel, Kuroki Yumi, whose heart was being corrupted by darkness, laughed even more happily. Eula, a silver fist slammed into its head and the laughter stopped abruptly. The strange magnetic field near the white warehouse suddenly disappeared, the force was quickly dissipated, and the steel and other metal items finally fell to the ground. The two of them also slumped to the ground, leaning against the iron gate behind them. Once it regained its balance and stood firmly on its feet, it tried to see who was coming from, but Galaxy didn't give it that chance. Galaxy quickly moved forward, grabbed its head with its arms, and tried to throw it aside with a throw technique. However, Xiao Guang underestimated the wrestling talent of this creature native to the Earth. Resembling a stag beetle, it was no less capable of wrestling than Xiao Guang's transformed Galaxy. On the contrary, it was aroused by Xiao Guang's ferocity and used its powerful lower limbs to push him hundreds of meters away. However, Hikaru was not in a hurry. He originally wanted the battlefield to be far away from the buildings, so it didn't matter who pushed whom. Chiki finally found the head priest Shujin at the school's Galaxy Shrine. The head priest was sitting in front of a shrine with a red six-pointed star. "Host, where is Principal Shurai?" Hearing Chiki's question, Ryaido Haijin smiled and turned to look at him. "Don't worry, Principal Shurai has gone to rest. I'd like to ask if you are aware of the fact that the Dark Ruler is hiding inside Principal Shurai's body." "I know that. I should have temporarily stabilized the Dark Ruler within her, but I still need to make some preparations to completely expel it. But what will happen to the Dark Ruler who is banished? Doing so will probably mark the beginning of the final battle. I know this." The MC of the auditorium said that he did not seem too worried. "I can feel that the power of the galactic spark has almost been fully restored." After saying that, Kishu's gaze fell on Xiaojin's arm, where a clear spark mark was slowly appearing. Hearing his words, Kaian Shu felt somewhat relieved, but the bad premonition from before still lingered in his mind, making him still a little worried. He kept pondering the source of this unease, putting himself in the shoes of the Dark faction. In the current situation, the Dark agents had sealed off the space around the school. This spatial blockade meant fewer outsiders, preventing them from corrupting others' hearts and gaining dark power. Therefore, it seemed that Lujil might be considering a final battle. So why seal off space? Isn't that redundant? He had a feeling that Lujil had set up some kind of trap, and that this trap could be the key to his comeback. "Aren't you going to check on the battle in the back mountains?" The host's words interrupted his thoughts, so Kaian Shu had no choice but to put his mind to it and nod to him. "I'll go right now." Hikaru didn't intend to fight this guy. After reaching a suitable distance, Jinga broke free from Antora's arm and controlled his body to dodge to the left. Then, with one hand gripping the giant pincers on its head to prevent it from using them to trap itself, the other hand made a chopstick shape and quickly slashed several times at the monster's abdomen, causing it to stumble back a few steps. Then, turning his palm into a fist, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on its sluggish body. Due to the shortness of his arms and the relative stiffness of his joints, Antora could only withstand such attacks with his hard shell. However, this was of no use. The armor could protect against sharp weapons, but blunt weapons were its nemesis. The power of a fist easily pierced through its defenses, and the enormous force impacted its fragile internal body, as well as its fighting spirit. On the rooftop of the school building, Seikairo Ishidu watched the exciting battle with a blank expression. In one hand he held a dark, deep-colored Spark doll, and in the other he held two Spark dolls of the Ultra Brothers. Even under the blinding sunlight, he exuded a gloomy and dark aura, waiting for the right moment to strike. Antora was completely overwhelmed by the Milky Way's onslaught. As it was forced to retreat, it had the idea of burrowing underground to escape. So it twisted violently to shake off the Milky Way, turned around and squatted down to start digging in the soil, letting the Milky Way's attacks fall on its back. In just a few seconds, it was able to use its skills to successfully escape. He's not good at fighting, but he's a pro at digging, so he casually tossed the clod of dirt he had dug out behind him. Tui, tui, tui. Xiao Guang was about to step forward when he was blocked by an oncoming sandstorm. Want to run. Antora's body was already half buried in the ground, but her legs were being held by the Milky Way. Yinj gripped the giant worm tightly with both arms, forcefully pulling it out. After further tormenting it, he kicked it away. The auditorium light no longer intended to waste any more time with it. It crossed its arms in front of its chest, and Antora had lost its ability to resist. It was the perfect time to end it. Just as it assumed its stance, a sudden dark blue beam of light struck the monster's body precisely from afar. Antora froze instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed, the violent energy washing over its body. When the light stopped, only a lifeless monster corpse remained, spewing white sparks in the explosion of energy particles before collapsing straight to the ground and disappearing in the massive blast. Hikaru looked at the explosion in front of him with some surprise and lowered his arm. He thought the newcomer was Chiki, but when he turned his head in the direction of the light, he saw an unfamiliar figure. His black and red body was simply decorated with stripes, yet exuded a powerful presence. His metallic face, which should have been white, was somewhat dark, and his pale yellow eyes were fixed ahead. The green headlamp and the unique shoulder armor capable of absorbing solar energy all spoke volumes about his identity. Ultra Brothers Ultraman 7. However, now that it was being used by Dark Spark, its originally calm and powerful aura appeared capable and ruthless. Dark 7 slowly lowered his arm, his gaze calmly fixed on the Milky Way, which stood not far in front of him, confronting him. The powerful aura created an invisible pressure that aggressively pressed down on the auditorium. Sensing the threat, Hikaru was alerted and dismissed the idea that the person in front of him might be Chiki. Dark energy, this guy is from the Dark faction. He could clearly sense the hostility emanating from the other person. Since that's the case then, the next moment, the hostility between the two sides reached its peak. He was not the only one who wanted to strike first. Almost at the same time, the two men quickly crossed their arms, and the energy they had been mobilizing in their bodies instantly became excited. Energy particles collided with each other between the two men. While the simplified version of the beam is quick and convenient to fire, the trade-off of skipping the charging step is that its power is relatively weaker, and it cannot last long, which also means that it cannot be used to determine the winner. Neither of them expected to defeat the other in a single encounter. The clash between the light particles and the dark energy did not last long, but the energy was released quickly. The convection of light caused the power contained within to be transformed into a violent explosion and released. Because of the close proximity, the shockwave from the explosion also affected the two people, forcing them to retreat some distance. The initial tentative exchange made Hikaru take it seriously. This guy was no ordinary little monster like the one they'd just seen before. After giving his opponent a wary look, Hikaru showed no fear and accelerated towards him. Anticipating his attack, Dark 7 followed. Zio Pei Yu Yi Mei Ling, they're here. Taro, who was leading the way, reminded the puppet behind him. The puppet's body was still covered in damp mud, and its voice was weak. It had just reunited with the others and hadn't paid attention to these things after noticing the abnormality. Mayuri and Chigusa, who rushed over, finally found the two people slumped on the ground. Ever since the monster appeared, they had been unable to reach them by phone. With Taro's telekinetic search, they finally found the two unconscious in front of the warehouse door. The magnetic force pulling the heavy steel caused great damage to the two people's bodies, not to mention being squeezed against the door. "Are you all right? Wake up!" Mei Ling kept shaking Zio-Pei, and Giant-Tai rushed over to check on Yui's condition. With constant shaking, Zio-Pei finally slowly opened her eyes. "A monster! There's a monster nearby, just now, a giant insect monster. Cough, cough." His initially weak voice suddenly became excited after he saw Mei Ling and the others clearly. However, the pain that came with waking up brought him back to his senses. His body felt like it was falling apart. His throat tasted sweet and he wanted to cough something up but couldn't. What exactly happened? After adjusting herself, Zio-Pei cautiously looked around. Antora was nowhere to be seen. All that remained where she had just appeared was a patch of broken, crooked trees. However, the sounds of battle could still be heard all around, though they were probably quite far away. "My friend Yuya and I were just looking for Taro here when we heard Ms. Kuroki scream. Suddenly, the monster appeared, and then these metal objects crashed into us. That's when we saw you." Zio-Pei pointed to the things scattered around, then looked at Ikijauji Yuya, who was still unconscious. Yaoya, Kenta and Chigusa helped him up, their voices filled with worry. They checked his body from head to toe and found no obvious bloodstains. So his unconsciousness was most likely due to the head injury caused by the impact. The middle-aged man examined his eyelids and then placed his hand on his philtrum to check his breathing. Seeing that his pupils were not dilated and his breathing was normal, he was slightly relieved. The specific situation still needs to be examined at the hospital, but for now, let's send them to the school clinic first. After saying that, he carefully carried Tomoya on his back, trying to avoid making any large movements to prevent further injury to any possible fractures. "Zio-Pei, can you still walk?" I think I'm all right. After saying that, Xiao Pei struggled to his feet. The remaining three quickly supported him as he became unsteady. All right, he's in your hands now. There's nothing they can do here. They won't be of any help and might even become a burden to Xiaoguang's battle. Let's go quickly. Taro stood still, and only after seeing that everyone had been arranged did he turn his head to look at the battle in the distance. His hearing, several times better than that of humans, allowed him to hear the sounds coming from the other side even in his doll form. Moreover, he also sensed a powerful force emanating from the dark spark. And two familiar scents. His mood suddenly turned heavy. He was very worried about Xiao Guang's situation, but he really didn't want to see his brothers being used by dark forces, and there was nothing he could do about it. The helplessness of being protected by one's loved ones, yet having to watch them disappear one by one, was palpable in his eyes. Taro. Mailing seemed to sense that something was wrong with Taro and asked him worriedly. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Taro glanced at his companion with appreciation. We won't let Lujil succeed, at least for now. We must protect them. Hikaru is in a dangerous situation and Yu is unable to fight either. Now we just hope that Chiki can arrive soon. Yura, jeer. After a brief run-up, the two athletes leaped into the air, their flying kicks making simple contact before separating and taking a few steps back to lessen the force of the rebound. Xiao Guang stared intently at Dark Seven's cold, metallic face. This guy is indeed strong enough, but if that's all there is to it, he's still a bit stronger than this guy. Within the dark space inside Seven's body, Seikiro Ishido maintained an expression devoid of any emotion. After several exchanges, he had a general idea of Hikaru's strength, so without hesitation, he took out the Ultraman puppet with his left hand and used the dark spark in his other hand to poke at the mark on the puppet's foot. The next moment, a surge of dark, misty energy swirled around and flowed into the puppet's body. Seeing the sudden change in Seven's body, Hikaru naturally dared not be careless and cautiously observed the changes. Under the swirling black mist, Seven's body gradually transformed into the appearance of the Dark One. However, he did not recognize either of the Ultramen. However, unsurprisingly, he saw Mailing's father inside the other person's body. Even so, he still couldn't quite believe it after seeing it with his own eyes. Well, Xiaoguang, I want to know your choice. Why would someone as successful as you? Didn't you think about how heartbroken Mailing would be if she found out? Hearing Hikari's words, Seikiro Ishido remained silent for a moment. His daughter was very important to him, and she would be heartbroken, but this was also the only way for him to safely take his daughter away from this place. If Hikari would listen to him, that would be the best outcome. If she insisted on standing against him, then he would have to shut her up forever. Don't blame me, Mailing. Daddy did this so that you could leave this dangerous place safely. Mailing. Xiaoguang, you like Mailing, don't you? Have you thought about Mailing? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Standing on the opposite side of us, do you think your choice is correct? Do you really understand the consequences? Enough. You don't even understand the principle of betting on the least risky areas. You're really stupid. In the end, you're still on the opposite side of me. Seikiro Ishido sighed inwardly, then his expression grew even colder. Taking advantage of Xiaoguang's still agitated state, he struck first, catching him off guard. Suddenly, he grabbed Xiaoguang's arm, while the Dark Generation One grabbed his head with his other hand. At the same time, he coordinated his footwork with the attack, skillfully and quickly kicking Xiaoguang's shin, causing him to lose his balance instantly. Under the pressure of his arms, Xiaoguang half knelt on the ground, and finally he was kicked hard in the back, knocking him to the ground. The movements were fluid and seamless, without the slightest pause. Feeling the immense power of the Ultra Brothers within his body and that unparalleled battle reflexes, a sense of expansion welled up within him. Looking at the fallen Xiaoguang in front of him, he was immersed in this position of dominance. In the end, you're nothing more than a subjugated one, Xiaoguang. After stomping on her a few more times, Seikiro Ishido still wasn't satisfied. It felt like he had neglected his daughter because of work, which allowed outsiders to take advantage of the situation, and he finally got the chance to beat them up. After kicking him into a suitable position without hesitation, the Dark One raised his hand and fired a black and red spime ray, violently pushing Galaxy's body away into the distance. Because the feeling of being one with one mind is shared, Hikaru felt his body was in pain after being hit a few times, making his body, which was already exhausted after fighting with Antara, even more so. In particular, the light from the previous attack caused the timer on his chest to go off red. Xiaoguang. Seeing that Xiaoguang had been beaten so badly that he couldn't get up, Mailing, who was observing the situation from a distance, called out to him worriedly and then ran towards the battlefield. It's too dangerous. Come back, mailing. Kenta and Chigusa chased after them, but the unconscious Ikijauji Yuya was still being carried on their shoulders. You guys go first, I'll go watch over her. Watching Mailing run away, Taro's doll body flashed with light and used his telekinesis to chase after her. A Pallant energy blast suddenly flew from high above and struck the Dark One's shoulder. The explosion of the energy blast brought many sparks and interrupted his beam of light. In a brief moment, Seikiro Ishido calmly stabilized his body and, following his body's subconscious combat reaction, immediately gathered energy. After a flash of light from the timer on his chest, he turned and swung his arm towards the direction from which the attack had just originated, unleashing a dark red 8-point light wheel almost instantly. Kaienshu reacted quickly, adjusting her flight path in the air and dodging the attack by coordinating her movements. After the spinning 8-point light wheel grazed past his chest, Tiga's body landed on the earth. Without any hesitation, Kishu landed and quickly assumed the pose of the Zeppelian ray. A beam of light condensed into a dazzling white line in front of his chest, almost bursting out. Seikiro Ishido had no intention of fighting him head-on with his beam. Instead, he grabbed Jinga and used him as a shield. Asshole. Kaienshu cursed under his breath and had no choice but to withdraw the light he had just gathered. The next moment, Dark Ultraman, who was hiding behind Hikari, quickly transformed into Dark 7 in a cloud of black mist. Seizing the opportunity, he threw Hikari aside, and a dark green Dark Amirium ray shot from the timer light on his forehead toward Tiga, who had just withdrawn the ray. Chiki couldn't dodge in time. The light splashed a few sparks on Tiga's golden chest armor, but he was still able to stand firm, take a few steps back, and dodge Dark 7's flying kick that followed. Phew, this guy's really tough. The opponent's moves were concise and clever. Relying on their powerful puppets, they were practically like the Ultra Brothers, using any means necessary. Now it depends on whether Xiao Guang can stand up again. It will be much easier if it's 2 against 1. Kishu turned to look at Hikari, who was still recovering on the ground in the distance, and shook her head. It seemed that Hikari was seriously injured. Within the consciousness space of the Milky Way, Xiao Guang was gritting his teeth. After fighting for so long, his body was already somewhat exhausted, but he still struggled to get up and looked at Kaienshu, who was fighting against Dark 7 in the distance. I absolutely cannot lose. An indomitable will seemed to coalesce, and even the Milky Way within the spark sensed his thoughts. The light in his consciousness space suddenly became brighter than before, and an even more powerful force surged forth from the sparks. Xiao Guang felt his body regain its strength. The power of new life. Dark 7 was unaware of what was happening behind him and continued fighting with Kishu. Kishu didn't tolerate him. She crossed her hands and drew them across the Tiga crystal on her forehead, instantly covering most of her body with red. Ultraman Tiga power type, just. A swift chop struck Dark 7 squarely in the chest. Even though Seikiro Ishido blocked it with his arms in time, the immense force still caused him to lose his balance and stagger back 2 steps. This made it clear to him that he wouldn't gain an advantage in close combat, so he immediately changed tactics and decisively reached for the sharp head dart behind his head. Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind, grabbing his arm, while the other hand punched him in the face. Dark 7 staggered back in pain and saw Jinga standing in front of him. Seikiro Isurugi looked on in surprise. How could this be? You're not. Even now, are you still going to be so stubborn? Mailing only did the procedure to make you remember her mother. She just wanted you to go back to how you were before, do you understand? As the auditorium grew more emotional, Galaxy's momentum surged once more. He shoved Dark 7 aside and threw him to the ground, his pale yellow light bulb eyes fixed on him. Seeing that Xiao Guang looked like he was about to beat him up, Kaienshu gently pulled him back. The more enjoyable it is now, the more awkward it will be for your father-in-law to call you that later. I'm enough, you can just lie there quietly. Seikiro Ishido remained silent, but his expression showed some emotion. After fighting for so long, he was also starting to feel the strain. However, his resolve remained unchanged, and he clenched his fists, his body trembling as he stood up. What does this have to do with you? If you really want to convince me, then defeat me with your own strength. Without further ado, Kishu had already assumed the stance for the Dirasium stream, and a ball of light containing scorching energy shone dangerously in front of Tiga's golden breastplate. For Mailing's sake, wake up. Galactic Cross Ray. The colorful light clashed with Dark 7's focused beam, and despite his best efforts, neither could gain the upper hand for a time. Durasham Ray. With a shout from Kishu, the red orb carrying a stream of light filled with scorching energy joined the clash of beams, instantly reversing the situation. The beam struck Dark 7's body, causing a massive explosion. After the sparks flew, Dark 7 was nowhere to be seen. The farce is finally over. Seeing that the battle was won, Kishu relaxed and dephysicalized himself. If he had arrived any later, Xia Aguang might have been forced to disintegrate. The Milky Way's body also transformed into countless light particles and scattered, with the small light slowly falling to the ground. Call, Seiyakairo Ishidu knelt on the ground, panting heavily, and accepted the fact that he had been defeated. Two dolls fell to the ground, but the dark spark had disappeared. He also realized that he had lost the power to transform. There was nothing more to say now, he could only trust the young people. As the dark sparks disappeared, his mind seemed to clear up as well. He stood there pondering what Xiao Guang had just said, his face filled with obvious guilt. Suddenly, a heavy thud caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw Hikaru's body lying on the grass beside him, seemingly unconscious. "Hey Hikaru, are you all right?" Just as Seiyakairo Ishidu was about to step forward to check on Hikaru's condition, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and pushed him to the ground. "Leave him." Seiyakairo Ishidu was instantly horrified, for the person who had arrived was none other than his daughter. At that moment, Mayuri, with tears welling in her eyes and her face filled with emotion, pushed him away and stretched out her arms to shield the unconscious Hikari behind her. Mailing, exhausted, he was easily pushed to the ground. Upon seeing the sadness and fear in his daughter's eyes, Seiyakairo Ishidu's composure vanished instantly, and he was momentarily speechless. "It's you, what brings you here? I never expected that the black giant would be my father." The tears in Shidong Mei Ling's eyes could no longer be held back. She felt that the person in front of her, who used to be close to her, had become so unfamiliar. "Hey, Mei Ling." At this moment, Taro and Chiki also arrived at the scene and immediately realized what had happened. "Mei Ling, it's not what you think, you might have misunderstood something." Kai and Shu wanted to stabilize the situation first, while also thinking about what excuse to come up with. "I saw it all, Dad just tried to kill Hikaru." "Mei Ling, please listen to me. Don't want." Mayuri Ishidu was extremely agitated and heartbroken, abandoned everyone and ran away. Watching his daughter's departing figure, Seiyakairo Ishidu, disregarding his own health, struggled to his feet from his half-kneeling position. "Hey, Mei Ling, go after them." Chiki spoke to Seiyakairo Ishidu, who had already stood up. Ishidu nodded, understood what Chiki meant, and quickly followed after him. "Taro, shall we go check it out?" "Forget it, let's give the father and daughter a chance to be alone and have a heart-to-heart talk." Chiki nodded, bent down to help the unconscious Hikaru to her feet, quickly checked her over, and then turned to Tai to ask, "Is Hikaru all right?" He and Yin are in a state of oneness, so his body should not be injured. He is probably just too tired. He will be fine after resting for a while. "All right, let's take Xiaoguang back first and come back to find them later." Under Taro's watchful gaze, Chiki picked up the dolls of the first generation and 7 lying quietly on the ground, carefully put them in her clothes, and carried Hikari towards the school. On the 2 clean, soft beds, Ikiju had already woken up, but Hikari's eyes remained closed, with Jinga Spark placed beside her pillow. "Chiki, how is Hikaru?" Yuya, who had just woken up, asked Chiki, who was standing by the bed, while Chigusa and Kenta, who were sitting to the side, also looked at him with concern. "Xiao Guang is mostly fine, just exhausted. Perhaps the injuries he sustained in the battle have turned into mental fatigue. A good night's sleep will do the trick. As for you, you have a minor head injury. Do you feel any loss of consciousness?" "No, I feel that my mind is very clear." Yu shook his head and simply sat up. "That's good, you and Xiaoguang can rest here, we won't disturb you any longer." Chiki smiled gently, gestured to Kenta and Chigusa beside her, and then pushed open the door and walked out of the room. In the classroom on the other side, Taro stood on a table with a small table in front of him that matched the proportions of a doll's body. On the table was an exquisite tea set, but his attention was not on the tea set. Instead, he was looking at Shujin Akito sitting opposite him. "Please have some tea first." The host placed a small cup of tea on the table in front of him. "The Ultra brothers have all fallen into darkness because of me, and now even Hikaru and Tomoya are in danger. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Ultraman Taro, rank 6th. Ignoring his surprise, Li Tang Ziojin continued with a smile. "I've seen everything you've done, Mr. Taro." Taro did not respond further. His orange-yellow light bulb eyes gleamed with golden light as he looked at the back of Taro's hand holding the teacup with his ultra eye. There a clear mark of the Milky Way is shimmering. The emblem of the Chosen One. Li Tang Ziojin took a sip of tea and smiled without saying a word. Back in her room, Chiki tapped the table beside her with her middle and index fingers, her mind wandering to random thoughts. He still couldn't understand what the Great Will and what he had told him about needing repair before he came into this world. So far, everything is progressing normally, and we are just waiting for Galaxy to receive the light of hope from everyone and then defeat the fully revived Lujil. He didn't even need to get involved in any of this. The only suspicious point was what Xia Guang mentioned. The strange incident Xiao Guang mentioned had previously made him wonder if there were other outsiders in this world besides him, since traveling between Ultraman universes is a common occurrence. Kishu tried hard to recall what she had experienced before and couldn't help but sigh. So much has already happened. What terrified him most was the battle with Dark Faust. It was indeed a thrilling and perilous fight. Almost everyone nearly died there. Could the shock of death have caused Hikaru to hallucinate? He pulled out a drawer, took out all the dolls and placed them on the ground, then found Dark Faust among them. The enemies who once put them in grave danger are now mere toys in his hands. And the Zaki doll he risked his life to steal, with its violent and evil eyes, still sends chills down your spine even as a doll. The consequences of even a single defeat would be unimaginable. The future would be swallowed by darkness, and their only fate would be to have their lives turned into puppets. He had this realization from the moment he fell unconscious after his first battle here. It was because he understood this that he persisted in searching for the spark dolls scattered in the back mountains, that he accepted the power of the dark spark despite his mind being consumed by darkness, and that he risked danger to steal the Zaki doll. He was just an ordinary person with no real power, only hoping to do his best to survive here. If it weren't for the repair mission mentioned by the Great Will, he would have wanted to find a safe place to hide. But if left unchecked, when Lujil turns all life in the universe into puppets, he would have nowhere to hide. In this life-threatening place, he only felt a brief sense of peace when he was with his companions. Power, only by desperately acquiring power can one have the leverage to protect everything they cherish. Only, Kishu looked at the crystal sparkle in her hand with some dissatisfaction. Whether it's the dark spark or the crystal spark, these are powers given by others, not one's own, and therefore unreliable. Even the one-body connection uses Ultraman's power. How can an ordinary human being gain power to fight against that terrifying darkness? Mailing, stop, let Daddy explain. Somewhere on Mount Fubuki, Seikiro Ishido chased after his daughter, calling out to her. But Mayuri Ishido acted as if she hadn't heard him and just kept running straight ahead. Seikiro Ishido's face was contorted with pain. He hadn't expected his identity to be exposed by Misaki. After the dark spark shattered, he instantly realized his actions had been too extreme, and the amplified, cold-blooded side of himself within him, amplified by the dark spark, had frightened his daughter. However, Mailing will definitely understand as long as he explains it properly. Thinking about it carefully, it's been a long time since he and his daughter had a proper talk. Because of work, their conversations are always just a few words, and he hasn't even thought about understanding his daughter's thoughts on why she started making desserts with such care. A wave of remorse washed over him. Only now did he realize his daughter's grievances. As a negligent father, he longed to hold his daughter in his arms right now, just like when she was a child. Thinking of this, Seikiro Ishido gritted his teeth and chased after him very quickly. How can a girl's physical strength compare to that of an adult man? I believe he will catch up with her soon enough to explain things properly. However, an uninvited guest blocked his way. Hehe, it seems you're not only a submissive person but also a failed father. You've broken your daughter's heart. The suddenly appearing alien Knuckle, as always, waved his flower fan and blocked the middle of the road. Knuckle alien, what do you want to do? Seikiro Ishido tried his best to adjust his emotions and calm himself down. The dark spark has shattered, and he has lost the ability to transform. The Knuckle aliens come to him either to eliminate him or to turn him back into a puppet of darkness. For his daughter's sake, he could not accept either option. Don't worry, I didn't come here for you. The Knuckle alien smiled slyly. His words made Seikiro Ishido's pupils shrink sharply. His tired body immediately perked up, his fists clenched tightly, and he shouted loudly towards the slope ahead where his daughter could no longer be seen. Not me, could it be Mailing? Mailing, run. After saying that, he tensed up and punched the Knuckle alien, then shoved him hard against a tree. The Knuckle alien never imagined that he could unleash such power after just one battle. For a moment, the Knuckle alien was pinned tightly against the tree by the Knuckle alien's arm, unable to move, no matter how much he punched and kicked. When the Knuckle alien accidentally met the Knuckle alien's gaze, the desperate madness in the Knuckle alien's eyes terrified even this inferior alien. Bastard, let go. Mailing, run. Despite the pain, Seikiro Ishido, still worried, roared again. This time he must be a good father. Mailing, run. Her anxious voice, filled with intense emotion, made her stop in her tracks after walking several dozen meters. Dad, Almost instantly, the sound stirred up her worry, which instantly filled her heart, and all her previous emotions vanished. Without the slightest hesitation, Mei Ling immediately ran back the way she came. Get out of here. After several knee strikes, the knuckle alien finally kicked the man in front of him away. Seikiro Ishido finally reached his limit. After being kicked away, he fell to the ground on his side, panting heavily. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and then spat out a mouthful of blood. You're such a stubborn thing. I was planning to keep you around, but now it seems there's no need for that anymore. The knuckle alien patted his body, pretending to brush off imaginary dust, and then leisurely found the fan he had just dropped a short distance away. He wasn't worried that the girl would run away. Now it's time to teach you a lesson. He smiled smugly, and dark energy surged within his body, forming a purple energy chain in his hand. Seikiro Ishido no longer cared about anything. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the exhaustion of his body, quietly awaiting his fate. Stop! Mayuri Ishido's voice came from behind, attracting the attention of the knuckle aliens. Hee, now I don't have to come looking for you. Looking at Mei Ling, who was like a cat with its fur standing on end, he suddenly found it ridiculous. Humans are such foolish creatures, they're so weak they can't even protect themselves, yet instead of running away, they stubbornly step forward. Such foolish and dark-hearted beings are perfect nourishment for darkness, ha. Taking advantage of the pause in his speech, Mei Ling had already run to Ishido Seikiro's side. The knuckle aliens didn't care. Their fate was now in their hands, so they might as well play around with them and use words to entice out more of the darkness in their hearts. Mei Ling. Seeing his daughter turn back before him, Seikiro Ishido felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He wanted to say something but couldn't utter a word. He could only forcefully raise his arm to wipe away the tears on his daughter's face. I'm sorry, Daddy. The knuckle aliens watched all this with a smile, eagerly taking out the dark spark. Honestly, it breaks my heart to see this. Ha, you really do have the same cold-blooded blood as that man. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. You really are so immature. Seemingly annoyed that his voice was drowned out by the crying, he simply walked closer to the two of them. If it weren't for you, your father wouldn't have died. Seeing the rapidly flashing dark sparks in his hand, the knuckle alien was even happier, his eyes turning bloodshot and his whole body trembling with excitement. Yes, that's it. Let more darkness appear. Despair, regret, sorrow. The immense darkness was materialized by the dark sparks into clumps of incredibly viscous black mist, which rapidly gathered in his hands, shrouding the area where the three of them were. Feeling this unprecedentedly powerful force, the knuckle alien suppressed his ecstasy, and a dark spark with a hint of purple gradually took shape in his hand. The darkness was transmitted through the spark doll, which accelerated the time when the Lord of Darkness would fully awaken. With this power combined with his strongest spark doll, the strongest dark spark monster doll in history is about to be born. As the black mist was completely absorbed and dissipated, Mei Ling and Seikiro Ishido gradually came into his view. However, at this moment, a crimson light flashed in her eyes just like his, while Seikiro Ishido in front of her seemed to have fallen into a coma, his life hanging in the balance. However, this sudden and powerful darkness also attracted the attention of other beings. After giving Ishido Seikiro lying on the ground a disdainful look, the knuckle aliens decided to leave with their new dark puppet. After he left, the darkness that had been hiding revealed itself, and a dark phantom that resembled Zaki quickly burrowed into the body on the ground. A moment later, Seikiro Ishido opened his eyes, but there was no trace of humanity in them. He raised his arm to feel the new body he had parasitized, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Unlike the previous body without the suppression of the spark mark, this body is easier to control, even eliminating the need to manipulate the host's mind. Next, it just needs to lie low and then. So it withdrew from the body's control, and Seikiro Ishido's seated body fell to the ground again, forcibly waking up the consciousness of the body's original owner. Mei Ling. With a subconscious cry of surprise, Seikiro Ishido opened his eyes and quickly sat up, his eyes scanning his surroundings for his daughter. Thinking of his daughter's unknown whereabouts, he was filled with grief and indignation, and he kept pounding the ground to vent his anger. A few minutes later, he gradually calmed down and realized that all he could do now was to quickly return to school to notify everyone to rescue Mei Ling. Having made up his mind, he roughly discerned the direction, ignoring the pain in his body, and staggered towards the school. As for the unexpected surge of strength within his body, he was completely unaware of it, attributing it simply to a period of recovery during his unconsciousness. What? A painful scream came from the corridor outside the classroom, which startled Kai and Shu. She quickly got up, pushed open the door, and ran towards the source of the sound. When they arrived at the destination, they found that everyone had already gathered there. Pushing through the crowd, Kaian Shu squeezed in and finally understood what had happened. In the center of the crowd, a piece of foam cardboard with the school song written on it lay on the ground. However, the cardboard was torn and tattered, with foam scattered all over the ground. The black lettering of the school song was also damaged, clearly indicating that it had been vandalized. Chiki looked at Principal Shirai standing to the side. The voice she had just heard was clearly hers. At this moment, Shirai was also standing there blankly, her expression sad, her gaze fixed on the broken school song on the ground. Zio Pei and Dolly Gang, who were standing nearby, remained silent as the auditorium host comforted Principal Shirai. Kaian Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought someone had been injured. It turned out to be just a piece of foam cardboard. "This is the sign for the school song, right?" Chigusa stroked it for a moment and asked in confusion. "Who did such a terrible thing? Who else is here? It's just us." Chiki looked up at the person who had just spoken and saw that Kuroki Tomomi, who had returned to normal, and Kiwahara Shingo, the man with gold-rimmed glasses, were standing not far away. Just then, Principal Shirai seemed to have suffered a great shock, and her body went limp and she was about to collapse. Fortunately, Hidaki Ryaido caught her in time. This action startled those around them, and Kenta quickly ran over to help him up. "Ms. Shirai, what happened?" "You don't understand." Li Tang Ziojin shook her head, her tone somewhat angry. "The school song on this sign was written to bless the students with a bright future. Mr. Shirai put a lot of effort into creating it, Sai, and now it's turned out like this." "Yes, this is our school song." Dolly nodded, his expression intriguing. "Ah, gang." Zio Pei was about to say something when suddenly a man's cry for help came from outside the door. Everyone turned their heads and saw Seikairo Ishido running towards them, panting heavily. He stopped when he reached them, bent over with his hands on his knees, looking like he was in bad shape. Just as everyone remained vigilant, his next words startled Chigusa and the others. "Help, help, save Mailing. Mailing has been taken away by the Knuckle aliens." "What? Mailing has been taken away? Where is she?" Chiki immediately became worried, ran to Seikairo Ishido, helped him up, and stared at his dusty face, asking, "Was it where the battle took place before?" "That's it. It's all my fault if it weren't for me." The Seikairo Ishido's voice was weak and desperate as he lowered his head. "Looking for? Where should we look?" Thinking of Mailing's uncertain fate, Kaian Shu felt uneasy and anxious and somewhat guilty. He felt responsible for the incident and wished he had chased after her. "There's no use being frustrated now, you should think about what to do." After calming herself down, Kaian Shu looked up at the crowd. It's definitely not feasible for these people to search separately. The other party is an alien who can materialize monsters, and he can't risk the lives of ordinary people. After thinking for a moment, I decided to comfort him first before considering a solution. "Don't worry, since Mailing was only taken away, it means she's probably not in any immediate danger. I want to figure out why he took Mailing away in the first place. Perhaps it's to make Mailing a puppet of darkness." Aside from Hikaru, the host, and the principal, it seems only Mailing hasn't had her inner darkness absorbed yet. Ikujoji Yuya also said, "So all we need to do is wait for Mailing to appear, defeat her, and shatter her dark spark to save her, right?" Upon hearing this, Kaian Shu frowned. That was true, but he still felt things weren't that simple. After so many battles, didn't the Knuckle aliens understand that ordinary dark puppets were no longer enough to defeat them? If it was just about absorbing darkness, why take people away? There is only one possibility left. The other party may have taken Mailing hostage. This is going to be tricky to deal with. Boom! A sudden loud bang shook the earth, causing many people to fall to the ground. Seikairo Ishido was already injured, and now he could no longer hold on. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, he fainted. "What's going on? Was it an earthquake?" "Mr. Ishido," this immediately drew Kishu's attention away from the explosion. She supported him with both hands and pushed him to Kenta and Ziopai, who were standing nearby. "Kaian Shu, it's possible that another monster has appeared." Suddenly, Taro appeared and stood on Chiki's shoulder. "Taylor, well, let's go out and take a look." After saying that, he gestured to Ikujoji Tomoya with his eyes, indicating that he would go out with him to see what was going on. This is how it always looks when a monster materializes and lands on the ground. Judging from the sound and based on past experience, the monster that appeared this time should not be far from this building. They need to deal with it as soon as possible. Ikuju nodded and followed Chiki out of the building in the direction from which the tremor came. "Is Steel 9 ready for battle?" "Yes, Jenne's repair is complete." After saying that, Yaoi took out the terminal controller and pressed a button on the electronic screen. As they spoke, the two had already arrived outside. Looking at the towering mechanical behemoth hundreds of meters above the clouds, Kaiyan Shu let out a breath. Its body is completely mechanized, made entirely of hard, earthy yellow cosmic metal. The heavy body moves slowly, its movements seemingly programmed, yet every action is accompanied by immense power. Its sharp eyes emit a cold red light. Super Grand King, this guy truly lives up to his reputation as a powerful weapon of Judah. His terrifying aura alone is far superior to that of the previous Tyrant. As an existence that could only be defeated by the combined forces of the Ultra Brothers, it is unknown how much of its power Dark Spark and Alien Knuckle can unleash. Although it is very strong, it is not fighting alone. Chiki looked at Ikijauji Yuya beside her. We can't let this guy destroy the school, let's go. Iron 9, with a synthesized electronic voice from the control panel, Jana teleported from space to the sky in spaceship form, and Ikijoji's body was also teleported up. After landing, the spaceship transformed into human form. Taro. Kishu called out to the pocket, and Taro quickly flew out using his telekinesis. He seems to be a rival I miss. Enough with the nonsense, Taro-san, it's coming. Chiki grabbed the Taro doll that was still floating in the air and pressed the spark mark on the bottom of its foot onto the top of the crystal spark. Super Fusion Ultraman Taro. After the dazzling light faded, a majestic red figure stood tall on the earth. Bang. Bang, bang. King Grand waved his arms, his enormous iron plate-like hands striking each other with a deafening clang as he roared at Steel 9 before him. When a dragon crossing the river encounters a tiger descending the mountain, life and death, victory and defeat all depend on gambling. Steel number 9 didn't hold back either and raised its arm, aiming the cannon at the creature's massive body. Sparks flew as shells rained down. Kaiyan Shu stood at a distance, not launching an attack rashly, as he also wanted to see how well the enemy's defenses were held. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Grand appeared unharmed in the same spot, without even taking a single step back from the attack. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Ikijauji Yu decided to change his tactics. Iron 9's body is quite agile compared to the guy in front of him. He might even be able to fight him in close combat. Having made up his mind, Jenna swung his fist and charged at it. Boom. A tremendous metallic clang rang out, and King Grand raised his iron plate-like hand to barely block it. Its weight, even greater than its opponent's, kept its body stable. Tomoya, a voice suddenly came from behind, reminding him. Ikijoji reacted immediately, stepping aside to give him space to attack. Senju felt his body, and the technique of Taro Swallow flying kick seemed to be engraved in his muscles. He pushed off the ground to help him leap high into the air, spinning his body in the air. Finally, he unleashed his power in a suitable posture. Just then, his foot kicked Grand King's body, and the huge flying kick force was perfectly poured onto it, finally causing it to take several steps back. Seeing that the attack was effective, Kishu dared not relax and called to Iron 9, who was standing nearby, to seize the opportunity. The two of them worked together, rushing towards King Grand while he was off balance. Each grabbed one of his arms and pushed him backward. They stopped once they saw that the distance was enough to keep the fight away from the school. King Grand took this opportunity to regain his footing. After Kaiyan Shu delivered several swift hand strikes to its body, he quickly retreated a few steps to create distance between them. He wanted to see who was inside King Gurant's body. Calming down, Taro's yellow light bulb eyes lit up as he saw the dark spark consciousness space within the monster's body. In the pitch black, all Kaiyan Shu could see was a crystalline, translucent purple-black spark emitting a white light, behind which were a pair of triangular eyes glowing with an evil red light. And its owner must be the Knuckle alien. Was he the only one there? Kishu was puzzled. It seemed that Mailing had not appeared because he had only seen a dark spark. Look behind the Knuckle aliens. Just as Chiki was about to rejoin the battle, Taro's sudden reminder interrupted his actions. He looked again, focusing his attention behind the Knuckle alien, and sure enough, he saw what appeared to be another figure there. At the same time, he heard the Knuckle alien's mocking voice, as if the other party had noticed his spying. Damn silver mask and this empty shell robot, you actually dare to fight. But if you continue to attack my King Grand, the girl behind me might not survive. After saying that, he turned to the side, and another glimmer of light appeared, which was Mailing, who was holding the dark spark tightly to her chest. However, at this moment, her face was completely pale, her eyes were vacant, and she seemed completely unaware of what was happening around her. Mei Ling, as expected, they were taken hostage. Chiki called out to the dark spark space opposite, trying to wake her up, but Ishido Mayuri couldn't hear him at all and remained with her head down. Hateful. It's no use. No matter how much you call out, your friends won't come back, hehe. Hearing the Knuckle aliens' lewd laughter again, Kishu felt like rushing up and slapping them twice. However, if the attack continues, there's no guarantee he won't harm Mailing in the spark space. Kyan Shu, what are you doing? As Ikujoji struggled to deal with King Grand's movements, he saw Taro suddenly stop moving, his entire body frozen in place, and he couldn't help but shout anxiously. This guy is incredibly strong. I simply can't control his movements on my own. Kyan Shu, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and hit him. Kenta and Chigusa called out anxiously as they and the others crowded at the windows of the school building, watching the battle not far away with worry. They saw Ikujoji using his body to restrain one of its pincers while guarding against the slapping of its other plate-like arm. King Grand's height of around 70 meters and his massive body made the two people beside him seem unable to stop this monster. No, Mailing. Mailing is still inside it. What? At this moment, after struggling for a while, King Grant finally broke free from Iron Nine's entanglement with his enormous strength. He twisted his body and suddenly swung his arm away, throwing Iron Nine off with him. No, get out of here. Seeing the monster's movements, Taro quickly gave a warning. Having experienced so many battles with tailed monsters, he knew all too well what Grand King was going to do next. However, it was too late. Ikujoji hadn't even regained his balance after being thrown aside and could only barely use his arms to defend himself. Chiki, who had just come to her senses, also didn't have time to dodge. The hard steel tail lashed out at the two of them, striking Taro's body. A tremendous force sent him flying backward. Humph! Kishu groaned, half kneeling on the ground, and turned to look at Ikujoji, who had taken several steps back. Steel number 9 had barely managed to block the attack, so he wasn't seriously injured. The enormous impact caused him considerable damage. This guy was indeed very strong. Kyan Shu, are you alright? I'm alright, but I need to figure out a way to rescue Mailing. After adjusting herself slightly, Chiki stood up, supported by the arm that Jenna had extended to her. What's wrong? Is that all? My counterattack has only just begun. The Knuckle alien laughed triumphantly and continued to control King Grand's body to launch attacks. After a very brief pause, it spread its arms and emitted beams of red light from its body below the head. But that wasn't all. Green laser beams also began to emanate from its head. Kishu had been on guard since the lights on it came on. Seeing the light coming, she reacted quickly and erected the Ultra barrier while protecting Ikujoji behind her. What should we do now? A voice calling for help came from inside Steel number 9's body. Anyway, let's hold it off for now. Taro, can you transfer my consciousness into King Grand's body? The dark spark can draw dark nourishment from the depths of a person's heart, and I think the galactic spark should also have the ability to reach the depths of a person's heart. Besides, you can sense my consciousness when we are one body, right? Kyan Shu held up the barrier and spoke to them. He could feel the impact of the light attacks on the barrier weakening, indicating that the attack was nearing its end. It's theoretically feasible, but it's too risky. Kyan Shu, although we are now similar to being one body, I am still under the control of the crystal spark. If I separate your consciousness, I will also lose the ability to move. So I can't do this alone, but I have a companion. As long as Ikujoji can hold this guy in front of me back. Kishu smiled. This method was indeed risky, and he could also see that Ikujoji himself would probably have a hard time persisting for too long. But this was the only way at the moment, so what was wrong with taking a little risk for the sake of success? I'll try my best. Ikujoji nodded. All he could do now was trust Chiki. Okay, that's the only way. Seeing him nod, Taro had no choice but to reluctantly agree. But remember, if you fail, come back quickly. After King Grand's attack ends, it will take some time for its next Megalo's burst. You need to get back before then, otherwise, the battles that follow will be even more difficult. After carefully listening to Taro's reminder, Chiki agreed without hesitation. At the same time, King Grand's beam finally ended, so he quickly threw away the beam barrier and placed his hands in front of his chest. On Taro's fiery red chest, a full-bodied color timer was flashing. The next moment before King Grand could react, a dazzling light enveloped Thousand Trees' consciousness and entered its eyes. However, he doesn't intend to play by the rules. He has his own ideas. Go into Mailing's inner world and use your own power to rescue her from the darkness. No, 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 he chuckled as he looked at the Knuckle aliens who were still unaware of anything in the pitch-black space. Next, he will go into the inner world of the Knuckle aliens.